Chapter 201 Wolves Kiss. The atmosphere of this dinner was quite subtle. After the dinner, the two sat in the hall and talked, mostly talking about poems and the like. Although Li Jin knows that Feng Shuzhen looks like his beloved wife who has passed away for many years, he still wonders from time to time. Feng Shui is really the only daughter of Yin Feng's Ilan in Chengbai Prefecture. She is 26 years old this year. In this era, she is an old girl who can't get married. In terms of appearance, she can also be called a shameless flower and a closed moon. Shenyu Liu Oyan. 10 years ago, the matchmaker who came to propose marriage broke the threshold. But for some reason, Feng Shuzhen was dead and unwilling to marry. As she grows older, there were fewer and fewer people asking for a kiss, and after she was 25 years old, no one came to ask for a kiss. Feng Xilan's women sighed all day long, but they were helpless. The daughter's thoughts, they understood that unless the man was married, they would not marry, just to continue the Feng family's sense. If it is in the local area, Fu Yin is also the local parent official, but in the imperial city, officials of the 5th and 6th ranks can easily catch a large number. Moreover, although the Feng family is a scholarly family, it is extremely poor, plus Feng Shuzhen's selection. The conditions of the son-in-law are extremely harsh. She doesn't like those who are willing to be married, and she doesn't want to be married. This delays the great youth and becomes an old girl who can't get married. In Yitan's opinion, the woman was 25 years old, just right, the mature sister, but Fatty Li, who was a teenager in her older age, she was an old cow who gnawed tender grass and made a lot of money. Fatty Li was also the NTH Jink champion, and also regarded as a talented man full of economics. Feng Shuzhen is dignified and generous. He is also quite famous in the circle of ladies. The two chatted and talked together, and they seemed quite harmonious. Yi Deishanzi and Li Xiangming leaned against an old locust tree outside the courtyard and talked in low voices. They looked at Li Jin and Feng Shuzhen in the hall from time to time, and they didn't know what Li Jin said, which caused Feng Shuzhen chuckled. It's quite harmonious. Yi Tan grinned and said, there is a way for this, I hope. Li Xiangming sighed. She could see that Feng Shuzhen had a good impression of her brother, but she didn't have much confidence in her brother. Yi Tan blinked his eyes and said, make a bet. Li Xiangming stunned. What are you betting on? Yi Tan smiled and said, I bet they will succeed. Okay. Li Xiangming nodded vigorously. In her heart, she very much hoped that this would happen. Yi Tan grinned and said, since it's a gambling, somehow it's interesting to point the head, right? Li Xiangming smiled and said, if you lose, please buy me a drink. If you say this to other people, you will definitely be shocked. She was originally sexual and warm, but she has been influenced by Gixon recently, so it is not surprising to say such a thing. Yi Tan smiled and said, gifted men and beautiful ladies bet on a table of wine, which is insulting to gentlemen. Then what to bet? Li Xiangming asked with a smile. She had been lost for a while, not knowing how to choose. Escape. It made her painful, accepted, and made her feel guilty. Since she couldn't make a choice, but with the heart to go with the flow and look away, the stone pressing on the heart was completely removed, and I felt unspeakably relaxed, and it became extremely natural in front of Yi Tan. Yi Tan chuckled and said, if you lose, then marry me. What? Li Xiangming's jade cheeks rose red. She didn't expect Yi Tan to say such words, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a while. If I lose, I will come to the house. Ghosts bet with you. Li Xiangming took a sip, and his phoenix eyes turned white. This bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, is cheap. Is there such a bet? Yi Tan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, sighing heavily, with a very sad expression. Oh, it's a pity that no one wants such a perfect husband. Li Xiangming couldn't help turning his white phoenix eyes again. Perfect? Is there such a boast? But thinking about it, it seems to be the same. But there is no formal shape, otherwise, he is really perfect. In the eyes of Zai Yunyan, he is really perfect. Thinking of his words, my heart can't help but jump wildly. It's like a confession. If he is not from Ziyun's sister, he would definitely respond. Alas, thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little headache again. This enemy, could it be that I was the nemesis? Look, your brother had a lot of fun talking with Miss Shuzhen. Li Xiangming turned his head and looked at it. No, my old brother and Shuzhen were chatting happily. Suddenly someone flashed in his mind Shui Tiao song to buy someone during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He couldn't help but whispered, I hope people will last forever. There are thousands of miles away, and I hope that lovers in the world will eventually become family members. Yi Deishanzi pretended to sigh heavily. It's difficult, there is a pair of lovers in front of me. I wonder if I can get married. Alas, Li Xiangming's body shook, and he lowered his head, not daring to meet the scorching gaze. His heart was filled with bitterness and chaos. What would you tell me to do? Suddenly his left hand was held by him, and Li Xiangming was taken aback, struggling instinctively, but was held tightly by that big hand. Gong. Son, let go. Sister Ziyun will be sad when she sees it. Yi Tan didn't let go. He said softly, I'm married all at once. Can't I? Li Xiangming lowered her head and made no sound. Her heart was beating so fiercely that she almost jumped out of her chest. Yi Tan squeezed her soft little hand, and said softly, if you don't say anything, I will be your acquiescence. Li Xiangming opened his mouth to say something, but covered his mouth with one of Yi Tan's hands. Look into my eyes and you will understand how much I miss you. The soft and low voice seemed to have an irresistible magical power. Li Xiangming couldn't help but looked at him and met his eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, her whole heart was fascinated in an instant. Oh yeah. The bad plot in this kind of urban drama is still very useful. It must be killed in one shot. Yi Daishan took the opportunity to stretch out his magic claws, grabbed Li Xiangming's plump and soft body, and another, cool. Li Xiangming suddenly woke up, hurriedly broke free, took a few steps back, and looked around instinctively. Fortunately, there were no people in the courtyard, and the old brother and Feng Shuzhen were still chatting happily in the hall. She took a breath and felt her palms tighten. When she reacted, she was pulled to the corner by someone who was a little impatient. Father. Well. The words below her caused a certain wolf's big mouth to be blocked. At this moment, her mind suddenly stopped turning, became blank, and her soul went out of her body. I don't know how long it took, until she felt unable to breathe. Her chest was dull and bursting, and her soul returned to her body. Oh my God. My own two hands are hugging him tightly. Li Xiangming hurriedly broke free, and slipped away as he hid his face to escape. Yi Deishanzi grinned and smirked. His brother's level of picking up girls improved after a kiss. Chapter 202. The Emperor. The minister is only such a younger sister. I implore the Emperor to be kind. In the Imperial Study Room, Hubu Shangxu Li Jin knelt down on the ground and wept bitterly. The emperor not only gifted the marriage, but also promoted his future father-in-law to the official rank. In this way, Master Li, don't worry, I swear to the heavens, if there is any negative Xiangming, you will suffer from the heavens. Yi Deishanzi made a poisonous oath with a serious expression, and scared Su Zilun, the chief officer of the inmate on the side of the waiter, into a pale and bloodless face. The Emperor. See the Emperor. Li Jin banged his head 3 times. The Emperor dared to make this poisonous oath, indicating that he was sincere to Xiangming, and he was finally relieved. Master Li, please, give a seat. Yi Deishanzi smiled happily. Of course he was sincere to Li Xiangming, and naturally he would not be struck by lightning. Li Jin climbed up from the ground, wiped a handful of sweat beads on his forehead, and then sat down. For his sister, he raised his head on his trousers and asked. Fortunately, the emperor was sincere to Xiangming. Otherwise, he must be clicked. Yi Daishan said indifferently, I can say ugly things first. If your father-in-law is incapable, I will still smash it down. Promoting Feng Zilun's official position is regarded as a favor to Li Jin. He sent someone to check the Feng family's background. Feng Zilun has a good official reputation and an upright official, but whether he is competent for the post of assistant officer's UO has yet to be verified. He is really good at learning, but he is not at all polite. The emperor is wise. Li Jin hurriedly got up and thanked him. His future father-in-law Feng Zilun had a good official voice. He also suggested that he should be competent for the post of minister's UO. He didn't worry about that. Okay, let's go on. Yi Tan waved his hand and reminded, I should conceal my identity for a while. Revealing the identity of the emperor would probably scare Li Daimai, so I should conceal it for a while and cultivate a lot of feelings. Human Pass. UI General Tang Feng led a group of generals to greet the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Commander Hu Xiaoyan and his troops outside the barracks. In terms of military position, Tang Feng is several levels higher than Hu Xiaoyan. But Hu Xiaoyan is a young general favored by the emperor. This time he was ordered to train in human without his restraint. What's more, Hu Xiaoyan is still young. As long as he stands there. Military merit. This official can still be promoted. This face must be given. Looking at the weapons and equipment of the Tiger and Leopard Rider, Tang Feng and the senior generals around him were all jealous. They all have the most sophisticated weapons and equipment, and they are all strong and fat high-quality war horses for one person and two riders. The Tiger and Leopard blood horse is extravagant for one person and three horses. One of the war horses is specially used to carry weapons. What a prodigal. I have seen General Tang. Hu Xiaoyan jumped off his horse and respectfully made a military salute. After the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, he led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to set off the whole camp, and accompanied a batch of important military supplies to Human Pass for military training. Commander Fox, your Tiger and Leopard cavalry is too prodigal, right? Tang Feng punched him and laughed loudly. However, if I can command such an elite rider on the battlefield, I will die without regret. The high-ranking generals around him deeply agree. If they can control such an elite cavalry to fight on the battlefield, even if they die, there is no regret. Hu Xiaoyan said modestly, the general has won the award, and they are still recruits. How can they be compared to the general's Tiger Wolf division? Ha ha. Today is the commander to receive the wind and the dust. If you are drunk, you will stop. Tang Feng had received the holy order before, and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry was going to human to train troops. The banquet is ready to catch the wind and dust for Fox Xiaoyan. At the beginning of the melting of the ice and snow, he immediately ordered the soldiers to step up the construction of all the fortresses in the city, and they must be solid. Various building materials had been prepared before, and with sufficient manpower, the construction progress was very fast, and the construction would be completed in 10.5 days. Thank you, General. Hu Xiaoyan bent and clasped his fists again. Drinking was not allowed in the army, but General Tang made an exception and moved him very much. After the Tiger and Leopard Rider arrived at Human Pass, he resumed his normal training after 2 days of rest. The intensity of the training was so great that all the troops stationed at Human Pass were speechless. Thinking about their usual training, they couldn't compare with others. Hu Xiaoyan and all the high-ranking generals under him will be guided by Tang Feng's heart to inspect all the city fortresses to familiarize themselves with the terrain and the layout of the city defenses as soon as possible. The Tiger and Leopard scout camps also leave the customs frequently in order to familiarize themselves with the local terrain as soon as possible. Looking at the military map in his hand, which is more accurate than before, Hu Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a lot of feelings in his heart. The emperor, with a long-term vision, a talented talent, and Decisive, don't worry about regaining the glory of the past and dominating the mainland just around the corner. After the development and growth of the Black Guards, Yi Tan not only ordered Mu Chunfeng to send a large number of Black Guards to conspire to sneak into the empires with various identities, collect all kinds of intelligence, and make a group of Black Guards use various identities to traveling around the great empires to survey and map accurate terrain is a difference in scale, but compared to the previous military maps, I don't know how much more accurate it is. Many places that are not marked on the old map are on the new map, are all plotted. Just for the purpose of surveying and drawing these military maps, the black-clothed secret spy lost nearly 100 people, and their families received a generous pension and various preferential treatments. As soon as the 15 Yuan-Xiao festival was over, the emperor of the Great Zhou suddenly promulgated a shocking ban. Before everyone had time to digest the ban, he then chanted the killing ban and announced the whole world. The wild continent was shocked. The order to ban borders and cut off trade is tantamount to severing all commerce and trade with the tribes outside the Great Wall. It kills 1,000 enemies and hurts 800, and the slaying order completely sever all relations with the kingdom of Jin, which is tantamount to the kingdom of Jin. Declaring war, the two countries will fall into a prolonged state of war confrontation. Regarding the two decrees of the Emperor Decisive in succession, most people thought that he was a lunatic, and Defornjun would make such a foolish move. Not to mention the ban on the border and trade, how much loss has been made. You know, the best and most war horses in the world come from outside the Great Wall. What about the cavalry's war horses when the borders are closed and trade banned? Their warriors of the arena did not respond to the order to ban borders and cut trade, but when the order was issued, the whole arena boiled. A head of Tartar is worth 2 tals of silver, 5 is dentals, regardless of age. Anyone with a rat's tail is counted. This money is easy to earn. For the sake of 10 tals of silver, the heroes often drew their knives and swords to move guys, white knives in, red knives out, and many people were banned by military force and were wanted by the government. This is good, and they can just kill people and earn money. Why not do it? Of course, to kill Tanzi outside the Great Wall is a big risk, but they are not afraid. Which of them, who are messing around, is not carrying his head on his trousers to kill his life? Chapter 203. For a time, the warriors from all over the Great Zhou Empire rushed as an yang or human like a tide, went to the special yamen to register and report, received the pass token, and happily left the pass to earn money. Even the Jiang Yang thieves who had murdered and surrendered, were wanted by the government, and had been incognito for many years. All came back out of the arena. They went home dignifiedly in order to get rid of their charges. The slaying order notice is very clear. Anyone wanted by the government will regard the crime as serious, and count the heads of the Tartars, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000, to reduce the crime. After the above conditions are met, the previous charges can be erased. Innocent, and go home in an open manner. If you are repeating the crime, then you will ransack your home. This is the only opportunity to clean up the crime. Knowing that it is extremely dangerous, you have to use your brain to kill yourself. They are not all simple-minded people. They are the generation with well-developed limbs. The Tartars are famous for riding and fighting on the mainland. Let's avoid or run away. The risk is actually not that big when it comes to picking the weaker ones. Every Jianghu martial artist who wants to leave the customs must go to a specific yamen to register and report. This registration is extremely cumbersome and complicated. It not only records personal files in detail, but also has a professional painter who draws beautiful images, and then presses his handprints. The handprints of the 10 fingers must be clear, and the body must be verified in the future. This is also a tricky Dacian came up with to prevent Darzi from getting in. After registering and filing, these impatient Jianghu warriors bought dry food locally, and then went out in groups to find their prey. Dian, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. The glamorous Empress Yan looked at the information in her hand, her eyebrows wrinkled tightly. This information was passed back by the secret spies lurking in the Great Yan Empire. Yi Dani sang the border order and the killing order, and this information was passed to the hands of the Yan Empress as quickly as possible. Forbidding borders and cutting off trade, that is a feint move that kills 1,000 enemies and hurts 800. But if you add this killing order, although the relationship with the Golden State is completely cut off, there is no room for maneuver. But this way, the prairie beyond the Great Wall is bound to cause confusion, which is a great trick to ruin the savage household plan. That monarch could not think of such a slanderous strategy. There are still capable people in Diezu, but who is it? However, the various recent actions of that dazzling gentleman seem to be quite wise. Has this man turned sex? Thinking of the few poems written by Yu Jun brought back by her daughter, she showed a strange expression on her pretty face. After a long while, she resolutely issued a few secret orders to find out who came up with the border ban on trade and the killing order, and she must be assassinated. This person is extremely strategic and threatens Diane too much and must be eliminated. Another secret order is to increase business cooperation with the Golden State in exchange for a large number of excellent war horses, and to maintain sufficient grain and iron ore to supply the Golden State. Her move was to drive away tigers and devour wolves, using the kingdom of Jin to harass Diezu, so that Diezu would not be at peace, and Yan could develop national power with peace of mind. Of course, the strategy of driving away tigers and devouring wolves is really a double-edged sword. If the Golden Kingdom breaks through the Great Peripheral Pass, the cavalry will be able to drive straight in. The Golden Kingdom grows stronger, and it is a huge threat to Dian Tong. Time. What is needed now is time. If she can be given a 10-year time, she firmly believes that Dian will regain its former glory, even surpassing the great empires. But will God give her enough time? In the great empires in the Guan, most people laughed at the emperor's house-fainting moves, but outside the Guan, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake on the Richter scale, all chaotic. People from all tribes all greeted the ancestors of the emperor of the great Zephyren generations. Many tribes who supported the Golden State clamored to attack Human Pass or Zenyang Pass with all their strength, and gave a severe lesson to the emperor of Diezu. The capital of the kingdom of Jin, Yanqing, and the palace of Jinliuan. There was a chaos in the whole hall, and all Dakin officials gritted their teeth and asked for troops. Golden State Great Khan Nushi sat on the friend chair, frowning, his cold eyes flashed with breathtaking anger, and a bit of sorrow. The food and iron ore outside the pass were mostly in exchange for excellent war horses and animal skins with the great empires, and the share of trade exchanges between the Great Zhou Empire accounted for 60 to 70%. It was not that the Yan and Chu empires were poor. It is because the road is too far away, mostly high mountains, extremely steep, rugged and difficult to navigate, and very inconvenient for transportation. Moreover, the roads are very expensive to come and go. Moreover, the food team has to pass through the territories of many tribes. Some of them are mortal enemies of Dakin, and no one can guarantee 100% safety. The important special assets such as grain price and iron ore must have increased several times on the prairie. The huge loss caused him a headache. Although the ban on borders and trade breaks, Diezu also suffered heavy losses, but in the long run, it is really a slanderous scheme against Dakin. It is a good strategy, and the emperor of Diezu is so courageous. It is said that the emperor of the Great Zhou was a faint and unruly prince, but if he is really faint, would he really dare to implement this ban on border trade? How much determination and courage is needed for this? As for the killing of Hu Ling, he was also worried that according to the news from the secret spy lurking in the pass, many people from the rivers and lakes had already flocked to Human and Zenyang Pass, preparing to leave the pass to hunt and kill the people of the kingdom of Darjin. These rivers and lakes are reckless. Fighting alone, it is indeed very powerful, but if the two armies are at war, it is not a concern at all, but it can still cause turmoil on the prairie. This must be guarded. Fighting, that is necessary. And no matter how much food is needed to supply hundreds of thousands of army's consumption, how to fight and be afraid of beating the Big Zhou army is the most important thing at present. Zenyang's dangerous barrier city has thick walls and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Before entering the east, Dakin desperately attacked for dozens of days, but was unable to conquer the city. On the contrary, he lost many elites. Darjin Iron Cavalry's strong field combat ability is recognized by the entire wild continent, but it has a fatal weakness, that is, it is not good at attacking fortifications. No matter how the golden soldiers scold, those Dazu soldiers just close the gates and do not fight. It's true. It's helpless. The commander in charge of guarding Zenyang's dangerous pass was Wugong Hu Chengqingshan. The old guy is known for his stability. With him in charge, Zenyang's dangerous head is as solid as gold. The terrain of Human Pass is more precipitous than Zenyang Pass, mostly mountains and hills, and it is difficult for the army to attack. He would rather choose to attack Zenyang Pass than to lose Dakin's elite soldiers. Although the Cypriots have grown up on horseback since childhood, men and women, young and old, are warriors, but the population is too small, and there will be one fewer death. Therefore, every time the cavalry offends the side, it will plunder a large number of people to breed offspring. How to fight? Can you beat that fainted monarch with the smallest loss and let him withdraw the border ban? Father Khan, send troops, hit him. Sweat, you must fight hard, and teach that dazed monarch. The officials raised their arms and roared, and the fighting spirit was high, and the whole Golden Liuang temple was full of murderous intent. Chapter 204. The emperor has not completed his house going up and down, and even the entire barren continent, to the ban on border trade and banter orders and censorship. The curse of lunatics and monarchs filled the mainland, and the dangers of Zenyang Pass and Human Pass were even more turbulent and full of killings. Gas. Yi Deshanzi is in the harem at the moment. This servant wants to create a harmonious harem. Whenever he is free, he will bring concubine Ru to the Qianqing Palace to accompany Queen Jin. At this time, even the phoenix clothes will be dragged. People are playing hexagon chess happily. Shang Xiaoru is a famous lady. When one is dignified, knows etiquette, knows the generality, and shows sufficient respect for Queen Jin and concubine Sai. Jin obeys court etiquette. Even if they want to find fault, they can't find an excuse. Besides, the emperor is also extremely spoil her. In addition, the emperor has faintly exposed that meaning. Don't be jealous, treat everyone the same, play small tricks, and make a big noise. I will be very unhappy. Yi Deshanzi showed respect for the concubines, but in this respect, he is extremely domineering and must be harmonious. Otherwise, don't blame me for neglecting you in the future. This should be put in the modern era, and the result is either a divorce or a sturdy wife who gave him his peerless magic weapon. But this is a feudal monarchy society where men are inferior to women, with 3 principles and 5 virtues, and deep-rooted. Empress Jin also has a sexual affection for people who are warm, and the emperor treats him equally, and has never petted anyone alone. This bowl of water is leveled, what can she say? As for concubine Sai, she was originally Empress Jin's close kids, and she was favored by the emperor. Once she flew to the Jade Branch, it was Empress Jin who followed. Even Empress Jin had no objection, she didn't need to say anything. They are also extremely polite to Feng Nishang. Although Xiaonizai is a maidservant, who really dares to use her as a maidservant? Little Nizai is smart and considerate, and the emperor will take her with her wherever she goes. If she wants to be pampered, I am afraid that she is the most pampered. Xiaonizai has never favored the arrogant crowd, she is good to everyone, and is the most popular. It is destined to be the concubine who will be favored in the future, and Queen Jin will also be polite to her by 3 points. Yeah. In third. When the last move fell into the set, concubine Ru was so happy that she forgot to cheer. Xiaonizai has been deeply influenced by someone these days. Queen Jin and concubine Zai looked at each other, then smiled and glanced at someone. As a concubine, it was imperial courtesy to yell, but someone didn't care at all. What he wanted was, are you satisfied with this lively, natural and happy harmonious atmosphere? Yi Deshanzi smiled and stretched out his hand, putting it on Empress Jin's lap. Empress Jin's cheeks blushed, and she hurriedly grabbed the wolf's paw that was about to move. If she didn't stop it in time, the wolf's paw would have penetrated into her skirt, but her heart was warm. Everyone played several games in a row. The first is naturally Empress Jin, the second is Xi-Fi, the third is Ru-Fi, and the fourth is Nishang. The inventor of hexagon chess, Yi Deshanzi, will lose every game. In order to create a harmonious atmosphere, it is necessary to lose, and Queen Jin and others also know that he lost deliberately, and this heart is warm. Concubine Zai was still very interested. Empress Jin said that she was a little tired, got up and went into the bedroom. Yi Tan already got her eyes to indicate, got up and followed in. Jaina. Yi Daishanzi sat on the edge of the bed with her arms around. What's the matter? Empress Jin leaned in his arms happily, grabbed his hand to prevent him from moving, and said softly, the Emperor, the concubine seems to feel that concubine Ru hasn't changed much. Yi Daishan stunned. What will change? Doesn't it just look like that? He didn't understand what Queen Jin meant for a while. What would happen to people? Even if there is, it is very subtle, and it will take a year or two to change slightly. Rufai still has a long time. Empress Jin said. Chen concubine doesn't mean that. The concubine means that the Emperor and concubine Ru have not yet completed their rooms, right? Isn't it? Can't you see this? Yi Daishan smiled. She is too young. Queen Jin said solemnly, it's all 14, it's not too young. Not to mention the hint of Suzalun, the chief general of the house attendant, it is that just by looking at the words, deeds and eyebrows of the concubine Ru, the girl's innocence still remains. Moreover, the Emperor has recently been uncharacteristically, always tossing the concubine in broad daylight, like her. How can such a clever woman fail to see it? She is too young. Wait a few more years. Yi Daishanzi smiled. After all, the ideas and thoughts of ancient and modern are too different, and he doesn't bother to explain. It would be too evil to destroy the Empire's small flower bones. No such hobby of BT. Queen Jin sighed. The Emperor has worked hard. She knew the Emperor's hobbies very well, and, with the vigor and fighting power, she and Zeif had a deep understanding. They often had to serve both in order to avoid the Emperor's enjoyment. Concubine Ru was born to be charming and enchanting, and her lethality was no less than that of the former concubine Li. The Emperor was able to hold it back. It was an odd number, and it was hard enough to endure it. Of course, she still has the last word to say. The most bitter thing is Sci-Fi. These days, Sci-Fi has been tossed so badly. She and Sci-Fi both serve, and she is still reluctant. Now it is Sci-Fi. It's strange to be served by one person. I wanted to have a few court ladies serve, but the Emperor didn't seem to have that meaning, and she had to dispel this idea. Yi Daishanzi grinned, with an evil smile on his face. Brother didn't work hard. Brother did everything for you. He was dead. Empress Jin couldn't help but turn red. The Emperor's smile was too familiar to her. I don't know what evil thoughts were turning in his heart. Then, if the Emperor feels bored in the palace, go outside to relax. The Emperor didn't want to pamper the court lady. Rufai was too young, and he didn't want to round up the house. Gwingxai concubine served as a servant, and he definitely couldn't. Zeif has been complaining to her for the past few days. If you continue to toss like this, why don't you let Zai concubine's life be lost? Child, the only way is to give him another concubine, or let him go outside to make a fool of himself. Well, the little princess of Yan State can have any character, appearance, and identity. The most important thing is that she is a rootless duckweed in the palace, which poses no threat to her. In modern times, the eldest wife finds ways to help her husband take a concubine. It's absolutely impossible to talk about it. It's a blessing not to be chased by a wife with a kitchen knife, but in ancient times, it's not surprising that as long as the status of the eldest women is not threatened, how much do you accept? The concubine is okay. At most the reputation is damaged. Yi Daishanzi scratched his head. Could it be that brother was fooling around outside? Let Queen Jin know. Right? However, in this era, patriarchal supremacy, as long as you have money, there is no problem with how many xiamis you raise. Well, although the technology of this era is very backward, brother, I really like it. Yi Daishanzi smiled and hugged Queen Jin. Jaina, it is said that behind a successful man, there is a very capable woman. Jaina is really my wise helper. Empress Jin gave him an irritating look. Come on, you get cheap, and you sell well. Chapter 205 The slave is touched. The tombs of the Beijing Quanzong and other important rebellious parties, which were buried in the Ran grave, were excavated and secretly transported away. When the Black Guard passed the news into the palace, Yi Tan's face showed a strange expression, and then he ordered the Huaking Palace to be closely monitored. Except for one Beichin Nuoking who slipped through the net, All the important members of the Beechin family were punishable. If they didn't guess wrong, the person who secretly transported the corpse of Beechin Quinzong should be Beechin Nuoking. For a while, I couldn't figure out what Beechin Nuoking had to do with the Princess Yuning, so he had to strengthen surveillance. He believed that after Beechin Nuoking reburied his brother's body, he would definitely sneak into the palace again. To get the answer, only Jiang the net is waiting for the big fish to throw themselves into the net. At the most remote southern end of the Great Zhou Empire, in an unknown village, Beechin, who was dressed in plain white, stood in the wind and rain, allowing himself to be soaked by the rain. "Miss, be careful of the cold." A grey-haired old man hurried over holding an umbrella to protect her from the wind and rain. "Miss," the white-haired old man shouted, "you just leave like this?" Chen Nuoking sighed faintly, and a touch of sadness appeared on her pretty face, but she resolutely said, "If I don't come back within a month, I will do as I said before. Fu Bo, please, remember that child Chengzi. Don't teach martial arts." "Miss." Fu Bo's eyes reddened, and his lips trembled, and he finally let out a faint sigh. What the young lady meant, he understood that to preserve the flesh and blood of the Beechin family. As for any plan to restore the country, the young lady had completely given up and even avenged the son. No idea of it. He accompanied the young lady the day before yesterday and watched the young lady perform the secret astrological thaumaturgy of the Beechin family. The Emperor of the East, the climate has been established, there is no hope of rejuvenating the country, it is better to give up, go against the sky, and be sent by heaven. This is the decision made by the lady after thinking about it all night. Seeing the young lady disappearing in the wind and rain, Uncle Fu couldn't help crying. "Leaf, is that you?" Yi Daishan jumped out of the big bed just like this. It's still daylight, and Zeif has been tossed for a while. Just lay down and rested soon. The woman outside the heavily veiled tent is indeed Linu. She didn't expect this faint king to get out of bed, so eating yuogo, her cheeks flushed with shame, took a mouthful, and turned around in a hurry. This faint lord is still such a good color, it's still in broad daylight, it's really easy to change, and it's hard to change the original sex. Yi Daishanzi looked at the concubine Zai who was lying on the bed, and saw that her snowy white chest was still rising and falling. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With such a big movement, concubine Zai was still asleep, thinking that she was fainted by Leaf in her deep sleep. "It's fine." He put on his clothes, opened the veil, and said with a smile, "Miss me?" The last time she left, she went to chase Shi Junxi and other people in the demon sect. Now she returns to the palace, thinking that it is Shi Junxi who was killed by her. Under the guise of Linus' hand to eradicate the rebellious party, this internal worries can be cleaned up. He feels unspeakably relaxed and happy. Linu took a bite and groaned, "The ghost misses you." Yi Daishan rubbed his hands and knew, "Well, you don't want me, then I miss you, right?" Linu rolled her eyes white and glamorous. This dead fainted monarch had this kind of sex, not a proper figure, and she looked like a little bastard, and there was really nothing to do with him. However, speaking to him, it feels unspeakably relaxed and natural. This feeling is weird, and she seems to like it quite a bit. She leaned back in a soft chair lazily. "I want to eat shabu shabu." "Okay." Yi Daishanzi smiled. "Wait a minute, it will be fine soon." Linu watched him leave, stood up, and walked towards the bathroom. The two maids waiting outside quickly followed up to serve, but the expressions on their faces were very strange. They have been waiting outside for the summons to serve. They have never seen Empress Li concubine come in, but at this meeting they saw her coming out of Empress Zai concubine's bedroom. It was a hell of a life. In the hall of nourishing the heart, the Emperor Yi Daishan had already made up the hot pot, and Leaf approached after the bath. He sniffed hard. "It's really fragrant." I don't know whether he was talking about the appetizing scent of the hot pot boiling, or the delicate scent of Leaf after bathing. Linus' eyes turned white, unceremoniously picked up the chopsticks, and happily whipped up the lamb, killing her master and enemies all let her slaughter, and now she is all right and light. She feels indescribably relaxed. Yi Daishan leaned close and said with a smile, If you like to eat lamb so much, I will cook it for you every day. Linu giggled and said, "Want to seduce the slave? There is no door." Yi Daishanzi sighed. "I'm fighting outside all day. I don't know how worried I am." "It's numb. You go to coax your queen Jin. The slave is not fooled." Linu giggled, "Not soaked in oil and salt." Yi Daishanzi mobilized the muscles of his cheeks, showing a very serious expression. "What about the truth?" He shrugged and spread his hands. "I can't help you if you don't believe me." Linus' eyes flickered slightly, and then he giggled and said, "I am so moved in my heart." With her indifferent expression, it is difficult for people to see what she is thinking, and even more difficult to determine whether her words are true or false. Yi Daishan graciously took vegetables to her. "Ah, have you noticed that you are laughing a lot more than usual now?" Linus' heart jumped suddenly and giggled. "This mutton is delicious." Of course the slave is happy. Naturally laughed. "The truth is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Is it really that simple?" Yi Daishan didn't believe him. He looked at Leaf carefully, but unfortunately, Li Fei's expression was indifferent, and it was so quiet that it was difficult to see what she was thinking. "Why, don't you recognize the slave?" Linu giggled, her eyes filled with sly playfulness. Yi Daishanzi was a little discouraged. He sighed softly, and said softly, "No, I just want to remember your face." Linu took a sip and turned her eyes white. "What's the matter? It's as if the slave is dying." Ba ba ba. Yi Daishanzi didn't make a sound anymore, just kept drinking boring wine and couldn't get Leaf. His life was a big failure. If she doesn't come back, I don't know how many lifetimes he should regret. "What's the matter?" Annoyed, Linu felt a little curious about him. Yi Daishan smiled bitterly. "It's just a bit lost." Linus' heart trembled. This was the last time she came to the palace and parted again. Perhaps she would never see each other again in this life. For a while, she couldn't help but feel a little confused in her heart. The two stopped talking, one silently rinsed the lamb, and the other silently drank the sullen wine. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Time passed by, and at some point, the palace lantern was lit in the palace. Yi Tan stood up and said softly, "I'll go to the Imperial Study Room to review the memorial. Please rest assured." Chapter 206. Parting is heartbreaking. So Yi Tan didn't plan to see Leaf farewell at last, lest he feel uncomfortable. Husi thought about it. Suzalun came in to report, "The Emperor, the idea has sneaked into the Huaking Palace." "If Beichin is here?" The Emperor Yi Daishan lifted his spirits and immediately led the crowd to Huaking Palace. Huaking Palace had been surrounded by soldiers. The first 2 rows were swordsmen and shields, the middle was the spearmen, and the back was the archers with bows and arrows. And many archers occupied the commanding heights. After the last actual combat test, these arrogant soldiers have understood the importance of team cooperation. After intensive training, their combat power has been increased several times. It is the enchanting level master like Leaf who wants to forcefully break through these prohibitions. The palace guard's formation is also very strenuous. Yi Tan wanted to know if Chen risked his death to sneak into the palace to see Princess Yuning, what secrets he had. So he ordered Suzalun to sneak in to investigate. At this moment, Leaf came here gracefully. Yi Daishanzi understood now. She followed Beichin Yuoking before coming to the palace. "I thought she was worried that she would assassinate herself." He felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, "Are you worried that Beichin came to assassinate me before entering the palace?" Leaf gave him a white look and groaned. "The ghost is worried about you." The slave is just coming back to take a look, and when he sees the forbidden warrior being transferred, he is curious to come and have a look. Yi Tan laughed and said, "Well, it's just a coincidence, just a coincidence." It didn't take long before Suzalun came out of the Huaking Palace, leaned to Yi Tan's ear, muttered a few words in a low voice, and stood aside. The expression on Yi Tan's face was very strange. Suzalun just went in and saw Beichin Yuoking hugging Princess Yuning to make affection. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Beichin Yuoking and Princess Yuning is such a relationship, which is really shocking. "Now, I feel a little headache." For the rebellious party, He will never be merciful, but he will kill Bichenu, O king. But I am afraid that it will hurt Princess Yuning's heart. If he fails, it is possible to suicide and die in love. In the midst of a headache, Pchenuo king took the Princess Yuning out of the temple. Seeing Rulin Jiashi, Pchenuo's expression changed, and Princess Yuning was even more scared. Pchenuo king sighed in her heart, let go of Princess Yuning's hand. Yining knelt down. People's daughter Bichenu king knocked on the emperor. Only then did the Princess Yuning react, and bowed to Bichenu king's side. Tremblingly, the emperor, please let go of Sister Yu, O king. Yi Tan was stunned for a while, Ying for a while, and suddenly moved forward. Suzalan and the others were taken aback, and quickly rushed to stand in front of the emperor. Chen knelt down on the ground. She could feel that the Emperor of Diezu had approached 2 feet in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of holding the Emperor of Diezu. Yi Tan walked past them and said, you too, coming. Entering the palace, Yi Tan Yuan sat on a chair and ordered the 8 dragon and tiger guards to guard the outside, leaving only Suzalan, the little 5 and the 6, and Leaf. Pchenuo king took the hand of Princess Yuning in, and both knelt on the ground. Yi Tan asked in a cold voice, if Bichen is in love, would you rather be sincere to the Lord? These words, let alone Bichen king and Princess Yuning, even Leaf, Suzalan and others were all startled, with weird expressions on their faces. Pchenuo king took a deep breath and turned to stare at Princess Yuning. If I bear Yuning, I will be sent by heaven. The ancients believed that there were gods 3 feet above their heads, and they did not dare to swear a poisonous oath easily. If Pchen dared to make such a poisonous oath, everyone present believed that she was sincere to Princess Yuning. But this kind of thing, in fact, this kind of thing is not surprising, it is everywhere, but if it is spread out, it will damage the royal face. Seeing the emperor's gaze, the pale and bloodless Princess Yuning held Bichen king's hand tightly, and said with a trembling, please let the emperor let Sister Yu king go. When the sleeves were turned over, she had a sharp dagger in her hand, under her throat. If the emperor ordered to kill Bichen king, she would suicide and die in love. Yi Daishanzi scratched his head, and he muttered for a long while, before slowly saying, Bichen king, remember your oath. If you have negative Yuning, you will escape to the end of the world, and I will not let you go. What? Pchenuo king had a look of surprise. He thought he was bound to die, but he didn't expect it to end like this. For a while, he thought he was dreaming. Everyone present was also stunned, each with his mouth open, as if petrified. Yi Daishan stood up and went outside. Now the city gates are closed. Let's leave tomorrow. Suzalan and others hurriedly followed. Linu looked at Bichen king and Princess Yuning, who were still in a daze, and said in a low voice, bless you with your old age. When she said this, her pretty face was full of shame and blush. Before Bichen's sentimental thank you came out, people had already slipped out of Huiking Palace. Outside the Huiking Palace, except for some soldiers who stayed behind to take care of the guards, everyone else had gone clean, as if nothing had happened just now. In the Hall of Nourishing the Heart, Linus' expression was a little weird. Really let them go? If you don't let them go, why don't you want me to hold a wedding for them? Yi Daishan replied indifferently. Some of the confidants of Bichen Quanzong had been arrested before, and it was found out that Bichen king did not participate in the rebellion, and even opposed it. It's just that Bichen Quanzong insists on going its own way. If Pchen bowed down and bowed, it was tantamount to surrendering, and it was a hint that the people of the Bichen clan would not do such a thing again, and Yi Tanzi also dispelled the idea of murder. Lily's feelings exist in ancient and modern times, and there are more modern ones. For this kind of thing, he is not very disgusted. Since they two truly love each other, why not make them perfect? Leaf chuckled, okay, you have set a lot of precedents in the wild continent, why not do it again? She knew the secret between Bichen king and Princess Yuning, but she didn't tell it. She didn't have any dislike for this kind of thing, as long as the two people truly love each other. For women, the longing for love is always romantic and beautiful, even if she is hard-hearted and slaughters hundreds of people in one breath. But for this kind of thing, she also hopes that there will be a happy ending. She followed Beijing Oking all the way to the palace, because she was worried that the unconscious monarch would kill the mandarin ducks. After all, if this kind of thing spreads out, the royal face will definitely be lost. If Yu Jun orders to do something, she will not hesitate to help him, hold Yu Jun, and cover Beijing King and Princess Yuning from fleeing the imperial city. Unexpectedly, this unconscious June would be so enlightened, and the ending was unexpected. The look in her eyes was a little different. This faint lord, the more I look, the more. Chapter 207. At the beginning of March, the great Khan Nushi of the Golden Kingdom led a 300,000 army to force to the town of Zhenyangwan. The battle flag was flying like the sea, and the barracks stretched for dozens of miles, and the momentum was so big that people were scared to death. For a time, the Zhenyang Pass was filled with wars inside and outside, and war broke out at any time. But Human Pass remained calm as usual. A large number of warriors rushed out of the pass, looking for prey hunters. The entire grassland outside the Great Wall was in chaos. Some tribes were in desperate shortage of food, and they also secretly engaged in headhunting. They came to the fortresses in the middle of the night and exchanged heads for their heads. The food needed. In short, anyone who has money and rat tails dare not go out nomadic alone or with a few people. At least dozens of people are required. Otherwise, if you encounter a headhunter, you will only be left with a headless corpse. In mid-March, the well-prepared fox Xiaoyan finally came out quietly on a dark night with the 5,000 fine riders of the Tiger and Leopard Riders. According to the information provided by the black-clothed secret spy, there is a small Titan tribe loyal to the Golden State more than 60 miles to the southeast. There are more than 2,000 people living there, flocks of cattle and sheep, and foxes. It is this little tribe. The Tiger and Leopard Riders rode one person and two, galloping overnight, and arrived at the destination before dawn. After changing their horses, they immediately launched a devastating attack on the Titan tribe. Many warriors of the Tatar tribe were chopped down by sabers in their sleep, they were trampled into meat patties by war horses, and burned to death by fire. There was only sporadic resistance, and the entire tribe was trampled flat in the blink of an eye. Whether it's a strong, fat war horse, or an old, weak, sick, and disabled war horse, along with cattle and sheep, Xiaoyan ordered all his subordinates to drive back to the customs, and then burn the whole torch. When several nearby tribes loyal to the kingdom of Jin gathered together and rushed to the camp, they all opened their mouths, and some even couldn't stand vomiting. The entire camp became a sure slaughterhouse. There was no living person, but the whole clan gave extinguished. Mom, so many spoils. UI General Tang Feng exploded for the first time. There were nearly 50,000 cattle and sheep alone, and nearly 4,000 war horses. Many of them were strong and fat war horses. Not jealous. That's weird. It's just training soldiers, and then just holding sheep. Xiaoyan is very humble. With more than 2,200 strong and fat war horses. He left 1,500 horses, and the rest goes to Tang Feng. The old, weak and sick. The war horses were sold at a discount to the local people, and the money earned was used as military expenses, which was paid a lot. After nightfall the next day, Xiaoyan took another 5,000 tiger and leopard riders and went out quietly for actual military training. All tribes loyal to the kingdom of Jin, no matter how powerful you are, you will slaughter if there are few people, avoid if there are too many people, and if you can grab them, you will fight desperately. If you can take them away, they will put the fire down. He loyally practiced the emperor secretly instructed the three-light strategy of fighting to nurture the war. Within half a month, 3 tribes within 100 miles outside Human Pass were exterminated. Several powerful tribes also lost a lot of people. There are countless cattle, sheep and horses. For a time, the entire prairie chaos it became a pot of porridge. Originally, Xiaoyan did not do it so well. But after he captured those tribal camps, he saw the looted people of Decisive who were tortured. Not even the pigs and dogs, let alone him, his subordinates were all tortured. I'm so angry. You do the first year of junior high school, I do the 15th, exterminate the clan. In this half a month, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalier led by Fox Xion fought fiercely with two powerful tribes, using the wolf pack tactics to the fullest, defeating more with less, injuring the enemy heavily, and playing the iron and blood of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Prestige. The actual combat training has allowed the recruits to grow rapidly. Although I dare not say that they have grown into veterans with many battles, the rapid increase in combat power makes Huxion very happy. Of course, losses are inevitable in every battle. After several battles, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry suffered more than 1,500 casualties, but the soldiers were quickly replenished. Nurchi used iron and blood to dominate the prairie. Not every tribe surrendered. Those who did not surrender, either the strong men were slaughtered, the women were looted, or the tribe fled to uninhabited places. There are also many tribes. Jingzwang escaped into the customs. As soon as the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry conscription notice came out, these sturdy herdsmen immediately signed up to join the army in order to avenge their grievances. All ethnic groups outside Serbia grew up on horseback. Men, women and children, young and old, are warriors capable of fighting. They are skilled in archers and do not need to spend too much energy and time on training. They only need to exercise them into the queue, emphasizing the important sex of teamwork. You can immediately go into battle. The Tiger and Leopard rode outside the pass and flew immediately, killing all tribes on the prairie into panic. Chaos into a pot of porridge. UI General Tang Feng was embarrassed in his heart. He even put on the memorial and asked for the expedition, but the reply he got was to stick to the original place. Those who went into war without permission, ransacked their families and annihilated the clan. Commander Fox, your Tiger and Leopard riding have been enough these days. You are the Emperor's beloved general. Do me a favor. Tell me about it. Tang Feng was really unable to do so, so he had to entertain Huxion and ask him to help him talk about it, so that the Emperor would allow him to lead his troops out of the battle. Huxion looked solemn and clasped his fists, saying, "The general, it's not that the general did not help, but that the general did not understand the Emperor's magnificent strategic intentions." There were only two of them in the study, and Huxion immediately explained the Emperor's meaning one by one, and he was moved by Tang Feng. His old face flushed red. The Emperor, Shengming. He was extremely ashamed, and at the same time ecstatic, fighting, and it must be a hard fight. But the army of the Kingdom of Jin has not yet crushed the realm. Listening to the Lord's words, I won 10 years of reading, and I am ashamed that I could not understand the grand strategic meaning of the Emperor. I almost made a mistake, Brother Xion. Please. The general has praised the Emperor, the wise monarch. My great Zhu will dominate the mainland. Ha! The two men drank booze. The fate of the soldiers is to fight on the battlefield. The shroud of horse leather. They all have the opportunity to establish immortal merits. It is only a matter of time. After only 2 years of conquering the Golden Kingdom, this battle will be fought. Everyone is looking forward to this day's arrival. In the following days, Huxion continued to rate the Tiger and Leopard riders to harass the tribes outside the Great Wall, rushing for thousands of miles, coming and going without a trace, to give full play to the mobility of the cavalry. During this period, it plundered countless cattle, sheep, and horses, robbed a lot of alien youths. These prisoners of war were all taken to remote areas to mine ore and serve as free labor until they died of illness and old age. UI General Tang Feng stepped up to exercise the soldiers and strengthen the defense of the fortresses at various checkpoints. Now a border ban has been implemented, and those who stole out of the checkpoint without authorization will be killed. At the same time, the human branch of the Black Guards has also increased its activities. Many treacherous merchants or big families who have fornicated the Kingdom of Jin, and even some officials have been sacked. The notoriety of the Black Guards has spread to the wild like a hell demon. mainland. Chapter 208 War of Attrition. Does the public have any objections? In the Jinlian temple, the enchanting Emperor Yi Dacian sat on the dragon chair, full of prestige. From the Tangbao from Human Pass, the tigers and leopards rode victorious in all battles and achieved brilliant results. There were countless trophies seized. The best thing is that the number of excellent war horses seized was as many as 10,000. If 10,000 excellent war horses are traded in a normal way, how much food and iron ore will it cost? Furthermore, those tribes are worried that you will gain strength all at once, and it is impossible to trade 10,000 fine war horses with you at once, which is more than 2,000 or 3,000 horses, and some old war horses that are about to be aging are also infiltrated with them. Rather than honestly doing business exchanges, it is more cost-effective than looting and grabbing. This is not even counted as the countless cattle and sheep looted. And there are also a large number of alien youths. This is all free coolies. The consequence of this is, of course, to arouse the monstrous anger of the Serbian people, and they will squeeze the city with all their strength. Fighting, Yi Dacian didn't worry at all. Anyway, he would fight sooner or later. Early fight is better than late fight. He has defended the dangerous barriers and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, after the beginning of the spring, a large number of new weapons have been delivered to Human and the town respectively. Yang, enough for those tarts to drink a pot. He can afford the War of Attrition. There are plenty of resources in Dezu. There are too many people. One dead one can make up 10 people. Those outside Cypriots are not the same. There are few people in the land, one dead one and one less, and there is a lack of food. This War of Attrition, they can't afford it at all. Of course, the tiger and leopard cavalry's three-light strategy of fighting and raising the battle is secret. In the memorial of Fox Xion, all the massacres are turned into kills, and the number of deaths remains unchanged. This shows how much Yi Dacian will love this member. Except for those enthusiastic and ego military commanders, all the civil servants of the Manchu dynasty shut their mouths tightly, and did not release a fart. The emperor was arbitrary, with iron and blood, and the dragon was prosperous. Who would dare to offend the dragon? The fox commander is proud of our country, which makes people proud and wins a prize. The emperor is wise. The royal faction and the main battle faction stood up one by one to sing praises, and now, they can be proud of it. These are all the efforts of all the princes and families. I am very pleased. You are all flowers of the great Zu. The pillars of the country. The rare humility of the Emperor Yida's face sank, and he said in a solemn voice, Diezu and Jin are in the same state of power. Whoever makes peace in the future will be regarded as traitorous and prosperous, killing without mercy. The officials of the peace-seeking faction couldn't help but shudder. They attacked from a distance and attacked the Golden State for the first time. This was a grand strategy formulated by the Emperor, and he would make peace later and decided to move. In mid-March, when the tigers and leopards were riding beyond the Great Wall, and the fox butcher's notoriety reverberated in the prairie, the Golden Kingdom Great Khan Nushi, who was conquered by his own driver, ordered a stormy attack on Zhenyang. Regardless of the losses, the Jinbing attacked day and night. Zhenyangwan commander Chiang Qingshan led the whole city to resist. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Chiang Qingshan is not worried at all. All kinds of military resources are constantly being shipped in, and the soldiers are also adequately replenished. Moreover, the emperor has also transferred him a large number of new weapons with terrifying lethality. The old generals can't put it down, and the soldiers in the city continue. After half a month of bloody battle, a new weapon hasn't been used yet. There were 300,000 troops stationed in Zhenyang Pass. Each department took turns defending the city. The recruits who had been replenished by battle damage were scattered to each battalion. The old and the new were combined, and the recruits quickly grew into qualified fighters. The city was solid, and Lord Chang was not worried at all. He just lay on the newly drawn military map to check the terrain and use new weapons with terrifying power to defend the city. It was too extravagant. He couldn't bear it. He was thinking about how to give it. Taroko came here for the second time. There was a big battle at Xinyang Pass every day, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were everywhere. But there was no war at Human Pass, except for Fox Xion's tiger and leopard riders, slaughtering and plundering everywhere. UI General Tang Feng felt aggrieved. Report to your lord, it's an emergency. A soldier sent intelligence. It was an emergency sent back by the Black Guard, and the seal was marked with a secret note unique to the Black Guard. With a bang, Tang Feng was so happy that he slammed his fist on the table and laughed loudly. Finally, Mage Bazi, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. According to the intelligence sent back by the black-clothed secret spy, there were two golden armies moving towards Human Pass from the north and the south, with the intention of riding tigers and leopards to make dumplings. This information could not be reported to Huxion's subordinates. The tiger and leopard cavalry is now 3 riders per person, and the tiger and leopard blood cavalry is 1 person and 4 riders, which is very extravagant. The tigers and leopards rode like wind, their tracks were strange, and it was very difficult to find them. Tang Feng could only order all the scout camp to dispatch, find Fox Xion, and inform him to retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise he would really make dumplings. Master Commander, the subordinate feels something is wrong. After smashing a small tribal oil to the kingdom of Jin, the Tiger Leopard Blood Cavalry 1st Battalion Lieutenant Godab reported to Fox Xion during a short break. He was the #1 warrior of the Gori tribe. Almost all of the tribe was slaughtered by the Golden Soldiers. He and some tribesmen fled into Human Pass, always thinking of revenge for the tribe. As soon as the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry conscription notice was issued, he immediately signed up for the army. Fighting bravely, with outstanding achievements, he was soon promoted to the 1st Lieutenant of the Tiger and Leopard Blood Camp, in charge of 500 Iron and Blood elites. The promotion of Godab greatly stimulated the warriors of various tribes. They were worried that they would be excluded by the Han Chinese. Now, this worry is unnecessary. Fight, fight and fight again, avenge the tribesmen, and receive military service promotion. If it weren't for the special confession of Emperor Iedazu, we must treat all the tribesmen who served for the Great Zhu. No matter how wise Fox Xion is, and no matter how meritorious Goblin is, he might not be promoted so quickly. Nowadays, there are many tribal warriors in the Tiger and Leopard riding, and the tribal warriors in the scout camp account for the majority. They are native tribesmen who know the local terrain very well. There are many tribal warriors enthusiastically signing up to join the army. All of them are veterans who have experienced many battles. Fox Xion was reluctant to give up, and simply expanded the 5 battalions of cavalry, all tribal warriors with a clean wind. What's wrong? Huxion asked humbly, and Goblin can now be regarded as his confidant. Have you noticed that among the few tribes we have destroyed, there is almost no young and strong? All of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled women and children. Talk about it. Huxion frowned slightly, and knew Shiyuji personally conquered, and led an army of 300,000 to attack Xinyang dangerously. It should be the removal of many young people from the tribe, right? There seems to be nothing unusual about this, right? Although all tribes outside the Great Wall of China, men, women, young and old can fight. Jingo even claims to have 1 million string-controlling men, but the population is too small, and he feels that it is normal for the young and strong to be vacated. Goblin said solemnly, the adults don't know, the population of each tribe is inherently small. Even if it is the order of Nurchi, it is impossible for each tribe to send all the young and strong warriors of the tribe to participate in the war. Unless they are facing the danger of extinction, mobilize the whole family. Huxion's heart jumped suddenly and frowned. You mean, these young men are all gathered together, ready to ambush us? Goblin hesitated. The subordinates can't confirm it either. They just think it's unreasonable. Huxion punched him and ordered the scout to go far out and reconnaissance. and at the same time ordered the cavalry to start and retreat. Chapter 209 Wolves' Tactics. Fox Xion led 5,000 tigers and leopards to drive herds of cattle and sheep toward Human Pass, which was more than 50 miles away. Scouts from all walks of life reported back, bringing back disturbing bad news. 2 golden cavalry were found on both sides of the southeast, less than 20 miles away from Human Pass, and another cavalry with a size of about 20,000 was chasing behind. The enemy's intentions were very obvious. 3 breads were copied, and Huxion was trapped outside the pass and gathered and wiped out. Huxion ordered to stop the retreat, opened the military map for a while, and then summoned the commanders of the battalions to briefly explain the current unfavorable situation. "Master Commander, you can order what to do," the generals yelled. "Human. They can't go back. Even if they die in battle, they will have to fight for their worth." Huxion's index finger pointed at a certain place on the map, and a fierce smile appeared on his handsome face. "Tazi took the lead and broke our way of retreat, and wanted to trap us to death on this prairie. Turn upside down behind them, and then look for opportunities to return to Human." The back road was cut off, and Human was temporarily unable to go back. Only when they went deep behind the golden soldiers, turned their backs upside down, and moved all 3 of the golden soldiers away from the Human area, they had a chance to return home. He acted decisively and ordered the slaughter of more than 300 prisoners, abandoning all the cattle and sheep, only carrying dry food and water, and all lightly packed to the north. He didn't worry about the supply at all, and could replenish it on the spot. Although it was cruel to raise a war by war, if he wanted to survive, he had to be more cruel than the Jinbing. Nurch's 8th son, Minayu, led a 20,000 iron cavalry to chase after the tiger and leopard cavalry. The scouts reported that the Zhou army cavalry had turned around and retreated to the north. "Let me chase it. Be sure to wipe it all out." Minayu ordered the chase. Tiger and leopard riders are a great scourge on the prairie. It has caused panic among the tribes in the southeast area. Father Khan hates it. With careful layout, he finally managed to kill this big Zhou. The cavalry blocked on the prairie. After tracking for most of the day, people were sleepy and lacking horses, and they were still about 20 miles away from the Decisive cavalry. But the sky was getting darker, so he had to order to rest in the camp and pursue it again in the morning. After a rest night, before dawn, Minitsu ordered the whole army to continue pursuing, but chased wildly for a while. Scouts returned, and lost the trace of the great Zhou cavalry. Asshole Minayu, who wanted to make meritorious service, was so angry that his whip in his hand made several scouts howl miserably. Report. The messenger of Liuoxi asks for help. Yaoshi came to Faki to report. Minayu frowned. The Liuoxi people settled in the west of the grassland, more than 300 miles away from Human. What will happen at this time? Big Brother Ba, my clan was violently attacked by the great Zhou cavalry, and requested reinforcements. The messenger of the Liuoxi clan was covered in blood. His armor was damaged, and he was very embarrassed. There are 3,000 Liuoxi warriors in Minayu's tribe. When the tribe was fiercely attacked by the Decisive cavalry, their faces changed. Their parents, wives and children were all there. If the camp was breached, the consequences would be disastrous. How is it possible? Minayu yelled, and the Decisive cavalry kept fleeing to the north. He led the cavalry in hot pursuit. It was 6 miles away from the Liuoxi tribe. Could the Decisive cavalry fly? It's true, I ask 8 princes for reinforcements. It will be too late. The Liuoxi messenger knelt down on the grass and cried bitterly. This expression can't be pretended. I would like to ask 8 princes for reinforcements. The Liuoxi warriors jumped off their horses and knelt down to request reinforcements. After hesitating for a while, Minitsu ordered that Taluo, the first warrior of the Liuoxi tribe, led his tribe's 3,000 warriors to return to help. He paused the pursuit, and all scouts came out to investigate the whereabouts of the great Zhou cavalry. To be honest, he still had doubts about it. This north and south, the 2 places are more than 6 miles apart. Can the desert cavalry fly to Luoxi overnight? When Talo led the tribe's 3,000 warriors back to the tribe, their tribe's camp was reduced to ashes, and there were mutilated corpses everywhere, and none of them were spared. Talo was so angry that he spurted blood on the spot, and a scout came to report. A great Z cavalry was found in front of him. The number was about 1,000. He immediately ordered a chase, vowing to cramp the genocide enemy and light the sky lantern. After chasing for a while, the desert cavalry rushing in panic split into two groups and fled. He also divided his troops to chase, and never let off any enemy who slaughtered the tribe. The desperate desert cavalry seemed to be chased in a hurry, and then split into several groups and fled around. The Luoxi warriors also divided their forces to pursue them again and again, and they were not letting go. Huzang was Talo's deputy. He was ordered to chase and flee the enemy with 2,000 cavalry. He realized that the enemy in front was missing, and the warriors who followed him were no more than 500 cavaliers. He was shocked and saw the front. Dust and smoke billowed, iron hoofs rumbling, earth shaking. "What's the matter?" Ha yelled in exclamation, raising his eyes to look into the distance. "It's not good. We are surrounded." Their warriors under his team exclaimed, their faces pale and bloodless. I don't know when, surrounded by the great Z cavalry with all black and black armors, a large piece of black crushed, like a torrent of rolling iron and steel. Where did they come from? Hesang still didn't react, shouting loudly. 500 Losai warriors were surrounded by 3,000 tigers, leopards, and iron cavalry groups, like a rain of locust arrows. No one was spared. This is Yi De Shanzi's wolf pack tactics. If the enemy is too strong, it will be divided into forces, and then the superior forces will be concentrated and annihilated. The actual combat training time for the tiger and leopard cavalry is short, and the cooperation is not skilled enough, but it is effective when used. Still satisfied with Huxioyon, the 2,000 rosy warriors in the sound of the voice were so deceived and divided by the wolves' tactics, and they were all annihilated in the end, and even the 3,000 iron knights under Talo also lost 1,500 knights. Seeing the corpses of his subordinates and two small tribes that had been exterminated all the way, Minayu Hashioji's face was as ugly as it was. "Big brother, now is not the time to be upset. Let's report profusely and ask for reinforcements." Warriors of all tribes have asked for reinforcements. There is no way. This great Z cavalry is too capable. For a while, in the west, the chickens and dogs did not stay wherever they passed, and several small tribes were given to the pot, leaving no one to live. These warriors outside the Great Wall usually offended the side, looted and burned, but did not keep the chickens and dogs. Now, they have also repaid the painful taste, and they can't help but feel shivered. Human is closed, the Golden Army camp. In the Chinese Army's commanding tent, Nushi's fourth son Suharto's face is ugly. They three-way cavalry outflanked them and successfully blocked the tiger and leopard riding of Fox Xioyon outside the pass. However, the situation not optimistic. The 5,000 tiger and leopard riders blocked outside the pass rushed into their rear and turned upside down. Not only did the old man fail to annihilate the enemy and make meritorious works, he suffered heavy losses. Moreover, several tribes even gave them away. What he is worried about is not those small tribes, but the tiger and leopard riders are too capable of running, and their whereabouts are erratic and difficult to grasp. If they rush to the area of Chuoqing and harass them, they will rob and burn the grain road, which will cause 300,000 attackers to attack Zenyang. The army's mind was unstable, and Father Khan's rage caused serious post-inspection. Chapter 210 Bad News. Burn it all out for me. Huxioyon gave an order, and his soldiers immediately threw the torch into the granary, and the raging fire quickly engulfed the granary. The sky was full of flames and the sky was red. He squinted his eyes and looked at the senior generals beside Shili with a smile. Guess what is Nurture's expression? In the past half-month, he led tigers and leopards on the vast prairie to play hide-and-seek with a few chasing soldiers. After nightfall, He ran for thousands of miles and captured Chihuaching, the transit station of Jinguo's delivery at the dangerous pass of Zenyang. Chihuaching was filled with a large amount of food, weapons and equipment, and various heavy siege equipment. The harvest was not small, but unfortunately, there was no way to take it away. Only a handful of fire was burned out. Tiger Leopard Blood Riding 1st Battalion Lieutenant Goblin said solemnly, "The old guy must vomit blood for 3 liters. There are 200,000 stone grains piled in the granary, which can solve the food and clothing of many people. It is a pity to burn it all out. But think about it, this fire can be burned to diffuse the gas." Nurchi's 300,000 army is crazy. Overcoming the dangers of Zenyang. If the supply of food is not enough, there will be a jump. The whole army retreat. Huxion issued the order to retreat. After repeated fierce battles and raids for thousands of miles, the men and horses were exhausted. However, this is not a place to rest. Jinbing's reinforcements will arrive soon. Although the tiger and leopard riders were exhausted, the sound of the assembled horns sounded, and they immediately returned to the team in an orderly manner. If one expands the city, there will be no more people alive except for more than 3,700 tiger and leopard riders. In Slaughter the City, the chickens and dogs are not left. Although the cruelty is to annihilate the human sexuality, these are all for revenge for the people of Diezu who were looted by foreign races, and those tribal warriors who were destroyed by the golden soldiers and joined the tiger and leopard cavalry are even more so. Cruel and cruel, massacres are often executed by them. During the retreat, Huxion ordered fire everywhere, turning Nuoda Chihuaching into ashes. Human Pass, General Mansion. UI General Tang Feng in armor and a group of senior generals were looking down at the map. Report to the general. The Black Guard is secret. A soldier presented the secret message from the Black Guard. Don't open it. Tang Feng laughed and said, "God helps me, it's hard not to make a contribution today. Ha ha." According to a report by the black-clothed Guardian, Boazan, the 11th Prince of the Golden Kingdom, has led 40,000 cavalry troops to leave Human Pass, and a few golden soldiers have been found haunting Mount Borlang Road. The 100,000 golden army showed off at Human Pass, posing as an attack on the city. At this time, the 11th Prince, Boazan, estimated that the 40,000 cavalry troops should not leave quickly, indicating that Foxxion's subordinate was not annihilated. On the contrary, it may be a big trouble in the prairie. The 4th Prince Suharto had to fight the fire. Tang Feng grinned, "Brother Fox, you have to hold on to it. Once my old Tang solves the enemy forces outside Human Pass, I can send troops to support it." Human Pass was built on Mount Borlang. There were only 2 gates, one entry and one exit. The terrain was very dangerous and it was not easy for the army to expand. This is the main reason why Jinbing repeatedly fought off the sides and went to the dangerous pass of Zenyang. The Mount Borlang is steep, and it is difficult for the apes to climb. However, according to local hunters, they hunt in the Mount Borlang all the year round, and there is still a dangerous road leading to the outside of the pass. The golden soldiers appear in Mount Borlang, presumably so. Want to use this secret road to get around behind Human Pass, and then attack the city. With a wishful calculation, the master is worried about his lack of merit. No, Suharto has given him merit. Don't use this merit for nothing, or you will be ashamed of so many new weapons. Tang Feng gave an order, and the generals immediately began to make various preparations. They waited for this moment and waited too long. Northeast, Jining. Jining City is the east gateway of the Great Zhou Empire, with 100,000 frontier troops stationed there for many years. 20 miles ahead, set up relevant cards, and the opposite is the border fortress of the Korean Empire, Pingjin City. The 2 cities are separated by more than 40 miles, and the few miles in the middle are undefended buffer zones and important small market towns for business exchanges between the 2 countries. The small market town is still as lively as usual. Businessmen of the 2 countries are trading various commodities. while the people living on the border are playing small businesses to support their families. Several teams of Korean soldiers entered the small market town, and the people on both sides did not panic at all. They were just wondering how the Korean cavalry would enter the small market town. Both Zhou and Han empires signed a treaty. Soldiers from both sides were not allowed to enter this undefended buffer zone. After decades, this treaty was finally broken. The soldiers of the Korean Empire set up roadblocks at the entrance of Xioji town and began to interrogate past merchants and people. All those who were interrogated were citizens of Dazu. Subsequently, some merchants who usually did a lot of business were forcibly detained, and the goods were confiscated on charges of fornicating and rebelling against the party in Korea. Even ordinary poor people were forcibly searched, but all the valuables were confiscated, then deported, and returned home empty. The robbery of the Korean Empire naturally caused dissatisfaction between the Dazu merchants and the people. The two sides quarreled endlessly, and then turned into bloodshed. How the unarmed merchants and the ordinary people can rival the wolf-like Korean soldiers. A conflict ended. More than 30 people were killed or injured by border merchants. After the accident, the people of Dazu were too frightened to cross the border to do business with Korean businessmen. The lively small market town was empty and only a steady stream of soldiers from the Korean Empire entered. Fang Yufu, the prefect of Jining City, did not even make a protest. He directly ordered the closing of the city gate and allowed the soldiers of the Korean Empire to do things on the other side. The tax office on the border of the Great Zhou Empire was destroyed, and the soldiers of the Korean Empire planted the battle flag on the official office, and dignifiedly occupied the tax office on the border. Fang Yufu, the prefect of Jining, took a calm attitude and did not make any response. Royal Palace, Ritual and Palace. Yi Daishanzi was admiring the graceful dance of concubine Ru. Suzalan, the chief of the internal maternity supervisor, hurried in and said in a low voice, "The Emperor, Zhen Yang, 800 miles in a hurry." Yi Daishan's brows frowned slightly. At this time, Chen Qingshan sent an 800 blub. Could it be an accident? He opened it. His head buzzed, and his face turned pale. The commander of the Zhenyang Pass, Wu Gonghu Chen Qingshan, was assassinated and died. He is now replaced by his deputy, Gong Tangfeng, who is in charge of the defense of Zhenyang Pass. The 6 murderers who assassinated Lord Cheng'u were chopped into flesh by the guards on the spot. They had all been lurking in the Zhenyang Pass for many years, and they were usually honest. Who would have thought that they were actually the killers of the kingdom of Jin? Lao Su, how about Gong Tangfeng? Yi Tan was worried about whether Zhenyang's dangerous pass could be held. He didn't know the details of Gong Tangfeng at all, but he had always been Chang Lao's deputy. Plus the replacement general appointed by Lord Chang Lao, who before his death, he should be a bit capable. Suzalan cautiously said, Gong Tangfeng is also considered a strong general. He has repeatedly made military exploits and is quite appreciated by Lord Cheng'u. He is just too young to convince the crowd. Chapter 211 Decisive Battle 1. Call all the generals into the palace to discuss matters. Adjust the palace Tangfeng archives. Yi Tan's face was so gloomy and terrifying. Now, with the 300,000 army of the kingdom of Jin oppressing the territory, Niu drives himself to siege the city day and night. But at this time, Lord Chang Lao was suddenly assassinated and died, and the military's spirit is unstable. When he came to the imperial study room, the little eunuch had already submitted Gong Tangfeng's personal file. Yi Tan hurriedly read it, and felt a little peace of mind. Gong Tangfeng, now 35 years old, is the most outstanding figure in the young generation of the palace family, the third largest family in the imperial city. He repeatedly made military exploits, and later served as the deputy commander of the city guard. When Chang Qingshan was transferred to guard the dangerous pass of Zhenyang, he was easily transferred. 35 years old, in the prime of life, the peak of men, but most of the military are veterans who have experienced many battles, who are born to death. They may not be convinced. If the yang and the yin are violated, Zhenyang is dangerous. In the midst of yin, The generals arrived one after another, saluting one after another. Yi Tan concisely explained the reason for the urgent summoning of the generals. In grief and indignation, the generals asked Ying to go to Zenyang Pass to preside over the overall situation. Yi Tan's gaze stopped for a moment on Yu Tongleuo, the great general of the country of Zhou, and finally rejected. Although Yu Tongleuo is a veteran with many battles, he is not a suitable candidate for attacking but not defending. The Emperor, Human 800ly expedited the report. A eunuch hurried in to report the report, presenting the report with both hands. Yi Tan opened it and saw that his face was pale and bloodless again, saying that the room leaks when it rains, and he is in this horrible situation now. The Jinbing 100,000 cavalry entered Human to force the Human, and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry commander who was actually training outside the pass made the 5,000 men and horses led by Huxioyan failed to withdraw back into the pass in time and were trapped outside the pass. Cross-legged, Huxioyan, bastard, Tiger and Leopard cavalry is an elite cavalry piled up with silver. This time, it's all over. Yi Daishan's legs softened, and he fell into the soft chair without making a sound for a while. All the generals in the imperial study room looked at each other, and no one dared to make a sound. The bad news came one after another, and the emperor must be very upset. At this time, it is better to protect himself. The country's iron cavalry is so strong in field combat that the mainland recognizes that no one dared to pat his chest to ask for orders, lead soldiers out of the barrier, and rescue Fox Xioyan's troops. Report to the Emperor for an expedited report at Jining Pass for 600 miles. Another eunuch hurriedly reported to the Emperor for an expedited report on Jining Pass for 600 miles. Son, your mother, this is really a hit. Yi Tan had read the Yongbao and couldn't help but verbally scolded his mother. When people were unlucky, the bad luck came one after another. The sticks killed the people at the border and occupied my territory. Fang Yufu, the prefect of Jining, didn't even do anything. What's the use of this kind of old bastard? After trying his best to calm himself down, Yi Tan sinked for a while, and appointed Mu Chunfing as the commander of Zenyang Pass, bestowing the sword on the top, and leading the Black Wolf Army to assist Zenyang. Zenyang Pass is the gateway to the northwest. Once it is lost, the Golden Soldiers' cavalry can drive straight into it, threatening the imperial capital, but cannot tolerate any mistakes. He can only select Mu Chunfing to take command, and I hope he will live up to his trust. For the sake of safety, he also ordered the prefectures in the northwest to strengthen their defenses, and at the same time mobilized troops and horses to reinforce Zenyang Pass. As for the Fox Xioyan who was trapped outside the pass, he could do nothing but resignation, but ordered Ui General Tang Feng to guard the fortress without permission. The last imperial decree was to order the great general of Zhou Yu Tongleuo to lead his army to Jining, temporarily acting as the prefect of Jinzhou, to deal a severe blow to the arrogance of the stick, and at the same time to escort Fang Yufu back to Beijing to lead the crime. The old minister abides by the order. Yu Tongleuo took his orders happily. Now, there is another battle. Why can't he make him grin out with joy? If he is playing in the kingdom of Jin, he is very confident about 50%, but if he wants to bully the weak stick of the elementary school, he is very confident. What's more, the emperor not only allocated 200 thunder chariots to him, but also a large number of them. Rocket explosive drug. This time, it's so cool and crooked. In the next few days, Yi Daishan anxiously waited for the news from the front, and he was in a very bad mood. Outside the city of Zenyang, the temporary commander-in-chief Gong Tangfing led an army of 200,000 troops outside the city and confronted Nuchi's army of 300,000. Warriors of the prairie, the victory or defeat is in this showdown. The first one to enter the city will be promoted to the 3rd rank, and he will be free to plunder for 7 days. As the great Khan of the Golden Kingdom, he has experienced many battles and knows how to inspire soldiers. He already knew the news that Xuoqing was captured by the Tiger and Leopard cavalry and the 200,000 stone of grain was burned. He just suppressed it and did not dare to speak out, so as not to affect the military's morale. The day before yesterday, Zhenyang Xiangwen commander Chang Qingshan was assassinated to death. The temporary commander Gong Tangfing was so angry that he led his troops out of the city for a decisive battle. This was a good opportunity to break the city. Even if the food and grass had been cut for half a day, he would not let it go. Good opportunity. The food shortage is only temporary. As long as you enter Zhenyang Pass, what will you want? God-given opportunity. Who will miss it? Long live the sweat. The 300,000 warriors outside the Great Wall roared and plundered freely for 7 days. This is really exciting for them. The beautiful women of gold, silver, jewelry and wine in Taiyang Pass are waiting for them, one by one. As if he had been beaten with blood, his expression was fierce, his eyes were red, and he roared, "Attack!" Nerchi pointed a scimitar and issued an attack order. 30,000 iron knights are like 3 torrents of iron and steel, rolling towards the great Zhou army deployed under the city. The 200,000 great Zhou army stood still, all the soldiers tied white hemp on their foreheads, filial piety for their old commander Cheng Uyi. Shang Lao Huyi was assassinated and died. To the great Zhou army, the soldiers suffered a great blow. But the temporary commander Gong Tangfing chose to fight at this time because he had his own purpose. It is said that the soldiers will be defeated, but no one can ignore the prestige of Lord Chang Lao in the army. All the soldiers vowed to avenge the blood and hatred for Lord Chang Lao and turn grief into strength. This force is enough to destroy the world. What's more, the Ministry of Defense has recently deployed a large number of new weapons with terrifying lethality. The first time they are used, they will definitely shock the enemy's morale greatly, and the enemy will lose and we will grow. This is a little more likely to win. Of course, Shang Lao Huai appointed Gong Tangfing as the acting commander before his death, which made many high-ranking generals dissatisfied. Gong Tangfing was ordered to be in danger, and he knelt down and asked for justice. He only needs to fight this battle to repel the golden soldiers. After that, wait for the Emperor Sheng Yu. Although the military veteran was dissatisfied, everyone wanted to avenge the blood and hatred of Lord Chang Lao. Today, everyone went all out in the battle. 30,000 golden army cavalry quickly approached from the left, middle and right, and the sky was covered with smoke and sun, and the earth shook. The Gong Tangfing Lin Kai who was sitting on the war horse pointed at it. Hundreds of racks were mounted on the head of the city. The giant crossbows were carefully modified to shoot one after another, roaring shooting into the rushing golden cavalry team. With a puff of blood, the giant arrow fired by a machine has a terrifying force. It penetrates the body of the first knight in front, and then penetrates the second one. The remaining strength is not decayed, and it penetrates into the body of the third rider's horse. The horse sighs. With a bang, the knight flew and through, breaking his hand and breaking his foot, and only had time to scream, and he was stepped into meatloaf by his companion's iron hoof. Under the dense coverage of huge arrows, the golden horsemen turned their backs on their horses, stumped their limbs and flew into chaos, and fell nearly 300 warriors in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying lethality still couldn't stop the warriors of the Golden Kingdom who had beaten Chicken Blood. They brandished long swords and howled and continued to charge. The front row of sword and shield fighters of the Great Zhou army who stood still and suddenly backed away a few steps, showing out of a thunder chariot. Emission. With a wave of the long sword in the officer's hand, hundreds of thunder chariots fired together, and the huge arrows with thick arms whizzed out, densely covering the rushing Golden State cavalry. The mist is flying. Chapter 212 Decisive Battle 2. The huge crossbow erected at the head of the city is shot diagonally. Although its power is amazing, its terrifying lethality has not been fully demonstrated. The thunder chariot is flat shooting, and every giant arrow with thick arms screams and shoots into the cavalry crowded with golden soldiers. At least 4 or 5 knights are pierced, and the broken corpses are thrown away. The lethality is terrible. It is chilling. With 2 rounds of fire of the thunder chariots and the long-range coverage of the giant crossbow at the head of the city, the golden soldiers' cavalry lost over 1,000. After 5 rounds of shoots, The formation of the Jinjun cavalry charge has all been disrupted, and the offensive momentum has slowed down. The great perimeter pikeman plugged a 3-meter-long spear on the front end of the Thunder Chariot, with 3 guns per vehicle. The Thunder Chariot immediately became a simple fortification that could withstand the impact of the cavalry. The pikemen retreated, and the archers were in 5 rows. After the first row of archers shooted the arrows on the string, they immediately retreated. The second row was connected, and the shooting was repeated. The 5,000 archers are divided into 5 columns, taking turns to shoot. The sky is full of dense arrows. This is the real arrow rain. Every time the arrow rain fell, a large number of Golden Army warriors screamed and fell their horses. The horses hissed in sorrow and collapsed. The bodies of the horses and people were plugged with arrows, like a giant hedgehog. This is a piercing cone made by the workers of the machine workshop according to the requirements of Yide Shanzi. The arrow is made of fine iron, slender, and sharper. It is different from the general spike arrow and the like. The arrow is open on 3 sides. There are sharp edges and barbs, which always penetrate into the human body without hitting the key points, and will not be killed on the spot, but the blood is shot from the 3-sided blood trough mark, and many Golden Army warriors are slowly dying from the blood. This kind of armor-piercing cone can penetrate through 5 layers of heavy armor. The armors worn by the soldiers of the Golden Army are mostly leather armor. Many of them are just wearing ordinary clothes and can stop the penetration of the armor-piercing cone. There were almost no living creatures in the area covered by the rain of arrows. After 5 rounds of shooting, the first wave of the Golden Army cavalry's attack finally retreated after dropping more than 4,000 dead bodies. Nyu, who was supervising the battle in front of the battle, had a pale face. His muscles were twitching, and his heart was bleeding. More than 4,000 elite warriors who had experienced many battles were gone. However, this was a good opportunity to conquer Zhenyang's dangerous barrier. No matter how great the loss was, he could only grit his teeth and order another attack. This time, the left, center and right 3 cavalry attacked at the same time. The difference was that there were 5,000 cavalry in the front and 10,000 cavalry in the back. Only a continuous attack could attack the defensive formation of the chaotic Great Zhou Army. As long as they rushed into the dense defensive formation of the Great Zhou Army and engaged in short-term combat, the bow and arrows of the Great Zhou Army would lose the threat. After paying the price of more than 3,000 people, the Jinjun cavalry finally passed through the death penalty zone formed by the giant crossbow, Thunder Chariot and arrow rain, and rushed towards the defensive phalanx of the Great Zhou Army. The 5,000 archers changed from shooting to shooting, and the terrifying lethality of the piercing cone became more and more prominent. Every arrow rain brought out countless blood flowers. The knights howled and threw, and the horses sighed and boomed. Fall down. Like a rain of locust arrows, the big golden warriors fell down, and the ones behind continued to howl and charge. When they rushed to a certain distance, they immediately took off their big bows and shot the arrows. Casualties began to appear. Their warriors of the prairie outside the Great Wall, riding shooting the Megatron continent. No one dares to despise. The Great Zhou Army has long been prepared. The shield and axe soldiers support the big shield to protect the archers on their side. For a time, the midair is full of staggered vertical models. The arrows and the sharp screams of the arrows flying sharply through the air rang into one piece. The strong and fat war horse was galloping, and the golden warrior on the horseback shot 2 arrows, immediately retracted the longbow, brandished the war sword, and rushed with a howl. However, hundreds of thunder chariots plugged in with spears formed a large spear formation for cover. The golden cavalry had to cut off the spears first, and then smashed the tanks to make a gap. It is possible to rush into the battle. Many knights were shooted by several powerful arrows before they had time to slash their spears. Most of them only had to slash them. They were also fired by chaotic arrows and fell in front of the formation. The thunder chariot was quickly in front of them. It was full of human corpses and horse corpses, forming a natural obstacle to resisting horses. The heart of the great Khan Nushi, who supervised the battle in front of the battle, was bleeding. Before he rushed to the defensive phalanx of the great Zhou army, he had already lost tens of thousands of warriors, who were all elites who had experienced many battles. Warriors. In the back of the Great Golden Kingdom, a horse galloped from the rear, and a cavalry team blocked it, and then brought a messenger to the great Khan Nurchi. Big Sweat, Human War Report. The dusty messenger knelt on one knee and presented the Human War Report with both hands. Nurchi took a look. His chest was like a giant hammer, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. Father Khan sweat profusely. The princes and elder brothers around him were all frightened, and they shook the crumbling Nurchi quickly, and the guards drew out their sabers and pointed them at the messenger who was kneeling on the ground. The messenger was frightened to death. After drinking a few sips to clear his heart, Nurchi eased his breath and handed the report to the people around him. He carefully arranged and successfully blocked the 5,000 tigers and leopards that were harassing the prairie with hundreds of thousands of cavalry. But they were not able to destroy these 5,000 tigers and leopard riders. On the contrary, 5 or 6 small and medium tribes were slaughtered by tigers and leopard riders, and the tens of thousands of iron riders who encircled and suppressed lost more than 10,000 riders. These are not serious. The real purpose of the troops under Human City is to see if it is possible to break through this danger and open a gap in the south. Jin Bing found a small intestine path leading to the pass in the Guokyu Erlang Mountains. The fourth Prince Suharto ordered his deputy to storm Human Pass. He led 20,000 warriors along the discovered small intestine path into Mount Baolang, intending to make a surprise attack behind Human Pass. The Great Zhou army set up an ambush in the dangerous area in the mountains, first blocked the retreat and the way out with the rolling wood, then dropped the dry wood and hay, and burned the fourth Prince Suharto and the 20,000 golden warriors to ashes. Hearing this bad news, the army was shaken, and the tens of thousands of gold soldiers who pretended to attack had to retreat. But when they were retreating, the 5,000 tiger and leopard riders who were blocked outside the pass suddenly rushed out from nowhere, and ambushed the 15,000 riders behind the palace. The 10,000 tiger and leopard riders who had stayed in the city to rest once again slammed out of the city. The Golden Army in charge of the Queen was defeated, and only half of them escaped. He died of a son and lost more than 40,000 elite warriors, not counting the small and medium-sized tribes that were exterminated. Nushi was full of grief and angered, and spurted blood on the spot. After he was relieved, in order to boost morale, he personally led the Yulin guards to attack, and the plan to enter the barrier from Human had completely failed, and now he had to seize the opportunity to break the barrier. Da Khan personally led the army to attack, and the Golden Kingdom warriors, who were shocked by the terrifying lethality of the Thunder Chariot and the giant crossbow, howled and continued to attack, and their fighting spirit was stimulated to the limit. Chapter 213 Decisive Battle 3 The Imperial Forest Guard is the premier responsible for guarding the sweat. All soldiers are carefully selected prairie warriors, and they can be said to be the elite cavalry of the Golden Kingdom. These Imperial Forest Guard warriors brandished their sabers, roared, and rode forward to kill. At this time, the thunder chariots in front of the Great Zhou army's defensive formation have all stopped shooting and turned into simple fortifications, and the giant crossbow that erected the city's head was frequently fired, causing various malfunctions. The intensity of shooting has also been sparse, but every giant arrow shooting still causes terrifying damage to the Golden Army. Warriors of the prairie, follow me, rush. Nushi brandished his sword and shouted loudly. Behind him was a large group of guards. The golden-colored dragon flag fluttered in the wind, which greatly encouraged the morale of the Golden Army. Gong Tangfing sat on the horse, looking at the golden-colored dragon flag that was approaching. A strange expression showed on his handsome face. Order the Shenjin to calibrate the target. Take Dragon Banner as the target, and prepare to focus on bombardment. Above the city's head, there are hundreds of large-scale crossbows that have been carefully modified and have not fired. The stone rappels in the city have not fired. There are still a large number of rockets, which have not been fired yet, because of the timing. Not yet. What is loaded in the rock dumper is not a grind boulder, but a pack of explosive drug packages. The citation drug is very long and has been accurately tested. The explosive drug package will only explode after it hits the ground. The hundreds of giant crossbows at the head of the city were tied with explosives on the thick arrows of their arms, and the simple launching of rockets had also been erected, only waiting for Gong Tangfing's order. However, Nushi is very cunning. Although he personally led his army to attack, he only traveled beyond the fire range of the giant crossbow. Gong Tangfing cursed in a low voice and ordered the giant crossbow that was still firing on the city's head to reduce the number of firings. At the same time, the soldiers in front of the order deliberately leaked a small gap to induce Nurchi into the giant crossbows within the shooting range. At this time, many Golden Army warriors have jumped off their horses, braved like a rain of locust arrows to remove the corpses of their companions and horses, clearing the roadblocks, and then holding an iron shield, howling and rushing forward. Soldiers on both sides were already fighting hand to hand. The Great Zhou army used simple fortifications and dense formations to resist. The few rushing big gold warriors were like Fei fighting a fire, and they were quickly annihilated. I have to admit that the personal strength of the Dakin warrior is extremely high, and Dazu soldiers often have to pay a price of 2 or 3 people to cut down a Dakin warrior. The battle is very tragic. After a long period of fierce fighting, a burst of cheers suddenly broke out, and the left wing of the Great Zhou army's defensive formation finally tore a small gap, hitting the chicken-blooded Darjin warriors desperately to rush in. But let them how much personally they were bravely, it will be difficult to break through the dense defensive formation of the Great Zhou army for a while. Like a rain of locust arrows, their warriors of the Great Golden Kingdom finally moved away the corpses of their companions and horses after paying the price of hundreds of people, cleared a passage, and placed the Great Zhou army in the thunder chariot in front of the formation. Move away. At this point, the roadblock has been cleared, and the cavalry can initiate a charge. Warriors, rush. Seeing that victory was in sight, Nurchi couldn't hold back his inner joy and rode his horse forward to guide the cavalry to attack from the left flank. General Gong Longkai has entered the firing range. An officer reminded them of how terrifying the impact of the Jinjun cavalry is. They have a deep understanding. Although the left wing deliberately exposed flaws to lure the enemy, they really want to be caught. Jinjun's iron cavalry was shocked, and it was very likely that it would really break down. Wait. Gong Tangfing looked very calm, killing 10,000 golden soldiers. Not as good as a Nurchi can inspire the morale of the army and destroy the morale of the enemy. At this time, the Jinjun cavalry, which was attacking in full force, was only more than 60 steps away from the left-wing phalanx. It was time. Gong Tangfing gave an order, and the soldiers of the Shenji battalion who had been waiting anxiously lit the fuse and fired the first wave of explosives. With a loud noise, the flag officer in charge of the dragon banner of the Great Golden Kingdom was smashed to the back of the horse by the dynamite bag that was shooted. The guards behind the flag were sharp-eyed, grabbed the dragon flag and raised it high. Nurchi looked at the packs of green smoke falling from midair, and an ominous thought flashed in his mind. Boom boom boom. The earth shaking loud noises one after another. Nushi felt his body shook fiercely, and the powerful air wave threw him away from the horse. In midair, he saw that the bag of Baodongdong exploded with fire. Many grassland warriors' limbs were shattered, flesh and blood flew, and the flying golden-colored dragon flag was blown to pieces. Boom boom boom. The sound of violent explosives was everywhere. Numerous golden soldiers were blown into the air. The sudden loud noise made the horses startled and galloped around. The knights on horsebacks were thrown away, fell to the ground, and were trampled by countless iron hooves. Meat pie. In front of the defensive phalanx of the Great Zhou army, a large number of golden soldiers gathered, and both sides were engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly, behind the Great Zhou army through a large swath of smoke, which fell into the group of golden soldiers, and then crashed. The explosion sounded. Many warriors hadn't understood what was going on. The powerful waves of air blasted them off, and the shrapnel that fired was cut and pierced. In a decisive battle between the two armies, the Shweki represents the general and motivates the morale of the army. It should not be moved easily, otherwise it will affect the morale of the army. The dragon banner represents the emperor. Now, the sudden fall of the dragon banner is a big blow to the morale of the Golden Army. New weapons with terrifying lethality are even more chilling. Anyway, the flames flashed, and there was a loud bang, and many of the same ropes fell down, and the corpses were shattered, which was frightening. The two armies confronted each other, and the brave one. Once this morale was low, it was doomed to defeat. The shivering golden soldiers ran back. The slow running was either lifted by the blast of explosives, or was blown away like a locust arrow. Rain shoots into a hedgehog. The Yulin guards, who were attacking with profuse sweating, were the first to be the main targets of the attack. They suffered heavy casualties. They were all in a mess. One by one, they jumped off their horses in a hurry, picked up bloody bodies, and fainted and awake. Withdraw. Children, attack. Gong Tangfing pointed his sword and ordered the army to attack. Defeated like a mountain, the Golden State Warriors' personal combat power is high, but their morale has fallen to zero, and they fled back in panic. Gong Tangfing only led his army to pursue 10 miles. Seeing that the Jin army had evacuated, the rear team was not in a mess, so he ordered the troops to be closed, cleared the battlefield, and retreated into Zenyang Pass. On the official road leading to Zenyang Pass, Zen State General Mu Chunfing was leading his guards to speed. He received the holy order and immediately led the Black Wolf army to speed up reinforcements. Dust and smoke billowed ahead, and several horses came galloping forward, and immediately the knight shouted, "Zenyang Great Victory! Zenyang Great Victory!" Mu Chunfing ordered his subordinates to intercept the messenger. After asking the reason, he couldn't help but relax. This Gong Tangfing was a tiger general. When the commander-in-chief Chang Lao was assassinated and killed, the army was in danger when the army was shaken. Jin Jun is a personal thing. At this time, he went to Zenyang to take over the commander seal, which was really unsuitable. He immediately ordered the army to camp in situ and waited for the emperor's imperial decree. Chapter 214. I'm happy today. Great Zhou Empire, Imperial Palace. Yi Daishanzi sighed and lay down on his bed, and concubine Ru knelt next to him, gently beating his back. Before entering the palace, the elders of the Shang family tried their best to teach Shang Xiaoru as much as possible to learn to serve and to confuse the emperor's inner charm. This is also an important task that must be done to loosen the waist. Concubine Rao's massage technique is quite exciting, and Tanzi is accustomed to this kind of comfortable enjoyment, so he must enjoy it before going to bed. However, these days, Yi Daishan has been worried all day long. Worried about the war at Zenyang Pass, and only hopes that love will rush Mu Chunfing to Zenyang Pass to preside over the overall situation. The Emperor. Do you want a concubine to offer a dance to the Emperor? Rufai asked softly. She also knew that the Emperor had been in a very bad mood due to the war at Zenyang Pass in recent days. The dance was just to make the Emperor happy. Yi Daishan sighed. How can I feel in any way now? The Emperor. The Emperor. Suzalun, the chief executive officer of the inner attendant, rushed in abnormally, and said excitedly, "The Emperor, the victory in human, the victory in Zenyang." What? Yi Daishanzi jumped up from the bed, jumped to the ground barefoot, grabbed the Yongbao in Suzalun's hand, glanced briefly, couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ai concubine, I am so happy." He was so happy that he was gnawing wildly when he hugged concubine Ru. Milk is a bear. These days I have been worried about being afraid and worrying that Zenyang Pass will not be able to hold it down. The big rock that was pressing on my heart fell. Bang. The Emperor. The Emperor. Rufai was so embarrassed that her jade cheeks were red. Although she was eager to be favored by the Emperor, there were still many court ladies and eunuchs who were watching from the corner during the day, and she was ashamed. Reward. All rewards. Yi Daishanzi couldn't express the extreme excitement in his heart for a while, pointing to the few palace ladies eunuchs in the corner of Shili. all rewards. See the emperor. The little eunuchs were so happy that they knelt down to thank you. The emperor's face was so gloomy these days that everyone was trembling and afraid of being badly served. The eunuch had his head cut off by the emperor. Lao Su, tell the royal chef to add more dishes tonight, and you will have a share. Yi Daishan happily patted Suzalan on the shoulder. The dignified true dragon emperor, every meal is 3 dishes and 1 soup, which is too shabby. Today my brother is going to be extravagantly. Congratulations to the emperor, congratulations to the emperor. Suzalan missed the opportunity to flatter him from time to time, and then ordered the little eunuch to notify the imperial dining room to add food to celebrate. Congratulations to the emperor, congratulations to the emperor. Sci-Fi helped Empress Jin in. The victory of Zhen Yang and Human had spread throughout the imperial city. The emperor had been worried about the Zhen Yang pass and was in a bad mood. Come to congratulate, let alone, there is another joy. I have seen the queen, concubine Sai. Concubine Ru bowed down to the incoming Queen Jin and concubine Sai. In terms of etiquette, the emperor was too wordy and let them free. But the emperor is the emperor, and the queen is the queen. Can't be less. Empress Jin smiled back. She is the lord of the harem. The majesty and demeanor of this empress is a must. There are no rules and no squareness. She is too casual with the emperor, but there are still some criticisms. Okay. Yi Daishanzi grinned and smiled. I am happy today and I have a reward. Before the words finished, the quick-reacting Empress Jin took a few steps back, pulling a court lady in front of her, and the slow-reacting concubine Zai had been hugged and rewarded on the spot. Empress Jin, with a shy red cloud on her jade cheeks, sighed in her heart. The emperor is fine with everything, but sometimes it is too nonsense. Rufai lowered her head shyly, and the little eunuchs of the palace ladies in the corner of the servants all bowed their heads, watching the nose and the heart, seeing no evil, no listening. Although she has become accustomed to the emperor's mischief and absurdity, concubine Zai is still so ashamed that her jade cheeks are flushed with shame. The emperor. After the emperor had enough mischief, Queen Jin walked over. The emperor, there's still a joy. Is there another joy? Yi Daishan was taken aback, and said anxiously, say Jaina quickly. Empress Jin gave a low laugh, reached out her hand to catch concubine Sai, and pushed it in front of Yidan. This is the happiness. Yi Daishan froze for a moment, and immediately realized that concubine Sai was also pregnant. He cried out with joy, if you are happy, you will have to be rewarded more. This time, concubine Zai stopped being fooled. She screamed, and ran outside, while Empress Jin also withdrew from the palace under the cover of several court ladies. Seeing the emperor looking over, her eyes were shining, and concubine Ru was so frightened that she backed away a few steps quickly. She shook her hand and said, the emperor. The concubines offered answers to the emperor. After a mess, the emperor Yi Daishan in a good mood summoned Wei Wuxiu in the imperial study room to discuss rewards. The emperor, the youngest, thinks, for this Gongtengfeng, not only must be rewarded, but also punished. Wei Yuji's wretched smile. The emperor is in a good mood today. Don't worry about saying the wrong thing. This guy fits my brother's heart well, but unfortunately, he looks too wretched. Yi Daishan had this thought for a long time. Zhen Yang's victory, to inspire the hearts and minds of the army and the people, of course, must be rewarded. But how to reward these arrogant soldiers and warriors will be more convinced and grateful. This is an art. Congratulations to the emperor. There is another strong general. Why did not miss the opportunity to flatter wildly? The emperor's talents and strategy, to dominate the mainland, is just around the corner. To conquer the mainland empires, not only a lot of silver is needed, but also elite soldiers who can be used to warfare. There is only a Black Wolf army. I am afraid that it is not enough. Then form a new army. That is inevitable. This time, young generals like Gong Tangfeng who have experienced many battles and are good at capturing fighters must have made a big deal this time. The emperor's thoughts, he still figured it out quite thoroughly. At the beginning of April, General Mu Chunfeng of Zen State led a 200,000 army of the Black Wolf army to Zhenyang, accompanied by a special envoy appointed by the Emperor of Zhou. In the general's mansion, the acting commander-in-chief Gong Tangfing and a group of high-ranking generals knelt to receive the imperial decree. Grandpa Huang's feminine and harsh voice echoed in the lobby. Following the fate, the emperor said, the acting commander Gong Tangfing did not obey the holy order, and he went out of war, and he should be full of crimes. What? The generals guarding Zhenyang Pass all raised their heads in shock. The General Gong set up such a display of martial merits, so he would be punished if he didn't reward them. Gong Tangfing was removed from the post of acting commander and was fined for 1 year. The Black Wolf Army took over the defense of Zhenyang. After changing the defense, he returned to Beijing to lead the crime. Such a stupid and absurd decision naturally made the generals who guard Zhenyang and bloody battles filled with outrage, and their hearts were so cold that the great emperor was destroying the Great Wall by himself. There is no medicine to save Decisive. Fengxian, the emperor said. Gong Huang read the second imperial edict, and a sharp, feminine voice echoed in the lobby. Chapter 215 Great Han Tanwai. When Huang Gong finished reading the second imperial edict, all the Zhenyang generals who kneeled to listen to the edict were all happy to call the emperor wise. Don't guess. It's natural to reward the merits. Both high-ranking officials and low-ranking officials are promoted. Mu Chunfing stood on Huang Gong's left, with a subtle smile on his face. Punishment first and reward later. The emperor, rewards and punishments are distinct, but this one relaxes the military's heart even more. The emperor, what a clever means. If the second imperial edict made all the generals happy to call the emperor wise, then the third imperial edict made the generals happy to call the emperor long live. The former Changlao Huyes department, after changing defenses, withdrew to the original station to rest and stand by. It's been almost a year since Zhenyang's safety pass has been guarded. Who doesn't want to be home, and now, can finally go home to reunite with relatives? Who is not happy? Moreover, they returned triumphantly. This glory should be worthy of the empire, worthy of the people of Dazhou, worthy of the nurturing grace of their parents. Gong Huang, where is the general of the palace? Someone found that their acting commander, Gong Tangfing, was punished except for the first imperial decree, but his name was not named in the following imperial decree. Gong Tangfing was still kneeling on the ground. His face was so calm that Beijing did not waver. It was hard to see what he was thinking at the moment. When I met Mu Chunfing's faintly smiling eyes, and then saw him give a thumbs up and compare, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. All the officers who guarded their Zhenyang Pass were promoted and rewarded. How could the emperor be so wise? Forget him. The fourth imperial decree was to order Gong Tangfing to escort the body of Lord Changlao back to Beijing for burial. After that, it was gone. All the generals opened their mouths wide. They were all promoted and rewarded. They were the only ones who stood up to the crowd. The palace commander who led the army out of the decisive battle was not rewarded except for being punished. Mu Chunfing walked forward with a smile, and punched Gong Tangfing. Brother Gong, congratulations. Gong Tangfing forcibly endured the excitement in his heart, and said with a bitter expression, Brother Mu, don't mess with me anymore. For the sinful body, why are you happy? Mu Chunfing laughed loudly. The emperor wants a new formation of the Azure Dragon Legion. There is no suitable candidate for the moment. Ha ha, the battle of the palace brother was timely. Ha ha. Congratulations to the general. All the high-ranking generals who guarded the Zhenyang Pass came forward to congratulate them. Before, they were dissatisfied with Gong Tangfing. After this battle, they were convinced. Gong Tangfing's eyes flushed with excitement. Although the acting commander and the commander are only one level behind, it is not known how difficult it is to rise to this level. There are many senior generals in the army who have not been able to climb. At this point, he was only in his 30s, and he could already lead an army by himself. The emperor looked at him differently. Human Pass, General Mansion. Gong Zhao was also reading the Imperial Edict. The first Imperial Edict was naturally a reward to UI General Tangfeng and his officers. When Father Zhao unfolded the second Imperial Decree, His white face showed a strange expression. However, this is the imperial decree, and he must pronounce it verbatim. Feng Te accepts the transportation. The emperor said, The fox Xiaoyan. Quickly roll back for me and be punished. What is this imperial decree? Not to mention Tang Feng and others. Even Father Zhao, who often reads the imperial decree, also opened his mouth wide. Chen, take the decree. Hu Xiaoyan grinned and accepted the decree cheerfully. Fox brother, old jealous. Tang Feng, who had been promoted to UI general, punched him. The emperor didn't mention rewards in the imperial decree, and he even swears. This is a strange imperial decree, unprecedented in the history of the wild continent. The emperor's curse, with incomparable favor, can it not make people jealous to make their eyes red? After a day off, early the next morning, the 15,000 tiger and leopard riders who have passed the test of blood and fire, Shi Hao, set off and escorted the envoy back to Beijing. Tang Feng stood on the top of the city and looked up at the vast prairie. The Golden Army was newly defeated, and the Lord Nushi was seriously injured. Surely, it's time for Taroko to stop for some time. Imperial City. Gong Tang Feng escorted the remains of Wugong Uchenkingshan to the Imperial City first, went to the palace to meet him, and was later named the general protector of the country and formed the King Long Army. The old man of Lord Chang Lao, who suffered heavy casualties in the bloody battle to guard Zenyang Pass. 150,000 people were left on the expedition, and only 100,000 people were left when they returned. But these soldiers who survived have already gone through blood and blood. Veterans of the fire baptism, with a corps full of 200,000 people. Gong Tang Feng, based on these 100,000 veterans, quickly recruited 100,000 new recruits, combined with new and veteran soldiers, and stepped up drilling training, which will be able to form combat effectiveness in more than half a year. Marquis Chenkingshan was the highest-ranking commander who died for the empire in recent decades. He was buried in the imperial mausoleum. He was named a first-class loyal duke and his heirs were hereditary knights. Both sons of Marquis Chang were awarded prizes. Jin Yu while in Y. After Hu Xiaoyan led the tigers and leopards to ride back to Beijing, all the soldiers were promoted, and Hu Xiaoyan was granted the title of General Yuli and still controlled the tigers and leopards. After finishing all these tasks, Yi Deshanzi was in a painful free time again, and he began to think about it. The Golden Army was newly defeated, and the great Khan Nushi was seriously injured. Should he stop for some time, right? It's not that he didn't think about going to the Ujia personally. However, although Jingo was defeated, it hurt a lot of his muscles and bones, but his strength was still very strong. Moreover, only with a Black Wolf Legion, the risk was too great. He would not play this, a dangerous game with great risks. After another 2 years, the Tartar was almost consumed. When the national power was greatly weakened, my brother would take 3 more regiments to fight the water dogs. The north is still a place of great concern to him. The heavy snow in the winter has alleviated the drought in the north, but he still allocated a lot of money to step up the construction of water conservancy, bridges, roads and other convenient facilities, reclaim a large amount of wasteland, and encourage local people to plant all kinds of crops suitable for northern climate. The emperor's exemption from 3 years of taxation and labor in the north has given the local people hope. The emperor's Holy Ming's voice has been louder than ever. Apart from the pain of idle time, the over-energy Yi Deshanzi still keeps his eyes on Jining City in the northeast. Except for sneaking out of the palace to pick up girls every day and getting into troubles. After the iron-blooded General Yu Tongluo, known as the Butcher, arrived at Jining City with only 50,000 troops, he read out the saint's will, took the Jining prefect Fang Yufu on the spot, and sent people back to Beijing to wait for the emperor's ruling. No need to guess, everyone knows how this timid Fang Tzu will end. The emperor is getting stronger and stronger, especially when it comes to the issue of Han Danwei. His position is very tough. Moreover, the emperor has a strong attitude towards the Korean Empire. It seems that he is very upset. Now, I can find an excuse. The timid and fearful the inaction Fang Zi will definitely be snapped. Yu Tongluo is in charge of Jinning's defense and temporarily takes the post of Jinning's prefect. The military and political power is integrated. This iron-blooded veteran known as a butcher stepped up the arrangement while sending envoys to exit, and proposed the recent actions of the Korean Empire. Stern protests and warnings. Chapter 216 Great Han-dan. Why the imperial capital of Korea, the imperial palace. The face of Li Pyongyang, the king of the Korean Empire, was pale, and his eyes were a little bit uneasy because of the excessive wine color. What should I do, Queen? The monarch of the Korean Empire was inherently weak and fearful. He dared to be the master of small matters, and obeyed his queen of ceremonies for major matters. The back of the emperor's Wang Xumai, recognized as the #1 beauty in the Korean Empire. Unfortunately, the natural persimmon face of the stick makes her appearance not perfect. According to Yi Daishan's aesthetic point of view, at most 70 points. Even ashamed. Hua closed the moon. Chen Yuliuoyan did not reach the level. Empress Yi was born in the Kim family, the largest family in the Korean Empire. She has a bit of intelligence. She has a strong sex personality. Since the sweetness of power has been paid for, her desire for power has become stronger and stronger. It can be said that the Republic of Korea, she is the supreme ruler who really holds power. As for her cowardly and incompetent king husband, she doesn't even have the desire to wait in bed. Provoking trouble at the border and invading the territory of the Great Zhou Empire was due to her decision. Every year, the Korean Empire can get a large amount of funding materials from the Great Zhou Empire, but this year, the Great Zhou Empire's funding to the Korean Empire is halved, which makes her very angry and dissatisfied. In her opinion, Daehan is for Dazhu's dependent countries. Dazhu's funding of various materials should be, and it is an obligation. The Korean Empire took these funding for granted. Moreover, they have been taken for decades, and they have become accustomed to it. Suddenly halved, and everyone is very upset. The most upset is of course the Queen of Yi. After receiving the halved funding materials, Queen Yi sent envoys to Daezhou one after another to protest to the Emperor of Daezhou, but the Emperor of Daezhou suddenly became very stingy. She stopped giving a copper plate, making her more angry. Several incompetent envoys who jumped up and down were chopped off their heads by her. Queen Yi became more irritated when she didn't get the supplies. In fact, Korea is not so poor that there is no food to eat. Free stuff is not for nothing. If you get it and resell it, you can make a lot of money. The way of making money was cut off, and the Empress Yi became angry. Of course, she had to do everything possible to beat the Emperor of Daezhou and make money back. The Great Kingdom's heavy forces suppressed its borders, and both Zenyang and Human in Dazhu were threatened. The field capability of Darjan's cavalry might shock the mainland. It's big enough to drink a big pot in Zhu. Can it hold Human and Zenyang? Unknown. Once the dangers of the two major towns are breached, the iron cavalry of the Golden Kingdom will be able to drive straight in and threaten the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor of the Great Zhou Empire was simply a faint and incompetent monarch. He came up with a feint move to seal the border and cut off trade. It was enough to make a feint move. Then he issued another killing order that ruined the country. Now, give the Jingyu Oren completely angered. Nurkayujia, the lord of the Great Golden Kingdom, personally conquered. Now, it's time to play. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom is powerful on the surface, after so many years of tossing, it has long rotted inside. Empress Yi thought that the Great Zhou army could not hold Zenyang Pass at all. Once Zenyang Pass was broken, the whole area of the Great Zhou would be turbulent. It was also a good time for the Korean Empire to feel the fish in the troubled waters, so there was a border pass of friction. The soldiers of the Korean Empire, who had received the monarch's instruction, had long been jealous of the ability of the Han Chinese to make money, and ordered them to execute them immediately. Not to mention, the confiscated money and goods of the merchants of the Great Zhou were severely distributed. A lot of money. Fang Yufu, the prefect of Jining, did not respond, and made them think that Zhou was cowardly and more and more arrogant, and sent troops to cross the border every day to harass, rob, kill, and rape. Being suppressed by the prefect, The arrogance of the Korean Empire grew even more. Decisive written protests and warnings were delivered to the palace. The cowardly and incompetent king of the Korean Empire frightened Lushan Wazu, but Empress Yi just sneered a few times and tore the protest book to pieces. It took so long for things to protest. I think it was because there were some tough ministers in the court of the Great Zhou dynasty. Under the pressure, the monarch of the Great Zhou dynasty sent someone to protest in writing. Right? Yu Tongleuo waited for 3 days, but did not get a reply or a word from the Korean Empire, and a cruel smile appeared on his thin face. He is known for his iron and blood. The butcher's nickname is not for nothing. The emperor did not send him to guard Zhen Yang's dangerous pass, but sent him to Jining. The intention is self-evident. Besides, when he set out, the emperor ordered the eunuch to send him to Jining. A few words came: "Those who violated my great Han Danwei will be punishable even though they are far away." With just these few words, he already knew what to do, and he issued a written protest, only to show that the Great Zhou was a country of civility and etiquette, and I gave it to me, and then I gave it to me. In 3 days, he had made sufficient preparations, and it was time to teach the stick. To be honest, why did the emperor call big Koreans a stick? He still doesn't understand the deep meaning of it, and it's easy to call it anyway. Report to the general that 2 groups of Korean soldiers have crossed the border and harassed the people at my border. A scout came in to report. Yu Tongleuo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Kill, don't leave one." I don't know how aggrieved frontier soldiers immediately swarmed, and slaughtered the 2 Korean centurion teams who had crossed the border. The Korean army stationed at the border did not expect that the Decisive army would dare to kill their people, and the guards immediately ordered their troops and horses to attack. "Those who commit my great Han Danwei will be punishable far away, my sons. Slaughter Lao Tzu cruelly." Yu Tongleuo stood at the top of the city, cheering his soldiers. In fact, there is no need for him to cheer up. These frontier soldiers are all natives. The Korean soldiers have repeatedly attacked the people, burned and looted the people. Some of the soldiers' family members and relatives died under the butcher knife of the Korean soldiers. With grief and anger, however, the prefect of the governor actually took a calm attitude, which made the soldiers greatly disappointed. Now, Fang Zhe has been convicted of incompetence by the emperor. It is very pleased. The old general Yu Tongleuo, who is known for his iron and blood, has even ordered to fight. Everyone has already contained the fire in their hearts. Now, all of them have been vented. After slaying, the Korean frontier army left thousands of corpses and fled back to Pingjin City in panic. The Great Zhou army hurriedly regained the tax office occupied by the Korean Empire. "General, can you still fight?" a senior general asked cautiously. "Fight? Why don't you fight?" Yu Tongleuo's half-squinted eyes flashed a gloomy cold light. Milk is a bear. Give Jlozi a hard hit. Let the stick know what a big man is." Tanwai. He gave an order, and 100,000 troops gushed out of the city like a tide of water, quickly assembled, and smashed to Pingjin City. Chapter 217. The Great Zhou army suddenly went uncharacteristically, behaving extremely tough, and the army was pressing down on the territory, and forced Pingjin City, making the defenders of Pingjin City uneasy. The Great Zhou army set up a battle under the city. The battle flag was like a sea, spears were like forests, steel knives were shining, the army was prosperous, and the momentum was like a rainbow. They put on a siege attitude, which terrified the lord of the city of Pingjin. After that, he hurriedly sent a flying horse to Huangdu to report for instructions and request reinforcements from the army. There are more than 300,000 people in Pingjin City, but the regular army guarding the city is only 15,000. The rest are all servants who have been trained occasionally for some time, that is, the militia of the Korean Empire. To support a large number of troops, you have to invest a lot of money in vain. The lord of the city would rather put this money in his own pockets than to support a large number of troops. Think about it, you have nothing to do with the Great Zhou for decades. Who I would have thought that this is what happened, now that the lord of the city has a big head when we meet each other. Yu Tongleuo sat on the warhorse and said coldly, "Give them time for a stick of incense." With the white flag, The messenger rode his horse to the city of Pingjin, and conveyed the final stern warning from Lord General: in the time of a stick of incense, hand over all the murderers who have harmed the people in our borders, hand over all the looted money and goods, and compensate us. There is a loss of 3 million tals of silver, otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. 3 million tals of silver? Just kidding, the lord of the city of Pingjin is a famous iron cock, and it hurts him to pay for a copper plate. Yu Tongleuo and the lion open his mouth, nothing more than an excuse. Urgently mobilized in Pingjin city, tens of thousands of militiamen hurriedly took their weapons and climbed to the front of the city to defend the city. They all hissed and breathed in the air while watching the black and heavy Zhou army outside the city. The Imperial Palace of Korea. Empress Yi just received the report at this time. Diajin nation lost in Zhenyang and Human, and the great Khan Nerchi was seriously injured. The army has retreated, and her face turned pale. Dakin, who was known to have been a great shock to the mainland in the field battle, was defeated. Now, the Korean Empire is in a bit of trouble. She was also a determined person. After a long pause, she immediately ordered the 100,000 garrisons in Pinayuan to move closer to Pingjin city as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. Empress Yi also had a bit of courage and talent, but after realizing it, she was too late to say anything. As soon as the time for a stick of incense came, the butcher's general Yu Tongleuo immediately ordered an attack. The drappers piled up in Jining city had already been pushed to the bottom of Pingjin city. The order to attack was issued, and the soldiers who were waiting immediately fired the drappers. Normally, when attacking, the siege party will shoot the boulder first, followed by the fireball, which will not do much damage to the defender, but mainly serves to deter the enemy and boost the morale of the enemy. But this time, what the Great Zhou army fired was not a boulder or a fireball, but a package of explosives. This time, Yu Tongleuo only led an army of 100,000 to Jining, but he brought 20,000 packs of explosives specially approved by the emperor. The emperor's intention was very obvious. You don't have to take a short-handed battle, so you can use these things to learn a lesson. Just a stick. Of course, if the stick does not give in and cannot meet the conditions of Decisive, then they will attack and occupy several cities and threaten their imperial capital. Packs of explosive drugs were fired by a stone thrower and smashed into the city. Many of them fell on top of the city, and some of them hit the city wall and bounced off the ground. Some of the sticks were afraid of these packs of stuff, who were hiding far away, mostly curious, but stabbed with the spear in their hands. And then there was a loud bang, and the flesh and blood flew. Boom 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 boom. There were violent explosions everywhere in Pingjin. Buildings collapsed and fires ignited. Many soldiers were lifted by the blast. Soldiers and poor people who flee in terror were cut and fell into a pool of blood by shrapnel shot from everywhere, struggling to make sorrowful screams. In the first wave of attacks, the city of Pingjin was enveloped in the skyrocketing fire and billowing smoke, and the sticks felt the call of the god of hell. The expressionless Yu Tongleuo ordered to continue to throw shooting explosives and drug packages, and ordered the massacre of tens of thousands of unarmed prisoners. He didn't blink his eyelids. Moreover, the emperor did not send him to guard Zhenyang's dangerous pass. This anger was completely vented onto the stick's head. After 5 rounds of shooting, a section of the city wall in Pingjin city could not withstand the explosion and collapsed. My lord, order an attack. A group of high-ranking generals asked for their orders. The combat power of the stick army has never been very good. This will cause the wall to collapse for a period of time, and only need a blow from the cavalry to enter the city. Receive. Yu Tongleuo gritted his teeth and reluctantly issued an order that stunned the generals. The generals were very dissatisfied with the military orders. They only ordered Mingjin to retreat. When retreating, the soldiers looked back at the collapsed city wall one by one, sighing in their hearts, "Great feat, let it go." Who doesn't? Unfortunately. Not long after the army returned to the city, the messenger from Great Korea came over with a white flag and trembling, requesting a truce and a peace talk. Yu Tongleuo's request is very simple: surrender all the murderers who killed the surrounding people, pay 1 million tals of silver, plus the head of the Queen of Yi. The chief culprit who provoked the border conflict was Empress Yi. This woman was quite talented and courageous. For Decisive, it was a scourge. This was the intelligence sent back by Decisive's black-clothed escort lurking in the borders of South Korea. It was the decision of the head of the Queen's head of the High Guard in Jining. The heads of the High Wise branch officers have a certain degree of decision-making power, but they can cut first and play later. They didn't involve in the army, they just asked Yu Tongluo to increase this one condition. The conditions put forward by Decisive are not very harsh. The soldiers are all ordered to cross the border. The crime is not on them. They can be replaced by prisoners. The compensation of 1 million taels of silver is very high, but it can be discounted with various things. The Korean ginseng is still very famous in the mainland. As for the head of Empress Yi, this is a bit troublesome. When the messenger reported the terms of the Great Zhou Empire to the palace, there was a quarrel on the court of Great Korea. A few days later, the imperial city of Great Korea caused a civil turmoil. In a feudal society where men are inferior to women, women must be in power, especially the power of a country. Unless you have a very strong backing, Queen Yi is backed by the support of the largest family of the Korean Empire. Queen Yi takes power alone, which has caused many in the dynasty. The ministers and the major families were strongly dissatisfied. Although many ministers were killed with iron and blood, the hidden dangers fell. The conditions proposed by the Great Zhou Empire were just the fuse that caused the explosion. With the support of the 3 major families and the 3 generals of the city guards, led by the Defu Chesamar of the Korean Empire, he played the banner of the side of the monarch, the queen of the demon, and initiated the imperial rebellion. Although Empress Yi mastered the elite palace guards, the tigers could not stand the pack of wolves. The palace was breached. Empress Yi was killed by the rebellion army, and the Kim family, the largest family of the Korean Empire, was also killed by the whole family. The Lord proclaimed himself the regent, controlled the Korean Empire, and accepted Decisive's compensation clause. Chapter 218 Outing. When the good news reached the Great Zhou Palace, Queen Jin had already given birth to a baby girl, and Yi Daishanzi named his precious daughter Yi Jin, which was taken from his surname, Queen Jin's name. Empress Jin was both sad and happy. What was sad was that she had not been able to give birth to a dragon for the emperor. What she was happy about was that the emperor did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. She also named her daughter by her own name. Yi Daishanzi travels through the crowd and does not have the concept of patriarchalism. The palms and backs of the hands are all fleshy. Moreover, the birth of boys and girls is determined by the man's body, and the responsibility does not lie with the woman. However, these words can't be chaotic, otherwise, all the men of the entire wild continent can drown you alive by spitting out. At the moment, it seems that there is nothing important. Yi Daishanzi, who is so idle and overpowered, is starting to sneak out of the palace every day to pick up girls. It's no wonder that the emperor's heart has broken through the second realm. Empress Jin is in confinement. Concubine Zai is pregnant. Concubine Ru is still a little lily. Emperor Yi can't bear to destroy him, and there is only 1 queen and 2 concubines in the harem. She didn't want to be lucky, so she ran out. Although the servant had excess energy, he still respected the decision of Bailing and Yunayu and other 5 daughters. Except for wiping oil, eating tofu, and having an addiction, he did not pick any flowers in the end. The Emperor Yi Daishan, who was so talented in a certain way, had to seek solace from Giksun. After a few days of tossing, Giksun was also scared, so she dragged her personal maid Xiao into the fire pit to rescue him, and then reluctantly eliminated a certain person. Human anger. Spring is a good time for outings. Men and women go out in groups. Those rich ladies stay in the fragrant boudoirs for many years and just take the opportunity to sneak out to play. Lyricism. Show off literary talent. In short, this outing is very lively. Giksun couldn't avoid the vulgarity, pulled Li Xiangming up, made an appointment with her little lover, and went out of town happily. They picked Fu Mountain, a dozen miles away from the south of the city. All the way out of the city, You can see the elder brother of the old family in Xiani and the rich daughters who are sitting in the scented car and dressed up in style. There are also folding fans in hand. The scribes and talents, who are not ashamed of evil, are in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and outing, and it is very lively. Ascending to the left peak of Fu Mountain, Gixun picked up a shady and flat place, and the maid Xiao was busy decorating the things he brought, and the Emperor Yi was more luxurious, letting the dragon and tiger guards set up 4 big tents. Such a beautiful scenery, the young man must have sentiment in his heart. Li Xiangming smiled and asked. After the knot of her heart was solved, she no longer deliberately avoided it, but let her feel. The two stood in a depression on the peak, enjoying the beauty of the mountains and rivers. In the distance, the mountains were undulating and the forests were lush, which made people feel happy. Li Xiangming's heart is wide and happy, but Yi Daishan's spring heart is swaying, beast blood is boiling, and his mind is full of evil thoughts. Yes, many, many. Li Xiangming's cheeks were reddish, and he instinctively stepped back, not wanting to step on the crisp weathered stone under his feet, and suddenly tilted his body. The hero saves the United States. That is what Yi Daishan likes to do most. He stretched out his hands in time to support Li Xiangming, who had almost fallen. The sun. The sun. Let go. Li Xiangming's jade cheeks flushed with shame, and he instinctively struggled. I don't know if it was Yi Daishan who was eager to save people, temporarily unintentionally, or deliberately. Anyway, the 2 wolf paws were sturdily hugged in a place where you should not be touched by evil. That touch is very refreshing. Yi Daishanzi, who had long had evil thoughts in his heart, had always wanted to overthrow his wife with a slight effort, and he hugged him into his arms. Public. Li Xiangming's words could no longer be said, because her little mouth was blocked. The world was spinning. The long-lost feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar, washed her nerves one after another. She chose to indulge, and slowly closed her eyes. What kind of women, what 3 obediences and 4 virtues, what crimes, all go to hell. I don't want to waste a good time, I don't want to deceive myself, I don't want to. The place was chosen by the Emperor Yi Da. There is a small cave in the mountain recess. People standing in the small cave cannot be seen by anyone. It is very suitable for field battles. Li Xiangming chose to indulge, so he would not refuse any more. He just refused a few times as a symbol of sex, and then let someone do whatever he wanted. The chief officer of the house attendant and the 2 dragon and tiger guards were standing nearby. What kind of ear power the old enchantress, the low, swing people's breath and groan faintly heard. He couldn't help but smile and shook his head. The emperor, it's too ridiculous. What's the matter with this kind of place? This time I'm lucky. Do you want to record it? Gixun's master and servant, plus Li Xiangming's personal maid, Kiua, has been busy. After placing all the things he brought, he picked up dry wood and lit a fire to grill all kinds of meat skewers. After a while, the fragrant fragrance fills the woods. Barbecuing was proposed by Yi Daishanzi. Since you are outing, you should barbecue. By the way, it would be boring to bring cooked food and eat dry food. In addition to the 4 dragon and tiger guards, the guards brought by Yi Daishanzi, there are also more than a dozen servants in the Forbidden Palace who pretend to be ordinary people scattered around. Originally, it was a man's business to pick up firewood. However, these people just got the head of Su Da. It implies that Gixun must not be allowed to come over and ruin the emperor's good deeds. Therefore, none of these people helped pick up the firewood. Gixun didn't think much about it. The most important thing was to be happy. Although I picked up a lot of firewood, it was obviously not enough. She asked Kiua to pick up more. Sitting next to the fire on the kebabs must be smoked, and asking Kiua to pick up the dry wood is actually taking care of it. Kiua served Li Xiangming for many years. The young lady who had been born early and was able to bend to pick up dry wood never thought that she was surrounded by several dude brothers who sprang out from nearby, and she was scared to scream. More than a dozen Forbidden Palace attendants dressed as ordinary people were scattered nearby. and when they heard Kiowa's screams, they immediately rushed forward. No matter what they were 3 or 7, they would beat people. The Emperor is picking up Miss Lee, and Kiowa is Miss Lee's personal maid. Naturally, this relationship needn't be said anymore. It's right to be beaten to death. Several Playboy brothers who molested Kiowa were beaten up and howling. They also brought a lot of domestic slaves, but they were all the opponents of the Forbidden Palace. They were all beaten up, one by one. The ghosts screamed, crying for their fathers and their mothers. You are waiting. The few youngsters who were beaten into a pig's face slapped them cruelly, and ran away in embarrassment. This little interlude, Manager Su didn't take it to heart. If it disturbed the Emperor's good things, then it would be a serious matter to lose his head. In the small cavity, Li Xiangming with the red cheeks softly rested in Yi Tan's arms. After the last layer of thin paper was pierced, there was no taboo. In 3 days, my brother will get married, you must remember to come. Chapter 219. What is grapes? Yi Daishanzi patted his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. He gave the marriage the case of Li Jin's renewal. It was only because of the war between human and the town that Li Jin's marriage was delayed. He smiled and said, "The lady ordered, how dare you not follow the instructions of your husband?" Li Xiangming took a sip and said with shame, "Who is your wife?" Although she looked away, indulged, and pierced the last layer of thin paper, she was too ashamed to die. This person is really true. Can't she give others some face? Yi Daishan put his arms around her, chuckles and said, "Didn't we already do that?" Li Xiangming was so ashamed that he punched him bitterly, pushed him out of the small cavity, and suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly pulled him back, carefully sorted out some messy clothes for him, and looked like the young daughter-in-law women who just passed the door, served her husband tenderly and shyly. Yi Daishan's eyes fell on the needed embroidered handkerchief at his feet, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. "Hey, whose embroidered handkerchief has thrown this? The embroidery is so exquisite, it's a shame to throw it away." "Huh?" Li Xiangming was so embarrassed that he bit him bitterly, frowned slightly, and said in shame, "Your handkerchief give me." Yi Daishanzi looked unknowingly, smiled evilly and said, "What's the matter?" The flowed out. Li Xiangming was embarrassed and bit him bitterly, grabbed the handkerchief, pushed him out of the cavity, turned his back, and hurriedly sorted it out. Back at the camp, Li Xiangming had a guilty conscience. He kept his head down and ate the kebabs. He didn't dare to look at Yi Dan. Yi Daishan was an old flower picker, with a calm expression, as if nothing happened just now. "The grilled meat tastes pretty good." The ingredients are served by Yi Daishanzi, sprinkled with salt, a little chili powder, and a variety of sauces, not at all lost to the big-name royal chefs in the palace. There are a lot of grilled meat skewers, plus the Emperor's kindness. Suzalon and the 4 dragon and tiger guards are also not welcome. They took a few skewers and stood while eating, but their eyes scanned the surroundings from time to time, without the slightest relaxation of vigilance. The crowd sat on the blankets, drinking, eating kebabs, and talking. "Hey, watching the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, should you have some insights?" Gixon looked at Yi Tan with a smile. Yin and yin. The relationship between the two is already semi-public. Furthermore, Li Xiangming is speechless. The close friend who doesn't talk about it, coupled with the rebellious style of behavior. There is no need to hide it. It is better to simply be more generous. Yi Daishanzi glanced at Li Xiangming and said with a smile, "The beauty of the mountains and rivers really makes people sway, linger. I am so dry that my legs are soft." Li Xiangming thought that he was accidentally choked, and suddenly coughed violently, making his pretty face flush. This dead man, it is true, dare to say this shameful thing face to face? Fortunately, Gan and Kanyan are homophonic, so they can be confused. Suddenly the crooked poem that someone wrote when the moon was full on Mid-Autumn Festival in my mind, raised his head to look at the bright moon, and lowered his head to gnaw grapes. Kiowa thought it was the young lady who really choked, and hurriedly beat her back and poured water. Li Xiangming only pretended to be choked to hide the embarrassment. I thought that I could pass the test, but Vixen didn't let it go. Yi Daishan had to plagiarize Bai Juai's recalling Jiangnan, which made Vixen satisfied. Li Xiangming was equally happy. Thinking back to all the poems written by his enemies, which one is not a masterpiece that will last forever? The enemy's talents are absent from the world, and his good life is admired. It is said that a talented person matches a beautiful woman. This talented person is so big that she, the woman who was once a beautiful woman, can't help worrying, fearing that he is just holding the mentality of hunting for a beautiful woman, and then gets tired of it. What should the slave do? Thinking of this, Xiu's eyes couldn't help but gloom, and she sighed faintly in her heart. No matter, anyway, she didn't expect to marry him, so why not treat it as an indulgence in life? Suddenly I thought of my own reaction in the small cavity just now. Just like a slut and women, my cheeks can't help but become hot again, and there is a trace of anxiety in my heart. I don't know if he despises me. At this point, she puts all her heart on someone, and naturally cares about someone's opinion of herself. Time flies quickly, and when it comes down the mountain in the blink of an eye, the tents and other things are packed by the slaves accompanying Mr. Yi. Xiao and Qiu only need to serve their own young ladies. This kind of heavy work is originally a man. What are you doing? When riding down the mountain, Li Xiangming deliberately pulled back a few steps, and when he stood side by side with Yi Tan, he quickly and in a low voice asked questions that had been troublesome for a long time. The head down and eating grapes in the crooked poem was a common one. Do you grow grapes and fruits? Yi Daishan said solemnly. If you want to talk about this grape, there are more of this kind. Let's discuss it in the evening. Someone meant that in the evening. I had a thorough discussion, but Li Xiangming had misunderstood, thinking it was a dodge, and couldn't help turning over the white phoenix eyes. One sentence must be delayed until tomorrow or another time, but I think it's relieved. I'm afraid it is an excuse for someone to want to see himself in the future, right? Anyway, I'll give you everything, whatever you want. After completely letting go, Li Xiangming no longer has any psychological pressure, whether to marry or not, as long as you have me in your heart. When he went down the mountain, he saw a few well-dressed family princes, surrounded by dozens of family slaves, coming aggressively. Seeing the pig-headed elder brothers of the aristocratic family, the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help but want to laugh. These brothers dare to be crushed by someone, and now they go home and ask for help. After seeing the other party blocking his own Forbidden Palace attendant, then I realized that the dare to love these people who did not live and die had provoked something, and the Forbidden Palace attendant was brutally flattened by the Forbidden Palace attendant. He said indifferently, "Get a broken hand and a broken foot, just give it a lesson, so that you won't continue to behave in the future." After speaking, he got into his carriage and escorted Li Xiangming and Vixen back to the city. The emperor made a speech, and those imperial servants who were dressed as ordinary people immediately rushed up, and beat the few elder brothers and their domestic servants who did not know how to live and died. They broke their hands or feet, and dozens of people lay on the ground and screamed. A few sleekly dressed brothers rode their horses. One of them was in the position of Habayashi. He recognized that the person who took the lead was Wu Wei, who was forbidden to serve in the palace, and hurried forward to salute. Yulin Wei and the attendant in the Forbidden Palace are also in the same line. His own person, Master Wu Wei, gave full face, signaled his subordinates to stop, and warned, "If you don't want to copy the family and destroy the clan, you can quickly go home." After all, Master Wu Wei led the crowd to leave. Annihilation? The people who served at Yulin Wei couldn't help but shudder, wanting to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. Who has this power besides the current sage? Chapter 220. The world's #1 flower-picking thief. When he returned to the palace, Yi Daishan asked Su Zilan to prepare a night suit for him, and then went back to the Hall of Nourishment to sleep. Su Zilan didn't understand what the emperor wanted the night clothes of Jianghu people to do, but what the emperor ordered must be done well. After nightfall, 4 dark shadows sneaked up from the heavily guarded palace. Needless to say, one of them was the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. This time, the Emperor Yi Darking did not let the dragon and tiger guards accompany him, but only brought with him Suzalan, the chief officer of the Inspector of Internal Attendants, and his 2 apprentices. It's not midnight, and there are too few pedestrians on the street. There are too few entertainment programs in ancient times. People who have been tired for a day have already turned off their lights and went to bed. Only the Fenaiyu district is still brightly lit. Ying Shengyun language. Yi Deshanzi, in a black night suit, is like a thief picking a lock into the room, sneaking in the darkness, avoiding several groups of city guards patrolling the night. Sneaking all the way to the outside of the house of Mr. Hubu Shangxiu, Suzalan couldn't help but smile again and again. The emperor was too foolish. If you look at Miss Li Xiangming, you can accept it as a concubine and take it into the palace. Now she is sneaky like a flower-picking thief who is angry with the individual and God. If you say it, she will definitely scare people to death. This is unprecedented in prehistoric times and the highest status in the world. The first flower thief, turning to the back hall of Shangxiu Mansion of the Ministry of Households, Emperor Yi Daishan signaled Suza to step on the spot first. Suzalan was an eunuch, so naturally he didn't understand Yi Daishan's psychology at this time. As the saying goes, house flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Wives are not as good as concubines, and concubines are worse than stealing, and stealing is worse than not being able to steal. This is also the psychology of most men, ordinary onlookers, for the martial arts of the arena, let alone Suzalan, a master of enchanting level. The people of Li Mansion were withered, and if there was a higher household in Shangxiu Mansion, in addition to a few guards, there were also a few servants. The courtyard where Li Xiangming lived was also a close maid, Kiua, and 2 old mothers. Suzalan sneaked in, unconsciously restraining the dizzy acupoints of the 2 old mothers and Kiua. He came to help the emperor pick flowers, not to kill people, so naturally he wouldn't be ruthless, and then he helped the emperor jump over the wall. Sneaked into Li Xiangming's embroidered building. Li Xiangming's Xiangui is still lit, indicating that she has not fallen asleep yet. Yi Daishan went upstairs sneakily. Li Xiangming had just finished taking a shower and changing clothes at this meeting, wearing a silk robe that was as thin as a cicada's wings, showing a beautiful and attractive curve figure. She was sitting at the table with her cheeks in her hands in a daze. Her smooth jade cheeks were covered with a red cloud of shame, and her brows were filled with a heart of spring. She would be thinking about the absurd things that happened in the small cavity, and it was inevitable that she would be fluttering in her mind. She didn't expect that at that time, she would become so indulgent, and she felt like a slutty woman that everyone could do their best. But that feeling was very strong and very exciting, even if it was the love of each other in the past. There is no such strong, the soul is out of the body. That feeling was really good. She didn't want to deceive herself. At least, she had never felt it before. Even if she was accused of being a slut or women, she also recognized it. It's no wonder that those sluts and women referred to by thousands of husbands do not hesitate to lose their reputations. She thought randomly. Her mind was full of ecstasy in the small depression. Her smooth jade cheeks were all crimson before she knew it. Her breathing was a bit short, but there was an inexplicable hot trend deep in her body, flushing her nerves. When she heard the sound of pushing the door, she thought it was Kiua, and said casually, "Kiua, go to sleep." Kiua didn't withdraw. On the contrary, as she walked closer, Liu frowned slightly and turned her head. She couldn't help screaming in fright. Fortunately, Yi Akai's eyes were busy, and he took a step forward in time. He stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, fixed his index finger, and made a silent gesture. Li Xiangming patted her breasts and looked at the curtain instinctively. Her body maid, Kiua, was sleeping outside. Yi Dakai thief hugged her with a smile. "My son has a good word, This is coming to discuss the great problem with Sister Xiangming. Li Xiangming was so embarrassed that he faintly felt that the grapes in a certain population were by no means the usual fruits. This enemy was too bold to sneak into her scented boudoir in the middle of the night. If people find out, I am afraid that they will be beaten alive. Death is possible. However, it's already the same thing. Since people have already come, she wouldn't let them go. If you want to indulge, let's indulge enough. Dry wood and raging fires are prone to fire, and then naturally the fire will be extinguished. Near the dawn, Li Xiangming, who had never dared to sleep, reluctantly awakened a certain big flower-picking thief, and served him to put on his clothes. During this period, it was inevitable that there was another lingering struggle, and it was hard to separate. "He'll be here tomorrow night." Yi Daikaiwa thief had an evil smile on his face, and scared Li Xiangming and shook his head quickly. This enemy is too much to toss. At this moment, the bones of the body are so soft that he has no strength. In 2 days, his brother will marry his wife and get married. Busy, and the risk is too great. How can she be willing to take such a big risk for her little friend? Yi Daikaiwa is not afraid of the thief. If he had given him 100 courage before, he would not dare to stay outside. After eradicating the rebellious party of the beach in Quanzong, his internal worries were gone, and some were just external troubles. In general, it could be said that his Jiangshan is already firmly seated. Li Xiangming leaned in front of the window, watching Xiao Yuanjia and old butler Su jump out of her own wall. She patted her breasts, and then fell headlessly on the bed. After tossing for most of the night, it was really exhausting, but the feeling of heaven was so wonderful. Even if it was death, it would not be a waste of life. Li Xiangming only took a short nap. As usual, he woke up at dawn, and the personal maid, Kiwa, also served her own lady as usual to Washington. When combing her hair for Miss Kiwa said, "Miss Kiwa thinks Miss is a little different today." Li Xiangming's heart jumped wildly. She felt guilty, and said uneasy, "Where is it? Isn't it all like this?" Kiwa grinned and said, "Really, the young lady is so glorious today. She is especially charming, not to mention a man, or a woman. I can't help but ... it's moving." Poor mouth. Li Xiangming groaned, but he took a breath quietly in his heart, thinking that Kiwa had known what happened last night, and it was terrifying. She instinctively touched her cheek. Is it really different than before? The woman in the prismatic bronze mirror has bright phoenix eyes, watery like a deep pool that cannot be seen to the end, sweeping people's heart, smooth jade cheeks with a blush, delicate and beautiful like the flowers that were released in March in sunny spring, especially the beautiful and moving. The vermilion lips are plump and bright red, and the green silk on the head is exceptionally shiny. It seems that something has changed. I haven't put on makeup yet. It is said that the women who are nourished by love are particularly charming. It seems that this is true. Chapter 221. The world's #1 flower-picking thief Tu Li Mansion has been very busy these days. However, it is full of joy. My master is going to marry his wife. Naturally, he must be prepared. Moreover, it must be done grandly. The emperor grants them marriage. To say how beautiful the master is, it is because they all feel beautiful. The Li family is thin, but the 2 brothers and sisters, these big and small things, are busy with Li Xiangming. The big Korean beauty Jinpu Shunji, who was rewarded by the emperor, also came to help. She has learned a lot of Chinese recently, and it is much more convenient to communicate than before. She is an alien, destined to be only a concubine. The well-justified woman is about to enter the mansion. She is a little concubine trying her best to show her goodness. If the woman is in trouble, she is in Li's mansion. Days are sad. She was more concerned about this point. With Li Jin's sexuality, she would never leave her in the cold. Moreover, she was a foreign beauty rewarded by the emperor. In case the emperor's heart came to flood, she suddenly asked, "What should Li Dashangxiu answer?" Vixen also came to help, and the 3 women turned the people around and kept working until dark. Originally, the Emperor Yi Daishan was so idle, he reviewed the memorials in the imperial study, and after dinner, He meditated in the hall of Yangtze after dinner. He wanted to practice the Emperor's Heart Art to the 5th level, so naturally he did not be lazy. After breaking through the 2nd realm, he became more diligent. In this exercise, the true chi in the body is filled and surging, and there is a potential for breakthrough. Yi Daishan's continuous exercises, large and small, broke through the 3rd stage of the Emperor's art. However, when he opened his eyes, the night was already very deep. According to modern time, it was just over 1 o'clock. At this moment, I was so energetic and in a good mood that I naturally slipped out of the palace to pick flowers and scent. Just like last night, Suzalun, the chief supervisor of the inner maid, went in to order people to sleep in the Aku point, and then took the Emperor in to pick flowers. The teacher walked 3 and sat outside and waited. Tonight is dark at night and the wind is high. It is just to do some shameful deeds. Although the doors and windows were open, the light was too dark. Yi Daikaiwa thief first stripped himself into a bear pig, and then slowly opened the veil, and got into Li Xiangming's bed. Naturally, he didn't see it. 2 pairs of embroidered shoes on the bottom of the bed. This is Li Xiangming's bed. He slept on it last night. According to normal thinking, the gentle body that he touched was naturally Li Xiangming's. Li Xiangming heard a slight movement in the room in the middle and instinctively opened his eyes, and saw the black shadow in the quilt in the dark, and he couldn't help being frightened. Vixen came to help and stayed busy until the evening. Anyway, she will be busy tomorrow, so she simply stayed overnight in the Li mansion. This mansion has guest rooms, but she and Li Xiangming are good sisters who say nothing. They naturally squeeze into the same bed, and only fall asleep after talking about it in the middle of the night. Although the light was dim, the figure was too familiar to Li Xiangming. Needless to say, she was the little friend in her heart and the first flower-picking thieves in prehistoric times. At this moment, she remembered that when she was partying last night, Vixen was sleeping on her head when the flower-picking robber said that he would come over tonight. This made her love and fearful flower-picking robber treat Vixen as her stealing incense and jade. Why not scare her to death? Although it was a dismissal and indulgent, if you let Vixen know, how embarrassing it would be to let her know. In panic, she covered her mouth with one hand, and pinched the flower-picking thieves who was stealing fragrance and jade with the other. Yi Daikaiwa thief was wondering how Li Xiangming's size had become larger, and a sudden pain came from his waist, which shocked him. Xiangming, it's me, snapped. The crisp and loud palms sounded with meat, accompanied by a terrified scream. Yi Daikaiwa thief with a loud slap in his face was slapped and rolled down the bed. Sister. It's him. Li Xiangming, who was so frightened that he could not care about shame and guilt, quickly covered Vixen's mouth. Don't call my sister, it's he. Yi Gongtsai. At the same time, the fire broke out suddenly in the room, but Suzalun heard the panic screams upstairs, worried about the safety of the Emperor, and rushed in immediately. Vixen was awakened by a slight itching in her deep sleep, and she saw a black figure kneeling and squatting beside her. Her first reaction was to scream and slap in the face. In panic, hearing Li Xiangming's anxious voice, through the light of Huozizi, she saw that the sleek flower picker was actually someone, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Daikaiwa thief who got up from the ground was embarrassed. How did he think that Vixen would be in Li Xiangming's bed? At this time, he was only covering his hot face, pretending to be very painful. Suzalun smiled bitterly, but he extinguished the fire wittily, and gently withdrew from Li Xiangming's boudoir. Sisters I. Li Xiangming was at a loss and didn't know how to explain it. At this moment, she had all the desire to die. Ziyun. Yi Daikaiwa thief was still responsible. He took a breath, tried to calm himself down, and honestly confessed his sins. Like Sister Xiangming. There was a suffocating silence in the room. For a long time, Vixen sighed faintly. It's cheaper for your enemy. In fact, when the three of them get along, I can't see some small abnormalities between Li Xiangming and Yidan. just pretending not to see them. Few women can resist his magical powers like Yi Tan, a talented person who is almost perfect. It is not surprising that Li Xiangming can't help but fall in love with him. What will happen to the two is only a matter of time. Although, she was psychologically prepared, and even acquiesced in it, but she did not expect it to happen in such an extremely embarrassing situation for the three of them. How embarrassing she would be. Gixun had been rolling in the mall for several years, and she had seen strong winds and waves. She hesitated and broke the silence first. This love of enemies has become sex, and the fighting power is so strong that she can't occupy and eat it alone. It doesn't matter if she has one more. Anyway, Sister Xiangming is a close friend of her boudoir who has nothing to say. Xiangming had the same bitter life as her, and pitying each other for the same illness, she didn't mean to blame Li Xiangming in the slightest. Yi Daikaiwa thief crawled onto the bed with a smile on his face if he was pardoned. What are you doing? Gixun was so ashamed that she wanted to get people out of bed, but he was hugged by someone with a desperate face. Li Xiangming knew that Gixun had forgiven them. Although she was relieved, this kind of thing finally made her ashamed. She always felt that she was sorry for Gixun, and was about to get out of bed, but she gave her wrists to Gixun. Grab it with one hand. She struggled for a while, but didn't break free. Gixun grasped very tightly, without any intention of letting go. She understood that Gixun was worried that she might do something stupid after she went out. But just three squeezed on the bed. Wouldn't she be ashamed? Chapter 222 Violent Tendency. Gixun was indeed worried that after Li Xiangming left, she might not be able to think of something stupid that she would do, and she held her wrist tightly. She has learned about the evil and absurdity of a certain big flower-picking thief. She likes to fly, and the terrifying combat power is not something she can bear alone. Otherwise, she won't be dragging her personal maid, Xiao, when she is at home. Anyway, sooner or later, there will be a day to face. It is better to choose a day than hit the sun, and simply end it all together, so that everyone is embarrassed, but it is cheaper to die. Usually, the Totiad Emperor's heart tactics have made Gixun too much to bear. This time, Yi Daikaiwa thief has just broken through the 3rd level, and his combat power is extremely fierce. What's more, this partner is to please Gixun, and even more so, special hard work. Besides, there is also Li Xiangming watching from the sidelines, which gave him a great excitement. The Li mansion is generous, but there are only a dozen people under the family. Gixun just half of the panic screaming screams. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth for Li Xiangming, so her feet were so short that no one could hear it. When I heard it, I thought it was a dream in my deep sleep. Darker, windier, and more anxious. But within Li Xiangming's fragrant boudoir, spring is boundless. Below the embroidered building, Su Zilun, the chief supervisor of the internal servant, and his 2 apprentices sat in silence like stone carvings. He has seen thousands of absurdities of the emperor, and it is not surprising to see more of them. To ensure the absolute safety of the emperor, it is their duty. I don't know how long it took until the sun's rays entered the house. Gixun slowly opened his eyes. Her whole body was soft and without a trace of strength. This time, she was tossed hard enough by this enemy. She suddenly remembered that this was not her own home, and hurriedly sat up. The enemy was no longer there. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xiangming was awakened by an abnormal movement in the middle. The 2 eyes met, and their cheeks couldn't help but turn red. He hurriedly looked away. Last night, it was so absurd and crazy. Gixun was the first to break the silence. She yawned, so tired. Sister Xiangming, I don't want to move at all. She fell back on the bed, her jade body stretched out. Li Xiangming hurriedly pulled the silk quilt to cover her snow-white carcass, and whispered, I. Too tired to move at all. Someone was really tossing too much, and it stopped after almost turned on, and his body was tossed to pieces. The 2 went back to sleep again, until Li Xiangming's personal maid, Kiwa, came in and said that it was almost noon before they got up. Seeing that my lady and Miss Gu are naked, Kiowa's bright eyes flashed with a strange color. When I was making the bed, I saw that the bed was full of mess, and the whole face was red. Stand up. The master has a lot of books, and the young lady in her family likes to read books. She often accompanies the young lady in and out of the study, so she naturally read some books and knows how to do it. Miss wanted to be lonely, so she sought solace with Miss Gu, right? Alas, it is so pitiful that the young lady is widowed at a young age. Li Xiangming and Gixun both blushed. The two knew that Kiowa had misunderstood, but they didn't know how to explain it. It was the enemy who caused them to toss so hard that the sheets were messed up. The two of them stared with big eyes and small eyes, with an extremely embarrassing expression. But think about it, Kiowa will misunderstand it. It's better than a certain flower-picking thief who came to pick flowers in the middle of the night and was even more ashamed to know. Although the two of them are close friends in the boudoir, after the incident last night, they both felt a little embarrassed. Kiowa looked in her eyes, wondering if they were embarrassed and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They were all like that, so embarrassed. Her ambiguous smile made Li Xiangming and Gixun more embarrassed. Before long, Yi Die Kaiwa Thief followed Li Jin in with a smile. After Li Jin received the promise from the emperor, his whole heart was let go. He was very witty and said a few words with his sister, and then he went on the excuse that something went wrong. Only Li Xiangming and Gixun were left in the room. The Emperor Yi Dao leaned over with a smile. The two women looked back on the absurd thing last night, and both bowed their heads. Their cheeks flushed. Yi De Shanzi stretched out his right hand and hugged Gixun's slender waist. Gixun struggled, but did not break free, so he let him hold his arms. Li Xiangming with red cheeks wanted to slip, but Yi Tan grabbed it and dragged it into his arms. The feeling of hugging left and right is really cool. Yi De Shanzi looks like a gentleman, as the saying goes. You can get one thing, no regrets if you die. If Yi is not talented, you can win the favor of two sisters, that is Yimu's blessing. If Yimu has a -2 sister, I will suffer. Both Gixun and Li Xiangming were shocked, and they reached out to cover his mouth with their hands and raised their heads 3 feet to the gods. How could this poisonous oath be chaotic? Yi De Shanzi laughed. Li Xiangming and Gixun couldn't help rolling their eyes. The two looked at each other, and both bowed their heads. However, the embarrassment weakened a bit. Harmony is good. Harmony is good. Yi De Shanzi grinned and said with a smile, two ladies. The cheeks of Gixun and Li Xiangming couldn't help but red again, and both rolled their eyes. Who is your lady? Thick skin. Yi De Shanzi's skin was thicker than they thought. He smiled and asked, two ladies, last night. Wow. Which pot did not open and lift which pot? Gixun and Li Xiangming in shame, unanimously stretched out their hands to pinch people, and he screamed in pain. Gixun and Li Xiangming held hands, and both ran out of the room. Only Yi De Shanzi was left alone rubbing the pinched back waist. These two wives are a bit violent. On the day of the marriage of Li Jin, the Shangxue of Hubu, hundreds of civil and military officials came to congratulate him with gifts, and Su Zilan, Chief General of the Internal Servant Supervisor, also came to congratulate the Emperor and Queen on behalf of the Emperor and the Queen. This house is full of scenery. In the middle of the night, the bride and bridegroom are dazzling and loving. In the following days, the Emperor Yi Daishan still had a pain in his idleness. However, after only a few days of idleness, Zhen Yang's Babali Yongbao came, and the 300,000 troops of the Golden Soldiers suppressed the territory, and they launched the Zhenyang Pass day and night. Storm. I thought that the Jin army was seriously injured, and the great Khan Nurchi was seriously injured, and it would take some time to stop, but I didn't expect that after only half a month, he would commit a crime again. The Emperor, I'm afraid that I'm a little anxious when I'm off the side this time. Wai Wuji analyzed carefully, and the implementation of the order to close the border and cut off trade and the order to kill husbands, plus the foxes and the clouds that led the tigers and leopards to ride the prairie. The whole world turned upside down, and the tribes in the grassland that were not monolithic had friction. Yi De Shanzi nodded, saying that Wai had no idea. He knew that since the tribes on the grassland had friction, they would exhaust all their tricks to intensify the friction between the tribes and turn the grassland into a pot of porridge. Fighting chaos nurtures deployment. Decisive took the opportunity to recuperate. Chapter 223. In mid-May, Fox Xion led 15,000 tigers and leopards to escort a batch of military supplies to Human Pass. Brother Fox UI General Tang Feng personally led his team out of the city to greet him. As soon as he met, he punched Fox Xion. Xion has seen the old general. Xion is now at the general level. Although it is only one level lower than Tang Feng, he still politely respects the old general Tang Feng, who has made great contributions to the empire, and won even more. Tang Feng's favor. Brother, your prodigal cavalry makes the old man very jealous. Tang Feng laughed, and went side by side with Xion, leading him into the city. The equipment of the tiger and leopard cavalry is so sophisticated that it makes people jealous. Most of the mounts are one person and 3 riders, and a few are one person and 2 riders. They are luxurious and ruinous. The horses of the tiger and leopard riding alone are enough to equip the cavalry units of 2 or 3 legions. Who is not jealous? After a series of actual combat training, every tall and burly knight exudes a grim and cold murderous aura. That is a warrior who has passed the test of blood and fire. The elite of the elite, and Tang Feng is jealous. The tiger and leopard cavaliers entered the military camp that Tang Feng had prepared for them. After 3 days of rest, Fox Xion led 10,000 elite cavalry to quietly leave the barrier at night. Among the 10,000 elite cavalry, there are 5,000 knights composed of all the warriors of the tribes outside the Great Wall. They take off the black color armor of the tiger and leopard riding standard, and wear the leather armor or cloth armor of the foreign race of Serbia. Hufu, a variety of different, looks like a Tartar cavalry composed of warriors of various tribes. Before leaving, Xion was ordered to enter the palace and had a long conversation with the emperor in the imperial study room. He returned to Human this time with the purpose of creating chaos among the tribes of the prairie and intensifying the suspicion and friction among the tribes. I don't care what means you use. In short, you must turn the prairie into a pot of porridge. The more chaos the better. This is the request of the Emperor Yida. Of course, for this member of the Love General, he still reminds him again and again to be safe. First, it must never be blocked by the Jin army as it was last time. Xion knew very much in his heart that the Emperor believed in him so much, that needless to say, if there is a sacred grace, he would have no face to come back to see the Emperor, only cut off his own head. As the sky lighted up in grey, Fox Xion had led 5,000 cavalry to level a small tribe more than 100 miles west of Human, and 5,000 warriors from outside the Great Wall under the hands of Goblin had been ordered to execute another tribe. Important task. After a short rest, Fox Xion led 4,000 horses to gallop north in light outfit. It was summer, the prairie was lush with water and grass, cattle and sheep were fat, and many young men were captured. He set out 1,000 horses and escorted him. The captives, a large number of cattle and sheep, as well as the looted gold and silver, returned to Human Pass first. 300 miles to the north, there is a Feng Mushing, which is the habitat of the Wulai herdsmen. The Wulai herdsmen are one of the most powerful tribes on the prairie. Bowling was the head of the tribe, the king of Feng Mushing, and a loyal supporter of the Darjen kingdom. His 2 daughters were married to New Urkai as a concubine. Fox Xion's goal is to create chaos in some tribal camps near Wind and Herd City, in order to cooperate with Goblin's actions. 4,000 knights and 13,000 horses galloped wildly on the prairie. Naturally, it was difficult to escape the eyes and ears of the various tribes. The weak tribes could only abandon the fat cattle and sheep, and the whole tribe flees, and at the same time they gave out wolves for help. The fox butcher's notoriety, the tiger and leopard riding cold-blooded, is already notorious in the vast prairie. It is frightening, and the weak tribes dare to fight and stop, and those who escape slowly are all trampled into meat cakes by iron horses. The fat cattle and sheep all over the floor, Foxxion flawlessly took care of it, just threw the torch into the empty camp, burned the tent, and galloped northward without stopping. For a time, the smoke scattered on the prairie. Bowling first gave an order, and the warriors of all tribes gathered one after another to fight to defend their homeland. Soon, the 40,000 warriors of the Uli herd were assembled, and the soldiers were divided into two ways to intercept. Their warriors of all tribes are still gathering one after another, waiting for Bowlingxion's dispatch and command. 40 miles north of Fengmushing, there were two small tribes. They united and stepped up preparations for war while setting off smoke and calling for help. The two tribes unite. There are more than 4,000 strong warriors, not to mention many old people who can still fight for the first time. The two patriarchs believe that they should be able to hold on until the arrival of reinforcements. 4,000 tigers and leopard riders came like a torrent of rolling steel. The two patriarchs took the lead, brandishing knives and roaring, leading more than 4,000 tribal warriors to rush forward. The two sides have not yet touched. The powerful arrows have been shot in the air, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. From time to time there are arrows from the knights falling down. When they can be touched, the charging tiger and leopard riders suddenly turned, split into two, and retreated. The fighting spirit of more than 4,000 tribal warriors became more and more fierce, roaring and chasing wildly. The tiger and leopard riders were divided into small groups of people, and they fled around. Regarding the invading enemy, none of these tribal warriors wanted to let it go, and they followed again and again, divided and pursued. In this way, more than 4,000 tribal warriors were lured into many cavalry squads of 200 to 300 men, and gradually moved away from the camp. Of course, there was also a cavalry squad of 1,000 men guarding the front of the camp, when a tiger and leopard cavalry of 3,000 horses suddenly slammed out from the other side, like a torrent of steel rolling toward the camp. The tribal women, old people in the camp were all shocked. The tribal warriors of 1,000 people who stayed in front of the camp hurriedly greeted him, and Foxxion separated out 500 cavalry to fight, and led his army to attack the camp. Although the old people and the women who stayed at the camp resisted stubbornly, they could not withstand a charge from the tiger and leopard cavalry. Foxxion took the lead and rushed into the camp first. The soldiers went around killing and setting fire. The entire camp was full of flames and smoke billowing. The tribal women and old men of Confucianism fled around. The 1,000 tribal warriors who stayed at the camp hurriedly got rid of the entanglement of the 500 tiger and leopard cavalry, collapsed and fled in all directions. The camp caught fire, and the tribal warriors who were lured away from the camp did not care about chasing the fleeing enemy, and hurriedly retreated. The tiger and leopard cavalry scattered into dozens of teams, converged and defeated the 3 tribal cavalry teams, and then ran away in a hurry. When the warriors of various tribes came back, the whole camp was enveloped in blazing flames, and the corpses on the ground were all their relatives. Their warriors were so angry that they raised their heads and roared at the sky, vowing to destroy the tigers and leopards. At this moment, the 4,000 tiger and leopard cavalry that Foxxion had converged were hundreds of miles away. The mobility of the cavalry was fully demonstrated, and the wolves' tactics were also practiced more adeptly. On the grassland 100 miles south of Fengmushing, a tribal food brigade carrying food was attacked by goblins' troops, and all the 500 warriors and servants who escorted the food were wiped out, including Goblin. All the soldiers covered their faces with cloth, and they were happily counting the spoils. Chapter 224 Seed of Hatred. A lot of food. Enough for our people to last for a few months. Next to an ox cart full of food, 2 tribal warriors happily patted the bags of white rice on the cart. Beside the carriage, there were dozens of dead bodies lying in various shapes. Most of them were tribal warriors who were responsible for escorting food, and some were servants. The young patriarch is wise and martial, and he deserves to be the eagle of our prairie. Shhh, I beg you. Be careful of misfortune from the mouth. What are you afraid of? Bowlingxion, the old mortal, doesn't know who robbed his food team. The warning scream suddenly sounded, and someone yelled loudly, "The tiger and the leopard ride, the tiger and the leopard ride are here, the enemy is too strong, retreat." The tribal warriors of the robbery food team jumped on their horses, retreated in panic, and quickly disappeared into the endless wilderness. Then there was another rumble of iron hoofs from far and near, and soon came to the side of the convoy abandoned on the road, a refined black armor, a standard tiger and leopard iron cavalry armor. Burn. Someone ordered that the grain cart was ignited, and the mules, cattle, and other livestock that were pulling the cart were killed and thrown into the fire. Then, this brigade of tigers and leopards galloped into the distance. Among the piles of corpses on the side of the road, a corpse at the bottom moved and struggled to sit up. He was the commander in charge of guarding the food brigade. During the battle, his right arm was chopped off and the horse fell to pretend to be dead. Escape to disaster. He heard the words of Abedu and his companions clearly. The grain team was attacked by a tribe on the grassland severely short of grain. He must go back alive and report to King Bolinxian. Since the wicked monarch of the Great Zoo Empire ordered to close the country and cut off commerce with the grassland tribes, the tribes could only conduct business transactions with Chu and Yan. But the journey was a bit far away, and the price of food on the grassland had risen several times. If it is winter, I don't know how many times it will increase. There are some small tribes fighting for food. If it weren't for the Nurchi Khan to send troops to suppress them and coordinate from it, I'm afraid the development of the situation will be worse. King Bolinxian got mad and gathered 100,000 warriors. Not only did he fail to stop the tiger and leopard riders on his own territory, he lost more than 2,000 warriors, plus a camp burned by the fire, and many women were killed and injured. Not counting all kinds of property such as food. Hearing the news that the food brigade was annihilated again, he kicked over the case table, ordered all soldiers and horses, and murdered the Tartan tribe. The Ulazar tribe is the most powerful tribe in the north, and the Tartan Tank tribe is the largest tribe in the south. The two tribes can be described as feuds. In order to compete for the land of lush vegetation, wars often occurred, because they are frightened by the might of the great Khan Nurchi. The two sides did not cause conflict, but the small friction is still constant. Abeju is a well-known warrior of the Tatar Tank clan. His personal strength is only lower than that of the young patriarch. When friction occurs, many warriors in Ulazar are injured by Abedu's scimitar. Suddenly, the Ulazar tribe was overwhelmed by a large army. How could Merihan, the great king of the Tank tribe of Tartar, be willing to show weakness, and immediately summoned an army of 150,000 to wait? If it weren't for Nurchi's special envoy to arrive in time, and there would be a few iron cavalry on the sidelines, the two tribes, the north and the south, would surely meet each other there. The seeds of hatred have been sown. Xioan, who led the tiger and leopard cavalry back into the barrier and looted a lot of fat cattle and sheep. The whole camp happily slaughtered the cattle and sheep and added vegetables. Tang Feng also made a lot of benefits, those young and strong. The captives were escorted to mine ore. After a day or two of rest, Fox Xioan led the tiger and leopard cavalry out of the barrier to harass the tribes outside the Great Wall. He gave full play to the mobility of the cavalry, and became more comfortable with the use of wolf pack tactics. All the warriors of all tribes were mobilized by him. Too exhausted. You are so many and powerful, I just don't fight you head, hide from the east, and play around with you. As long as there are singles, I will concentrate the superior forces and eat them. At this time, Huxioyan had already paid for the sweetness of a group of people riding, rushing for thousands of miles, coming and going like wind, with strange shapes, and he stirred the whole prairie into a pot of porridge. Of course, he doesn't attack every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes he strikes once every 10.5 months, and sometimes he doesn't move for a whole month. Anyway, he will give you a cold breath, making you very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Sleep is not sound. The most attacked were the food convoys of the various tribes. The tribes had to invest a large number of warriors to escort the food convoys to ensure the safety of the food convoys. As a result, the cost increased. The food prices on the market have to be doubled again. On the vast prairie, the fox butcher is notorious, and the tiger and leopard cavalry is a nightmare on the prairie. It is said to be a color change, and it is Nurture's thorn in the eye, a thorn in the flesh, and he wants to get rid of it quickly. On the prairie, some of these tribes have never been disturbed by tigers and leopards. Although these tribes surrender to Nurture on the surface, they are secretly committed to the Great Zoo. They are only frightened by Nurture's power and have to surrender. That's it. Closing off trade is not absolute. These small tribes who are intent on Decisive, and merchants who are still in Decisive secretly have business dealings, but the number of transactions is limited. For the food traded every 2 or 3 months, Decisive will not give you sex to trade too much with you, barely enough for your whole clan to eat for 2 or 3 months. And definitely not give it if it is too much. The Decisive merchants who did business with these small tribes all had their privileges only after they had been rigorously inspected by the blackguards and registered. The purpose was to prevent some trader merchants secretly sending information from them. At the assassination of Wugong Hu Chang Lao Hu Yi, the Emperor Yi Dacian was extremely angry. He ordered the blackguards at the border gates of Zhenyang and Human to strengthen reconnaissance. They must clear the hidden traitors by all means. He would rather kill 100 by mistake than one person was missed, and the head of the High guarding branch, who was in charge of the Zhenyang Pass, lost his head. Since the explosive drug was put into the battlefield, its terrifying lethality has attracted the close attention of the great empires. The Emperor Yi Dacian not only strictly ordered the strengthening of the guards, but also made it mysterious. Every process of making the black powder drug was separated. The precise formula is known to only a few core and high-level figures. The workers in the workshop only know how to fill the bags according to the quantity and then be transported by the soldiers. As for where they will be transported, they don't know, nor dare ask. This is a forbidden thing to lose your head. Even the mixing workers for the final product don't know the specific number of the recipes. They only know that they use a wooden spatula to gently stir these dark pastes, which are mixed with a dozen materials. The wind and clouds at the border surging, the soldiers fought bloody battles, but the Emperor Yi Da sang in the palace night and night. At this time, he was naked, resting on Queen Jin's belly, enjoying the dance of concubine Rouse comfortably. Chapter 225 Reconciliation. Queen Jin has a very good postpartum conditioning, and her body shape has not changed at all, but she has a little more mature charm in the dignity and nobility. In the harem, the emperor was always ridiculous, even a bit evil, without a proper form. Queen Jin was unable to change, so he had no choice but to let him mess around. Of course, as a woman, it is still very happy to be favored by the emperor. The only worry is that the emperor will indulge in his sensuality and care about the country's major issues. Queen Jin's body was covered with only a light veil that was as thin as a cicada's wings, and her back was leaned against a brocade quilt, and her body was covered by silk. Her jade cheeks were crimson with spring, her eyes were silky, and her breathing was a little short, because, in the silk quilt, there was a wolf paw that was very restless, but she had to work hard to make herself a queen. Concubine Ru is dancing in the hall. In the eyes of Queen Jin at the moment, the concubine Ru, who is dancing in the center of the hall, is really a fascinating little fairy, but I don't know if it will harm the country and the people. In the emperor's mind, he didn't know how many evil and absurd thoughts there were. So the maid cut out some blushing and heart-pounding little clothes. They could not even be regarded as little clothes. They could only cover a small part of them, and they were so transparent that they should not be worn. There is no difference. Now, concubine Ru is wearing these coquettish little clothes, dancing in harmony with the tune of the music. This dance is so sweet that she blushes and her heart beats. This is the case for women. Not to mention a normal big man. Yi Dacian had long been a sword guide to the sky, but he just forcibly resisted not overthrowing Queen Jin on the spot. The realm of this servant in this aspect has improved a level. He wanted to make Queen Jin uncontrollable and take the initiative to it. It can also be said that this servant's thoughts in this regard are becoming more and more evil. However, as he seduced Queen Jin step by step, Suzalan, the chief general of the inner maternity supervisor, came to report, and the envoy of the kingdom of Jin asked to see him. The messenger of the Golden Kingdom, Yi Deshanzi, was stunned for a while before reacting, and was about to instruct Suzalan to take people to rest first and continue his evil training plan. The emperor, state affairs are important. Although Empress Jin's heart was swayed by being tempted, but always keeping in mind that state affairs were important, she softly persuaded concubine ... waiting for the emperor. Empress Jin's fluttering shy air, extremely seductive and lethal. Yi Deshanzi's concentration in this area is almost zero, and now he can't stand it anymore. And he can't take care of any training plan. Push people down directly. The emperor, Empress Jin refused, but on the contrary, it aroused Yi Deshanzi's primitive beast's nature more and more. Suzalan withdrew very wisely. The concubine Ru, who danced in the center of the hall, waved to the heavy gauze tent, and the few palace ladies who had fun behind the gauze tent quietly got up and exited. Concubine Ru also retired from the palace, but the steps of retreating were very light and slow. She turned her head back and glanced at her from time to time. Her smooth jade cheeks were full of shame and red clouds. Her heart was both ashamed and aggrieved. The emperor often put her arms to sleep, but never touched her. After an hours, the eunuch Dacian came out slowly from the palace of Qian King, and ordered the eunuch to summon hundreds of civil and military officials to discuss matters in the Jinliuan temple. What's the opinion of the Zonking family? Yi Deshanzi sat on the dragon chair and asked the hundreds of civil and military officials in the hall. The envoy of the kingdom of Jin was sent on this mission by the order of the great Khan Nurchi, requesting peace and resumption of border trade, and the two sides exchanged prisoners of war. Huxioyon led the tigers and leopards to ride outside the Great Wall for actual combat training. They destroyed several small tribes and captured nearly 3,000 young and Zhuang tribes. Nushi was willing to exchange 20,000 Han people. The emperor, the minister, thought it was a good time to negotiate a peace. The cabinet chief assistant Jiang Tingdong was the first to stand up for the negotiation. The reason is also very grand. The golden soldiers have repeatedly fought the sides. The two countries have fought for many years, causing numerous deaths and injuries, laboring for the people and fortune. And the great Zhou never took advantage of the land. Now they have taken advantage of it. They just take advantage of it. They take the opportunity to make a price and resume border trade. After all, the trade is closed. The loss of the empire itself is extremely heavy, and it is more cost-effective to exchange prisoners of war. 20,000 for 3,000. On the bright side, you know that it is worthwhile, and it can win the hearts of the people and reflect the emperor's mercy. Elder Jiang's proposal was supported by the majority of ministers. It was the newly appointed official minister Dan Jiangman and many other protagonists who supported the peace talks. Immortal, pretty good. If the golden soldiers enter the barrier, these guys will definitely surrender one by one. Yi Deshanzi is full of black lines. This group of rice buckets, without a bit of foresight, add 3 levels to the bastard. Before coming, he asked what Wai Wushu meant. The wretched man opposed the negotiation, insisted on continuing to seal the border and cut off trade, and even opposed the exchange of prisoners of war. Sealing the border and cutting off trade has also suffered serious losses. This has already been taken into account before being implemented for half a year. The prairie outside the Great Wall has been chaotic, and Nushi, who has always been scheming, can't sit still, and actively proposes a peace. Sealing the border and banning trade orders and killing offenses are slanderous and savage tactics. The fight is consumption. Whoever can sustain it will win, but it will take a long time to see results. If it is withdrawn at this time, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Up As for the exchange of prisoners of war, the 3,000 Yang and Zhuang tribes are veterans who have experienced many battles. Putting them back is equivalent to 3,000 more powerful soldiers. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry was training troops outside the Great Wall. Except for the death of the war, no one was captured. The 20,000 people exchanged were actually poor people who were looted by the Golden Soldiers. They were all the old, weak, sick, and disabled. This business was not at all cost-effective. After listening to Yuji's analysis, Yi Daishan had already decided in his heart, but he didn't expect that so many ministers agreed to negotiate a peace, which made his nose crooked with anger. Does the public have any objections? He asked patiently, only hoping that some ministers would be far-sighted and understand the important opinions of the order to close the border and cut off trade and to stop the order, and he would stand up against it. Homeopathy agrees. The emperor, the minister opposes the peace. The Hubu Shangxu Li Jin was the first to stand up against the peace, followed by the War Department Shangxu Duga Jin, and the Criminal Department Shangxu Gong Shangdan Hua. Yi Daishanzi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there are still a few ministers who are far-sighted. These three are the pillars of the Great Zhu. However, the Dugu and Shang are among the best in the Great Zhu. The big family of China is so powerful that they can no longer be promoted to their officials. The only suitable person is Li Jin. Li Jin, Kujin and Shangdan Hu did not disappoint him. The three of them were very far-sighted. After some analysis, they were very similar to Yuji's previous analysis. Of course, it turned out that the three of them were beaten up by a group of ministers and almost scolded to death. Emperor Yi Daishan stood up from the dragon chair, and the chaotic scene disappeared like this. The ministers closed their voices one by one and looked up at their monarch. Yi Daishan's stern eyes swept across the faces of the ministers one by one. It was time to once again show that he was arbitrary. The three kings, Li, Shang, and Dugu, have made a very reasonable analysis and are in line with my wishes. I will not make peace or exchange prisoners of war. Chapter 226. The old stupefied head who dared to pull the dragon's beard. The emperor, please think twice. The chief minister of the cabinet, Zhang, was the first to kneel down, then the second, and the third. The Jinliuan hall was instantly full of civil and military ministers. The emperor, please think twice. Emperor, this is a great thing for the benefit of the country and the people. Please think twice about the emperor, otherwise, the veteran minister will not be able to kneel down. The chief minister of the cabinet, Zhang, was reluctant to ask for mercy. Elder Zhang, you are embarrassing me. Elder Zhang, please get up quickly. You are my left and right arms, the pillar of Diezu. Come on. Hurry up and help Elder Zhang and give a seat. Yi Da. The emperor also looked at the pillars of the country, so the eunuch lifted up Zhang and gave him a seat at the same time. Above the golden temple, the emperor can give a seat, but it is a great honor. However, usually the emperor rarely adopts some of Zhang's suggestions. It is a bit weird today. Does the emperor want to strive for the support of Zhang? It is not surprising to think about it. Zhang is a veteran of the three dynasties. The prime minister of the dynasty has a high position. He can respond to each other in the dynasty. If he has the support of Zhang, it is equivalent to getting the support of most of the ministers. The veteran begs the emperor to think twice. If the emperor disagrees with the negotiation, the veteran will have to sue the old man and return home. Zhang asked again and threatened him with his previous assassin. Dare to threaten, brother? There was a faint smile on Yi Daishan's face. This is what you asked for. Brother hasn't found an excuse. Now, you can be slapped rightfully. He. Elder Zhang is a veteran of the three dynasties, dedicated to his work, dedicated to his duties, and dedicated my great efforts to the Great Zhu dynasty. I am very grateful. Yi Daishanzi said with a very moved expression. I am ready to play. Zhi's old age is already high, so it should be good. Have a good time at home. One country, a high-ranking position, but a surrender. Yi Daishanzi was already upset, but this time he found an excuse and immediately slapped Mr. Zhang without hesitation. The chaos needs to be dealt with, my brother thinks now. What is important is the iron-blooded prime minister. The civil and military men of the Manchu dynasty all opened their mouths. Is the emperor really accurate? At this time, Jiangji's heart was full of bitterness. He used this assassin trick before, but after trying bailing, he was dizzy, and he forgot that the emperor had changed a lot and became more and more arbitrary. Today, he used the assassin. It's just a feint move. Isn't this just enough to dazzle the mind of Fawnjun? Confused, old Jiang thumped his chest and feet with hate, but it was done, and it was useless to regret. He looked at the ministers who usually slapped himself arrogantly, hoping that they could stand up and ask the emperor to take his life back. Yi Deishanzi pretended to wipe a few tears, and praised Jiang for his hard work and loyalty, and he made immortal feats for the great Zhu. I remember this in my heart. He smiled and looked at the ministers in the palace. His eyes seemed to be asking, the king family, who else wants to sue the old man and return home? Sure to play together. All the ministers were desperately lowering their heads, watching their noses and their hearts, not daring to touch the emperor's cold and evil gaze. Mr. Jiang, but the bloody example in front of him. Who would dare to touch the mold? But there is such a person who dares to touch the dragon and pull out the dragon's beard. The emperor, the veteran, is too old and may not be qualified for the post of the official secretary. Please ask the emperor to sue the old official to return to his hometown. The new official secretary, Dan Jiangmin, asked to play, with a decisive expression. That means, please take back the emperor's life, otherwise, the old ministers, I will have to tell the old man to return home. The Manchu dynasty civil and military can't help but open their mouths again. Is this Dan Jiangmin stupid? Still not afraid of death? Really dare to touch the dragon's power? Pull out the dragon's beard? An old stunthead. Old Jiang was moved in tears, and the ministers usually slapped him madly. When an accident happened, all of them became tortoises. Tan Shangxiu is still a friend of Dan Shangxiu, although Dan Shangxiu usually agrees with him, but at the critical moment, dare to use his head to guarantee him, this is a good person. If the emperor takes his fate back, the old man will definitely thank him. Quick play. Yi Deishan's expression was indifferent, and it was difficult for people to see his inner joy and anger. Thanks to the emperor, Tan Jiangmin returned to the class. His expression was calm, but he sighed in his heart. After listening to the analysis of the Hubu Shangxiu Li Jin and others, he also felt very reasonable. It was just that he was discussing peace. In the main battle, he still prefers peace talks. He believes that peace talks are for the sake of the people. No objection? Sanjiao. Yi Daishan flicked his sleeves, turned and left, once again letting the ministers to learn his arbitrariness. Putting out Jiang Tingdong's aspect, he was in a good mood. The ideal candidate in his heart was Dan Jiangmin. This man was determined, resolute and vigorous, with a bit of iron and blood, but sometimes it was very mind-blowing, which caused a lot of headaches. Dan Zi didn't expect that Tan Jiangmin would dare to stand up and offend Dan Wei, which made him a little unhappy. This old guy is really not on the road. A bit hateful. Let him go for the time being. After reviewing some memorials in the Imperial Library, and practicing internal skills for several weeks, Yi Daishan wandered to the Yi Palace, planning to take a nap with concubine Ru in his arms, and sneak out of the palace at night to collect flowers and steal incense. Hey, what's the matter with concubine AI? Seeing that concubine Ru's eyes were a little red, I was afraid that I had cried just now. I don't know what made her cry so sad. The emperor. When the emperor held her arms in her arms, concubine Ru burst into tears when she thought about her sadness. The pear blossoms brought rain and she was tender and pitiful. No one could help but feel pity when she saw it. Yi Deishanzi said that he was the most pitiful Xiangxu, and naturally he felt terribly painful, so he put his arms around her and comforted her softly. AI concubine, is Empress Jin embarrassing you, in this harem? Besides Queen Jin, who else would dare to challenge this fascinating little girl like a fairy? However, Queen Jin doesn't seem to have such a small belly, right? Concubine Ru shook her head quickly. She gave Queen Jin enough respect, and Queen Jin treated her well, At least for now, there is no difficulty. Who dares to make my concubine be angry? I chop his head and ransack the family. Yi Dacian coaxed desperately. The little girl pairs rein, tender and pitiful. I feel pity. Concubine Ru was even more sad when she cried. She knelt down with a thump, and cried, "The Emperor, are the concubines so unhappy with the Emperor?" After a long time of trouble, the culprit that made Xioya have a headache and crying is brother herself. Yi Dacian was stunned for a while before he reacted. He picked her up, let her sit on his lap, and coaxed, "Who said that? Didn't I always dote on my concubine?" He believes that he loves concubine Ru. You Shanxi concubine, the little girl is naturally charming, when one is dignified, considerate, and he is very fond of him. The reason for this is that the love for Leaf is transferred to the little girl. If you want to say that a concubine loves her, Xiao Nizai is 1 + 1 = 2. Brother spoils you so much, why are you still unhappy? Yi Daishanzi scratched his head, a little confused. Chapter 227 Concubine Ru whispered, "The concubine has been in the palace for some time. Why doesn't the emperor favor the concubine?" It turned out to be this old question. Yi Dacian's head is as big as a fight. This matter has been explained several times, but this little girl is not convinced. In fact, he also knows that Ruf is pure in her heart, but she is also smart, which is not easy to fool. He didn't mean to fool concubine Ru, but the difference between ancient and modern concepts is huge. His reasonable excuses, even kindness, turned into a bad excuse for the world to laugh at concubine Ru. According to the Decisive law, a woman can marry at the age of 14, and she is an old girl who cannot marry at the age of 20 without a husband. The emperor, are the concubines so disgusting with the emperor? Ruf knelt in front of the bed, tearful eyes, tenderly pitying. This. The Emperor Yi Dacian, who usually has a sweet mouth and makes beautiful women happy, is also helpless at this time, scratching his head desperately. His head is as big as a fight now. If he doesn't give the little girl a clear answer, I'm afraid it will really hurt her. She is only 14 years old. Headache, very painful. Concubine, get up first. Yi Dacian picked her up from the ground and hugged her in his arms. Concubine Ru was sitting on his lap, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, curled into his arms and sobbed in a low voice. Yi Daishanzi could only caress her back and couldn't help comforting. Inside the palace, several palace lanterns were lit up at some unknown time. Yi Daishanzi got out of bed and got dressed. Ruf I wanted to get up to serve, but couldn't help but whispered, her curved eyebrows wrinkled tightly, and jade cheeks faintly pained. Yi Daishanzi sat down with a wry smile, and comforted him softly, take a good rest. It will be fine in a few days. The emperor. Ruf was ashamed, but she was finally the emperor's woman. Yi Daishanzi kneaded her little head, and said softly, it's good to rest. I will go to the imperial study room to review the memorial. The imperial capital of Darjin Kingdom, Shenjing. In the palace and the hall of supreme harmony, the great Khan Nushi lay leaning on the pile of brocade quilts, looking at the elder brothers standing in front of them with godless eyes. Father Khan, my son, please lead the army. Swear to break Zhen Yang. Father Khan, my son is willing to lead an army to open an entry channel from human. The messenger sent to Diezu has returned. Diezu not only refused to negotiate peace, but also refused to exchange prisoners of war, which naturally aroused the anger of the elder brothers. One by one, they gritted their teeth and asked Father Khan to select the 20,000 Han people who had been selected and prepared to exchange prisoners of war. Killed. The heads were piled up at the outer Zhen Yang Pass to deter the defenders of Zhen Yang Pass. At the same time, they asked the leaders to go out and vow to open the passage of entry. Nurchi smiled bitterly. All of his sons are fierce fighters on the battlefield, but when it comes to the overall situation, he can only shake his head. Looking at his seventh son, Ajitai, he gasped and said, Old Chi, talk about it. Among this group of sons, Ajitai is the only handsome man who is very unique, but unfortunately, He is not very pleased. Ajitai's biological mother was a looted woman from the Central Plains. Therefore, the blood flowing through Ajitai's body is not a pure Darjin royal lineage. The Prince Nurchizai has never considered Ajitai. Ajitai cautiously said, Father Khan, if we can't break through the two major dangers of Yin Yang and human, we can only start with Chu or Yan. Nurji nodded in satisfaction. The old man still had a vision, but unfortunately, he was succumbed to him. If he was made the crown prince and no one would obey him, the Jin nation would immediately fall apart. The emperor's decree to seal the border and cut off trade and kill, whose decree seemed faint, but they were actually very clever tactics for damaging households. Dakin simply couldn't fight for the expense. Therefore, he only offered peace talks. But he was caught. The Emperor of Great Zhou refused. It is said that the Emperor of the Great Zhou was a faint and unruly great monarch, but he didn't believe that monarch could have such courage. This is rather self-defeating, but also to ruin Dakin's top-notch scheming. Regarding field battles, Darjin Iron Riders Megatron continent, but it is Darjin's weakness to fight fortified battles. The Dazu army defended the city and did not fight. No matter how capable Nurchi was, he could only look at the city chief and sigh. Dazu's various measures were entirely aimed at his Darjin empire. I believe that within 3 to 5 years, when Dazu is fully restored, it will be the time when Dazu is using troops, and Dazu's orders to close borders and cut off trade and kill husband are here. Within a few years, it will be enough to cause extremely serious damage to the prairie. To plan ahead, in the past few years, he must find a way out for Darjin. However, the terrain of the kingdom of Yan and Chu is extremely unfavorable for Darjin's cavalry to rush. Otherwise, he will not rush to the dangers of Zhenyang at any cost. A dangerous barrier forcibly blocked the grand strategy of the Darjin Empire to gain control of the Central Plains, and he was unwilling to do so. Ajitai's analysis has caused dissatisfaction among the elder brothers. What nonsense! Isn't this arrogance of the enemy and destroying one's own prestige? It's a mere Zhenyang pass. I don't believe I can't get it down. Azitu immediately became the target of gang fights by the elder brothers. The elder brothers usually didn't wait to see him much. This time they found an excuse to be mad and scolded him one by one for being timid and fearful. He was not an eagle on the grassland, a radical one. He even scolded him for not being Father Khan's son. Although Ajitai had been psychologically prepared, he still couldn't help being so angry that his face was so pale that he could be killed but not insulted. Whoever scolds him as a bastard will kill him. Enough. Shut up. Niu shook his head. What is this all about? He hasn't died yet, so these bastards are thinking the other way around. Chapter 228. The Emperor visits. The man in his 40s is at the peak of his energy. He is about to let go of his hands and feet and show his ambitions, but he is idle at home, not to mention how uncomfortable he is. Tan Jiangmen was in such a mood at this time. Although his wife was very virtuous and comforted him softly, it made him feel more uncomfortable and felt sorry for his wife. Having been an upright official for more than 10 years, the whole family depends on his meager salary. This life is tight, and most of the time it depends on the father-in-law to help. Now the black hats are lost and they are left at home. The financial resources are cut off. Past. Except for major national events, he is a weak scholar who can't do anything. Even if he can, he can't afford to lose his face. His wife has a good cooking skill and plans to make sesame cakes for sale. Tan Jiangmen felt even more uncomfortable when he smelled the fragrant sesame cakes. Master, there is a young man surnamed Yi outside the house asking to see you. Tan Cheng, the only native slave in the family, came to report. The son of Yi. Tan Jiangmen was stunned for a moment, and still got up and went out. Although he was in a bad mood and didn't know who was sacred by the son of Yi, out of courtesy, he still went out to see who was the son of Yi who suddenly visited. The Yi Gongzai who suddenly visited was naturally the current Saint Yi Deshanzi. Tan Jiangmen hurriedly knelt down and bowed, Courier Komin knocked on the emperor. I go to the palace to see the emperor every day. I have a habit for more than 10 years. I want to change it all at once. I am still a bit uncomfortable. I just don't know what happened to the emperor. Yi Daishan gave her right hand falsely, motioned to flatten her body, and said with a smile, "My son heard that Mrs. Zun has a good cooking skill, so he came over to disturb Master Tan for a meal." The emperor. The son, Tan Jiangmen, broke out in a cold sweat. The emperor wants to eat here? How can he afford to entertain? Isn't this killing him? How could Yi Daishanzi not know his predicament? His own guards brought in chicken, duck and fish, and a few bags of white rice. Tan Jiangmen is so embarrassed that the emperor came to eat and had to bring his own food. Where did he put his old face? Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "Old man, let's talk in the study, please." Tan Jiangmen's sweat. It seems that the emperor is the master of this house, and his master has become a guest. When he was pouring tea for the emperor, he sweated again. That he was so bad that his hands shook. He was so poor that he didn't have much to drink. It's good enough to drink it. It can be used to entertain the emperor. It's disrespectful. Master Tan is so kingpin. Yi Daishan picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was very bitter. Looking at the simple and old furniture in the room, he couldn't help sighing. He was a minister of officials for more than 10 years and was too poor. People can't believe it. The emperor, Tan Jiangmen screamed, not knowing what to say for a while. The emperor would definitely not come to visit the door in idleness, but he didn't know what was going on. He was uneasy. Yi Daishanzi sighed in his heart and asked, "Why is Lord Tan an official?" Tan Jiangmen was stunned for a moment, greeted the emperor's scrutiny gaze, and said solemnly, "To make a life for the people, to open peace for all generations, and to continue for the sacred learning." Yi Daishan nodded. He believed that Tan Jiangmen said that if he was an official for more than 10 years for the sake of prosperity and wealth, he wouldn't be like this. He asked, "Does Master Tan feel that I am warlike and disregard the people of Li people?" Tan Jiangmen hesitated for a while before replying, "The emperor has been fighting for years at the border. The soldiers have been killed and injured. The people are miserable. If you negotiate a peace with the gold man, you can save a lot of money to support the poor people. To say that the emperor is warlike, it doesn't make sense. After all, it was the golden soldiers who harassed the local people. The great Zhou army rose up to fight against foreign invasions, and war was inevitable. It is not always the case that the emperor put the people in fire and water. In the drought in the north, the emperor invested a lot of money, opened warehouses for disaster relief, saved countless victims, and saved the 3 years of taxes in the north, and built water conservancy roads. The measures were very appropriate. He agrees very much. As for the peace talks, the two sides ceased the war. Without the war, there would be no casualties for the soldiers at the border, which can save huge military expenditures and use them to build places and subsidize the poor. Isn't that great? He finally said what he wanted to say. At this moment, no matter how the emperor thinks of him, he is only thinking about the people. Water can carry a boat, and it can overturn it. Those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. Yi Daishan finally understood the reason why the old stunthead would not hesitate to throw away the black hat and anger Long Wei. The intention was good, but unfortunately, his eyes were still too shallow. He picked up the brush on the desk and drew 2 circles, one large and one small, on the paper. The small circle was under the large circle, and then pointed to the large circle and said, "Master Tan, this represents the wild continent, this small circle represents the great Zhou dynasty." Tan Jiangmen looked at the emperor in a daze, and didn't understand what the emperor meant. With a solemn expression on his face, Yi Daishan said in a solemn voice, "Surely Master Tan also has several big empires in the mainland, right? The wars and disputes between these empires will also harm the people and make them displaced and miserable, right?" Tan Jiangmen couldn't help but nodded. In the several empires, conflicts would lead to wars every 2 or 3 years, causing countless deaths and injuries. Many innocent people lost their homes and fled their homes one after another. Yi Daishan suddenly said loudly, "Master Tan, Didn't you say that being an official is for the people of the world? If so, your vision is too short and shallow. Tan Jiangmin's old face instantly turned red. He now understands what the emperor meant. One min is not only the people of the Great Zhou Empire, but the people of the entire savage continent. Yi Deishanzi continued. The purpose of launching the war is to eliminate the war. Only by unifying the mainland can the people in the world truly escape the sea of suffering. Can Master Dan understand my thoughts? Old Minister, I understand. Tan Jiangmen knelt down and cupped his head with a bang. The Emperor is wise and martial. He is very talented. And the old minister is confused. Please confess the crime. Flat body. Yi Daishan took a breath. The old stunned his head is still open, and he is not confused to the point of vomiting blood. Maybe the cabinet's first assistant's aspect is competent. Mrs. Tan is busy cooking in the kitchen. There is only one old servant in the Tan family. She can't be too busy alone. The guards can only act as the first hand, killing chickens and ducks. My mother, are you here? Tan Junki Miss Tan was practicing in her fragrant boudoir. She had just received her exercises. Seeing that there were several males killing chickens and ducks outside her kitchen, she knew that the distinguished guests were coming. It's hard to hide the curiosity in my heart. Well, here is a guest. Your father is in the study. Madame Tan replied while cooking. Hey, girl, hurry up and change clothes. Mother, got it. Miss Tan made a playful face, went back to the room and changed her clothes, and then slipped towards her father's study. I don't know what distinguished guest is here, Dad entertained so grandly. Chapter 229 The Emperor belongs to everyone. Miss Tan was already naughty and active. She couldn't bear her curiosity. She rushed to the study room quietly, and looked inward through the windows and doors. Under this glance, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The so-called distinguished guest turned out to be that Daforn Jun. At this moment, Dao Jun talked with his father very happily. Looking at the expression on his father's face, he was respectful, happy, admired, and ashamed, with an air of worship that was extremely admirable. Is this son coming out from the West? His own dad, but a talented man, the champion of a certain imperial examination. He is arrogant and never flattering people. He would actually go shopping and flatter Daforjun. Could it be that his father has changed? Or has the world changed? Suzilun, the chief of the internal maternity supervisor, and several imperial servants were guarded near the study. Suzilun recognized Miss Tan and did not take action. Otherwise, Miss Tan would not even want to approach the study. Mrs. Tan quickly set up a table of wine and food. When her husband introduced the handsome son in front of her was the current emperor. Mrs. Tan was shocked and hurriedly salutes, and Miss Tan naturally has to follow the salute. To be honest, Dao Jun's impression in Miss Tan's heart has changed a lot. If it weren't for Dao Jun's protection last time, she would have been punished by the master. She has always been grudges and grudges. She remembered this feeling. After returning home, Miss Tan was inevitably scolded and punished, and assassinated the emperor. That was the first-class crime of ransacking the family and exterminating the clan. It was Madame Tan's love for her daughter. Miss Tan has never dared to go back to the Xuanmen again, fearing being punished by the master and the head. She has stayed in the capital for a while. Yi Deishanzi sat on the chief honestly and unceremoniously, and smiled at Miss Tan, who was dressed in plain white clothes. After a few months, Xiao Nizai became more and more attractive. As the saying goes, 3 points are filial piety, 7 points are pretty. Xiao Nizai's plain white clothes add a bit of prettiness, and there is such a faintly ladylike taste. Master Tan's tutor is strict, and the wildcat's wildness has weakened a bit. Yes, I like it. Although Feng Nishang is a maid, she has a superb status. The chief supervisor of the internal maid, Suzilun, sat outside at a table, but she was not there with her, sitting next to Miss Tan. The two were about the same age, and they became familiar with each other after only a while. The two girls quickly retired after dinner. Feng Nikheng wanted to accompany the emperor, but she was dragged away by Miss Dan. Seeing the emperor smiled and nodded, Feng Niking had no choice but to follow. However, after only a while, Feng Nishang came back with a displeased expression on his face. This made Tan Jiangmin's wife's head as big as a fight, and he dared to love what his baby girl said, which provokes this superbly beautiful maid not happy anymore. In fact, Miss Dan didn't say anything, she just got used to it. She talked and fainted, angered Feng Nishang and flung her sleeves away. In Xiaona's eyes, the emperor is the best man in the world, who says regardless of the emperor's ill, she would turn her face away. If it weren't for the emperor to be a guest at Tan's house, she would have waved her powder head park. Halfway away from the Dan mansion, the Emperor Yi Daishan asked why Feng Nishang was angry, and laughed loudly. Someone scolded me, but it means that I have not done enough to satisfy the people. I curse well, ha ha. Feng Nishang's beautiful eyes instantly became shining, full of unspeakable affection. The emperor's demeanor, this free and easy, no one in the world can match, making her more and more admired. After returning to the palace, Feng Fu went to the palace to report something to the palace. The sisters held hands and sat in Feng Nishang's room to say something sensible. Naturally, Feng Nishang talked about what happened at the Dan's house today, and also expressed his gratitude to Tan Die. Miss upset, Feng Fu can only laugh bitterly. Her own girl, who worships the emperor, is blindly distracted. Who dares to say bad things about the emperor? It is strange that she doesn't turn her face, and the girl of the Dan family is really messing around. The emperor, I'm afraid that Long Yan will be furious, and the Dan family will go all out. However, the emperor's tolerance is truly unique in the mainland, and it is indeed admirable. Neon clothes, emperor, there are a lot of women. Feng Fu hesitated for a while, and finally said this. She now controls the Black Guard and has the power. The emperor's affair with a mess outside, she knows everything clearly. In fact, the emperor is also quite sage, but it's too much. The dignified emperor of Diezu went into the widow's fragrant girl in the middle of the night to steal the fragrance and pick flowers. It is so ridiculous that people can't believe it. She doesn't worry about anything else. I only worry about my sister. Feng Nishang's pretty face reddened. His head hung down, and he said in shame, the emperor is the emperor of the real dragon. Is it the emperor that can be monopolized by himself? As long as he has the neon clothes in his heart, he will be content. Feng Fu could only sigh slightly. Her sister was already in a delusion, and she had nothing to say when she was talking about it. This book, you have time to read it. Feng Fu took out a book from her sleeve and put it in Feng Nishang's hand. Sister, Feng Nishang opened it curiously, and threw it away quickly. His cheeks flushed red. Take it away. Feng Fu picked up the book and put it in her sister's hands again, and said with a serious expression, the emperor is very romantic. If you don't want to fall out of favor, you have to learn. Remember, only practice until for the 4th stage. You can't practice anymore. That is a martial arts secret. It was discovered from the demon girl when she killed a witch who was a misfortune when she walked the rivers and lakes. The book recorded all the tricks of intrigue to please men, as well as an evil skill. The Xiano Heart Sutra for practicing the mind is full of pictures and texts. No wonder Feng Nikeng was so scared to throw it away when he turned it over. The first 5 realms of this mental technique are purely charming techniques that please men, but after reaching the 6th realm, it is the evil technique of harvesting yang and replenishing yin, and it cannot be practiced anymore. She also has no choice. Her sister likes to be the emperor. When she is in a state of madness, since she can't persuade her, she can only help her. There are too many women in the emperor. If you want to be favored, you must have some means to win the emperor. Huang Xin, she couldn't help it. Sister. You are so kind. Feng Nishang understood her sister's painstaking efforts, and was very touched. The smooth jade cheeks were full of shame and red clouds. After all, she is the eldest daughter of Huang Hua who is waiting to be married in her boudoir. Just looking at the pictures of practicing exercises, she can be ashamed. She has to learn according to the pictures. How can she feel? Feng Fu smiled bitterly and sighed. Who left her with only such a hard-working sister? If she doesn't help as a sister, who else can help? Have a good chat? Yi Deshanzi dealt with some things, and came over with a smile. Feng Nishang was so scared that he hurriedly hid the book behind his back. His cheeks were so red that even sweat oozes out. Although Yi Daishan felt that Feng Nishang's expression was a bit weird, but how embarrassed to overheard the whispers from his daughter's house, he chuckled a few times before leaving. Chapter 230 The Emperor loves to do homework. In Yaigong, concubine Ru is curling up on the luxurious carved bed, talking to her close maid, Xiaoqing, in a low voice. The faces of both of them are full of shame and red clouds, and the big bed is full of one Zhang embroidered very beautifully. After discussing with Xiaoqing for more than a long time, there was no result. On the contrary, it became more and more confused. It was just that the cheeks were hot like fire, and the heart was jumping suddenly and suddenly. The bones seemed to be limp without a trace of strength. One is afraid, and the other is half knowledgeable. What can be studied? Xiaoqing carefully put away the blushing and heart-beating erotica Jinxiu, and put it in the box where the lady was married. Then he turned around and saw the emperor coming in and hurriedly bowed to salute. The emperor, concubine Ru, curled up on the carved bed, wanted to get up and salute. Suddenly, she thought that the emperor had said that she would type PP if she was so wordy, and she dispelled the idea of saluting, but her pretty face was full of smiles. The emperor, Yi Deshanzi, came in with a smile, and saw that their faces were red, and asked curiously, "Hey, why are your two faces so red?" Concubine Ru and Xiaoqing were so embarrassed that they were looking for cracks. Fortunately, the things that were ashamed were put away. If the emperor saw them, wouldn't they be ashamed? They wouldn't say such things to death. Yi Daishan didn't take it seriously. In ancient times, women are easily shy. I think the master and servant didn't know what they were whispering. All right. Yi Deshanzi sat down on the edge of the bed, hugged concubine Rufi's soft and boneless waist, and hugged her into his arms. Yeah? Concubine Ru lowered her head in shame and responded with a low voice, almost inaudible. In fact, the emperor still spoiled her very much. Yi Deshanzi grinned, and the evil smile seemed to say, "I told you a long time ago, you didn't listen to it. Have you suffered?" The emperor. The concubine was ashamed. Her smooth jade cheeks were full of shame and red clouds, as bright as the flowers that were actually released in the spring of March. She was especially charming and fascinated. The emperor Yi Degya swallowed, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart, and said with a smile, "I concubine, come. Let's do our homework." Upon hearing that the emperor and the Ru concubine were doing homework, Xiaoqing quit the dormitory very interestingly. Yes, the emperor. Rufi's cheeks became more and more red, and every time she did homework, her cheeks were burning like fire, her heart pounding, her breathing was short, and her whole body was limp without a trace of strength. The emperor likes to help her with her homework once a day. It makes her happy. The emperor still spoils her very much. Otherwise, she won't be so hard to help her with her homework. Yi Deshanzi's two wolf paws worked hard to do homework. The expression on his face was full of evil, deceiving such an innocent little Liu Oli. The guilt in his heart only flashed. Yi Daishan reluctantly let go of a pair of wolf paws, wiped a handful of sweat beads on his forehead, and today's homework is over. He jumped out of the bed, rubbed Rufi's little head, and coaxed, "Just rest, I'm busy with other things." Yi Deshanzi left the Yi Palace and really went to the Imperial Study Room to review the memorials and deal with national affairs. National events are never finished. Yi Daishan worked very hard for more than an hour, and soon became lazy again. He leaned back lazily on a chair, swaying with his legs on the desk. A bit of the majesty of the real Dragon Emperor. It is like a gangster in the market. Suzalun, the chief of the Inspector of Internal Attendants, has been accustomed to seeing it, and he can only sigh helplessly. Fortunately, this is the Imperial Study Room. Without the Emperor's call, no one can come in. In formal occasions, The emperor still constrains and presents the emperor. Prestige. Yi Daishan was thinking about whether to sneak out of the palace tonight to steal incense and pick flowers. This kind of secretly touching behavior of stealing incense and jade still feels quite exciting to him. A little eunuch outside the door reported that, after Suzalon went out, he quickly rushed back. The emperor, human, is a great victory. Huxioyon won the battle again? Yi Daishan's spirits lifted up, and he took the Yongbao to read the memorials all day long. He was annoying, but he was only interested in the memorials that won the battle. A few days ago, Fox Xioyon led 10,000 tigers and leopards to go out at night and ran for hundreds of miles. They attacked 2 grain transport teams of the ethnic groups outside of Serbia. They burned tens of thousands of stone of grain. When they retreated, they attacked a group of cavalry of thousands of tribes on the way, wiped out the enemy army and captured Nurture's favorite concubine, Rongrui, and escorted them into Beijing. The old fox did a good job, and the Emperor Yi Daishan was very happy. He stood up and said with a grin, "Old Su, go, look at the Princess Rongrui. Nurture's most beloved concubine must be pretty good. But I want to see what the beautiful women outside the Great Wall look like. If they are still able to pass, I don't mind putting a big green hat on Nurchi." Concubine Rongrui is the 5th daughter of Bolinxian, the great king of the Uli herdsmen. Her full name is Bumutai Rongrui. She is beautiful and charming. She is known as the Pearl on the Prairie and is the most famous Khan Nurkai's pampering. Hearing that Enyang was ill, she went home to visit. She didn't want to run into the retreating tiger and leopard cavalry. In a fierce battle, all the thousands of Yulin guards who accompanied her were killed in battle, and she became a prisoner of the Han. The iron and blood of the tiger and leopard cavalry was famous, and the notoriety of the fox butcher made her terrified. Fortunately, she has not been abused for the time being, but the next fate is unknown. Chapter 231. Cuckold War is always a game that men never get tired of. Women are victims of war. On the defeated side, women are taken into captivity. Princess Rongrui didn't know what fate was waiting for her. She only knew that she had been escorted for a long time, and then she came to the palace of the Great Zhou Empire. She was worried all day, and her face became haggard. But her beauty was not compromised. She was only 2 years old and she was very young. The only thing that Princess Rongrui can do at the moment is to tidy up her clothes a bit, try to calm herself, and then walk out of the sedan chair tremblingly. Surrounded by men of armor like forests, with bright armor and heroism, there are also many court ladies and eunuchs who are standing there. In the middle of the hall, a young and handsome man stands with his hands. Although he is not wearing a dragon robe, he is faintly exposed. Its power is no less than that of the Great Khan, and even worse than it. I heard that the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was very young and faint, and if I wanted to, this man in front of me was. Although Princess Rongrui was so frightened that her hands and feet were weak, she tried her best to suppress the panic in her heart, and raised her head to meet the gaze of Emperor Great Zhao's scrutiny. Although she was taken prisoner, the majesty of the Emperor Dajin was not to be lost. Calm, calm. Imperial concubine Rongrui reminded herself desperately in her heart. Seeing the faint smile on the face of Emperor Daizu, she couldn't help but shudder. That smile was so evil. Yi Daishanzi grinned. This Rongrui is worthy of being the jewel of the prairie. He looks really good, and his skin color is also very good. It's really rare. Hey, this girl, brother is going to make it. In order to avenge the women who were taken captive by Dazi and tortured, in order to wear a big green hat for Nushi, brother must go. Yi Daishanzi has found a very reasonable one for himself, a very grand excuse. Rongrui anxiously waited for the verdict of fate. She saw what Daizu's faint king had said to an old eunuch, and then turned and left. Then, 4 court ladies came over and helped her into the palace. The 4 court ladies took her to a luxurious bathhouse. Rongrui was like a puppet, allowing the 4 court ladies to undress themselves and drag them into the warm water. The Cypriots, regardless of men and women, have grown up on horseback since childhood, and are adept at bow riding. Although Rongrui is expensive, He is no exception. She had the confidence to kill the 4 palace ladies, but she also knew how strict the guards of the palace were, and it was impossible to escape. The result of the resistance could only be a more tragic fate. She didn't have the courage to prefer Jade to pieces, but to give in, surrender, and a teardrop quietly slipped from the corner of her eyes. The warm water slowly dispelled her tiredness and extreme fear in her heart. Although she was the most beloved concubine of the great Khan, her living environment did not have such luxury. How much labor does it cost for a bath made of white color marble? Speaking of this warm water alone, not only many petals are sprinkled, but also many kinds of spices. The warm water in the whole pool emits a good smell. It is naturally a very precious medicine material used by the royal family. It is so luxurious that she stares, big eyes. After getting out of the bathing pool, the 4 court ladies were very experienced to dry her body and put on a pink palace gauze. He felt that his cheeks were hot and burning. The silk products of the Han people were very soft and comfortable to wear, but they were too transparent and the spring was full. What's the difference between wearing them and not wearing them? Although her heart was full of humiliation, but she still had to desperately to win the favor of the monarch, otherwise the end would be very miserable. She has lived in the Darjan harem for several years. The harem seems to be peaceful on the surface, but in fact it is scary and murderous. The concubines are fighting for power and favor, unscrupulous. In order to keep her throne, the queen also unscrupulously suppresses anyone to her, the opponent who poses a threat. Although she is the most sweaty and favored, but she is also worried and nervous all day long. And her life is not happy at all. Even though the harem of the Darjan kingdom is like this, I believe that there is no difference in the harem of the Great Zhou Empire. With the support of the 4 court ladies, Rui came to a palace. There was no one in the palace. There was just a short table on which was placed a few exquisite foods, exuding an appetizing fragrance. Rui couldn't help but swallowed. The food of the Han people is so exquisite that she fascinates her. She herself likes to eat the food made by the Han people. The royal chefs of the Darjan harem, 8 out of 10 are famous chefs of the Han people. In fact, she was terrified along the way, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. This time, her belly really felt very hungry. For the broad and profound culture of the Han people, she even wanted to go to, and even learn. She even practiced a good brush calligraphy. Okay, since I chose to go for a life and fill up my stomach first, if you let the court lady take her to the shower and change clothes, she won't be embarrassed for the time being. As for the future destiny, you have to look at your own performance. If you make him satisfied, maybe the days to come will be better. The Cypriots are more open to some aspects than Decisive. Her husband died and her uncle or other relatives took the top. If Khan Nurchi died, she would have to marry the heir who replaced Khan. Khan's brother may also be one of Khan's sons. That is, the nominal stepmother marries the heir. Of course, the premise is that the newly succeeded Khan is fancy, otherwise, the ending is either buried or trapped in the cold palace and died. The same, it's miserable. The same tragic ending. It is better to die than to live. If you can please the emperor of the Great Zhou, the future may be better. This is Rui's current mentality. After looking at it, she will not be polite to fill up her stomach first. Halfway through the meal, he hesitated when seeing the Emperor Decisive coming in. Rui still stood up for the blessing and performed the sex etiquette of a Han female. Yi Daishanzi grinned. This beauty outside the Great Wall is still quite witty. Brother likes it. He understood that Rui's ceremony was tantamount to surrendering. As for her tight face and no smile, it was maintaining her last dignity. Yi Daishanzi sat down, 6 or 7 steps away from Rui, and Suzalan, the #1 master of the inside, stood behind him. Although he can't see beautiful women, he hasn't completely eliminated Rui's wariness. If she pretends to surrender and risk her death to assassinate, brother will be even more wronged than Dewey. What, are you used to food in Central Plains? Yi Daishan asked with a smile. Well, he'll get used to it in a few days. Yes. The Emperor. Rui hesitated for a while, then replied in a low voice, resisting, there would be no good results. let alone expect Da Khan to lead his army into the imperial city to rescue her. Da Khan is a wise man, a talented man and a general, proud of the world. He never puts the great empires in his eyes. Since Decisive has implemented the order to seal borders and cut off trade and kill Hu, he has appeared worried, and he often gnashes his teeth and curses Decisive's insidious damage. Sinister. If you can make the sweat so tight, you can remember, even curse all day long, and be helpless. How can the Emperor of the Great Zhu be a faint and innocent great king? Chapter 232 Surrender. Zenyang. Dangerous Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is difficult to defend Zenyang Dangerous Pass. It is still defeated and seriously injured. Dakin's morale is low. I am afraid that it will be impossible to conquer Zenyang Dangerous Pass. Zenyang Pass is a well-known dangerous pass in the world, blocking the great sweat of the grand dream of entering the Central Plains. It cannot break the dangerous pass of Zenyang. Once the Great Zhou Empire is restored, it is the nightmare of the Dajin Empire. Everyone thought that the Emperor of Decisive was a mediocre and incompetent tyrant. In fact, he was far more forward-looking and ambitious than any emperor of any generation. If the Great Golden Kingdom is destroyed, no one can stop him from unifying the mainland. These words were all sighs made by Profuse Sweat when she sighed and sighed. She was serving Profuse Sweat at the time, and she heard them all without missing a word. It wasn't that she had never tried to pretend to surrender and wait for the opportunity to assassinate the Emperor of the Great Zhou for the Great Golden Kingdom, but she did not have the courage. Your husband. Is it okay for Nua to be naked? Yi Daishan asked with a smile. His tone was like a friend's choreography, but he spoke quickly and said the wrong thing. Rong Rui felt a pain in his heart. His pretty face was pale. He glanced at Emperor Decisive with a bitter look, lowered his eyes, and replied in a low voice, "Not great." She was telling the truth, profusely sweating at a high age. When she was young, she fought everywhere, and there were more than a dozen large and small scars on her body. These old diseases often attacked, and after she was in the sweat position, she did not know how to control her body. It's not as good as before. And he was seriously injured during the conquest of Zenyang. Although he was treated meticulously by an emperor, it would be difficult to recover even after a year and a half. What makes Rong Rui's heart annoyed is that they are already your captives, and they are also surrendering. You mention the word husband in front of them. Isn't this a slap in the face? For women outside the Great Wall, chastity is not important before marriage. As long as you like whoever you like, you can be happy overnight. Of course, after marriage, you have to guard the women way. She also knew what she was about to face, and the notion of disjointedness was also very light in her mind, just wanting to maintain the last bit of dignity. Sorry, I didn't mean it. With an apologetic smile on Yi Daishan's face, he really didn't mean to expose Rong Rui's scars, but just missed his mouth. The reason for asking this is to understand Nurchi's state of health. This old guy has unified the prairie filled with tribes in just a few years. It is very powerful, but the Emperor Yi Dia has listed Nurchi as the #1 enemy and focuses on it. What? Rong Rui stayed for a while, thinking that he had misheard. He actually apologized to me. Yi Daishan smiled slightly. Don't be afraid. This will be your home in the future. Xi Emperor. Rong Rui quickly knelt down to thank you, and took a breath. With his words, the fear and worries in her heart weakened a lot. Next, it depends on whether she can please him. Yi Daishan smiled, and then asked, what does he usually eat? From the aspects of daily diet, work and rest, you can understand the opponent's physical condition and habits, and thus understand his sex personality, etc. Although he has sent a large number of secret spies into the prairie, it is difficult to get into the core of the Golden State. To obtain high-level confidential information, he can only calmly understand Nurchi's various situations from Rong Rui's mouth. These questions are very common and they are just as usual. Rong Rui doesn't doubt Yi Daishan's intentions. To answer truthfully, she has to ask about some military secrets. She will not answer, using the women as an excuse for not participating in them. Yi Daishanzi didn't embarrass her either. None of the questions asked related to Jin Country's military secrets. This made Rongrui breathe a sigh of relief. At least, she didn't sell the Jin Country's secrets for the sake of surviving. Well, you are bumpy along the way. You must be very tired. Take a good rest. Don't worry, everything is mine. Yi Daishanzi smiled and got up and left. He already knew everything he wanted to know. He didn't have any thoughts of moving for the time being. The Bt's face was full of exhaustion, worry and anxiety. At this time, it would be inappropriate to avenge the sisters who were taken captive by the Tartar, and to put a big green hat on Nurchi. Nurchi is very old and in poor physical condition. Now he is seriously injured, and it is estimated that he will be able to last another 3 to 5 years. As long as the old guy dies, Jingo will not worry about it. Regarding the group of Nurchi's sons, the Black Guards have collected a lot of information. All of them are fierce generals on the battlefield, so they have to say that they are on their own. But they feel a little too close. Seventh elder brother Ajitai is a person, but he is a concubine. His mother is a Han. He is excluded. Even Nurchi doesn't like him very much. He has never been alone in the army until now. I think Nurchi cherished him. Be wary. Seventh elder brother Ajitai doesn't count. The only thing that makes Yi Daishanzi is only the marshal of soldiers and horses. When he was young, he followed Nurkai to conquer the north. He was already 30 years old. With the sole control of the army, he made outstanding achievements, and was transferred to the north by Nurchi to guard the border because he failed to attack the dangerous pass of Zenyang. In fact, to put it bluntly, it means that the master of Tulai Stab is highly vigorous. Nurchi knew that he was old and would not live long, and began to plan the future for the future heirs. Naturally, he would lose the military power of Tulai Stab. An old marshal with outstanding military exploits like Tulai Tsang has very high prestige in the army, which can be said to be second only to Nurchi. Which elder brother gets his support, will be able to successfully ascend to the throne of Khan. In case he the supporting elder brother is not the heir to the Khan position designated by Nurchi, and it will definitely cause internal uproar, and the Darjin country must be torn apart. This is what Nurchi worries most. Yi Daishanzi and Wasu made an analysis, and the two of them coincided with each other, which is probably the case. Since the emperor is so worried about the thorns, why don't you use the hand of new thorns to get rid of them? Wuji smiled. Yi Daishan said, although Nurchi is old, he is not too old to be confused. However, it doesn't matter if you try it. Even if you don't want the old life of Tulai Tsang, you can also increase Nurchi's weight. Suspicious, by the way, I also give that Ajitai some medicine. This guy is also a scourge. Yes, the emperor. Wuji grinned and smiled very happily. The emperor took his suggestion. Just because he values him, it's hard not to laugh. Yi Daishan reminded, after you've settled this matter, let me have a look at it, and then let the monkey take care of it. Haiyuai is the best at playing this kind of thing. Hu Yozong is the highest officer of the Human Guan Haiyuai branch office. He is a clever man and he is the most suitable person to handle this matter. Yes, the emperor. Wazi answered, bowed and exited the imperial study room, and went back to think about his divorce plan. The emperor, the messenger from Yango, please see me. Empress Jin's soft voice came from outside the door. Yi Daishanzi was startled slightly, got up and opened the door. Chapter 233 The concubine takes your concubine for you. The emperor. This is the letter written by Empress Yan. Queen Jin bowed down and presented the letter respectfully. Letters from Empress Yan? It seems that I have never had any correspondence with this famous swallow empress. Zainran exchanged letters with the 9 princesses a few times, and the letters in the letters were just ordinary household affairs, and occasionally brought 1 or 2 poems from Tang dynasty to Song dynasty. After reading the letter written by the Empress Yan, the Emperor Yi Daishan was stunned. When did the brother say he wanted to be married? Empress Jin bowed to her blessing and said, it is the concubine who advocated without authorization and asks the emperor to confess the crime. The concubine does not intend to interfere in the affairs of the court. Jaina, get up quickly. This the Yi Dacian hurriedly helped Empress Jin. He was too happy. How could he blame Empress Jin? I didn't expect Empress Jin to take care of him. This kind of thing sounds like a fantasy in the world, but in this age, everything is possible. He was overwhelmed with joy. Princess Chaju is a level of disaster to the country and the people, and one of the ideal candidates for income in the harem, but on the surface, he still has to pretend to be a little embarrassed. Queen Jin sighed faintly in her heart. If it wasn't for a special reason, which main house in the world would like to do this kind of thing? She had no choice but to accept the concubine for the emperor. Seeing a trace of helplessness and resentment flashing in Queen Jin's eyes, Yi Dacian couldn't help but apologize, and put his arms around her softly and said, "Jaina, I remember in my heart, I will never leave you in the cold." Queen Jin's smooth jade cheeks floated blush. "With your words, it's not worth my grievance to help you with this matter, but I didn't mean that. If the emperor will go out in the future, it is best to bring more guards to escort. Your concubines can be very worried, and the things outside are dirty. Don't eat them randomly." She spoke the words she had been holding in her heart very easily. The dignified Emperor Diezu slipped out of the palace in the middle of the night to do some shameful deeds, which is really absurd. Now, I took your concubine for you. You should also be restrained. Well, even if you want to steal incense and jade, you should find some decent ladies. There are so many beautiful women in the palace, one younger than one more prettier than the other. You don't want to look at you, but you want to find some women who are inconsistent. What should I say to you? The deep meaning of Queen Jin's words is as big as that. I thought I didn't know what I was doing, but I didn't know what the ghost did. It turned out that Queen Jin knew about it. Bursting with sweat, Yi Dacian's face was embarrassed and he laughed a few times to cover it up. At this time, he could only pretend to be stupid, but he was strange in his heart. Queen Jin lived in the palace for a long time. How could he know these things? Suzilan and Xiaozi are loyal to him and will definitely not inform them. It will not do them any good to do so. Which bastard is telling the secret? Cheeky. He hugged Queen Jin tightly, and said with a smile on his face, "Jaina, let's go. Let's continue our plan of making a villain." The Emperor, Empress Jin was so ashamed that she gave him a blatant look, and then sighed helplessly in her heart. The Emperor was pretending to be stupid, but she did not dare to interfere excessively, otherwise, the result would only be secluded in the cold palace. The wisest choice is to open one eye and close one eye. "Jaina, the person I love the most is you." To make Queen Jin happy, this grinning face looked like a rascal, but what he said was sincere. For every confidant, he was sincere. The Emperor, stop making trouble. The messenger of the country of Yan is still waiting for a reply. Empress Jin softly reminded that the Emperor's absurdity, she deeply understands. Although she likes the Emperor's love for her in her heart, she can be in front of so many court ladies and eunuchs. The face is so intimacy, it's really shameful. "Of course you have to do business," Yi Dacian said with a smile. "Wait for nothing that night." Empress Jin was so ashamed that she gave him a blank look like Simia, then put on the majesty of the mother's world, and drove back to the palace. Reconciliation between the two countries is a major matter, and hundreds of civil and military officials must be summoned together at the Jingliuan temple to discuss matters. By the way, Dan Jiangmin's matter can be resolved. As soon as the marriage matter was raised, the Manchu civil and military seconded, and 100% of the people raised their hands in favor, and for a while, wenching was morality. The bullshit that dominates the world spread all over the world. Next, there is the question of who is Zaifu. Dan Zi got up from the dragon chair, paced with his hands, and said calmly, "I plan to let Tan Jiangmin try to be the chief assistant of the cabinet. I will only try it for a year or a half. If I am unable to, I will kick him down." As soon as this remark came out, the entire Golden Liuang temple was in an uproar. Many ministers who thought they might replace Jiang were eagerly grappling with their hands in secret. With the support of the minister, they prepared to have their colleagues throw a brick to attract Jade at an appropriate time. Who would have thought that the emperor would come? Such a trick! How could they fail to hear the profound meaning of the emperor's words? This matter is so decided, and it is useless for you to oppose it. However, if Dan Jiangmen is not qualified for the position of Zaifu, I will still pick him up and choose another Goming. This old stunned, so fateful. For a while, envy and jealousy filled the entire Golden Liuang Temple, and some people even regretted it. If they knew this before, they should stand up at that time and just cheap the old stunned. Envy belongs to envy, jealousy belongs to jealousy. But he did not dare to stand up against it. The emperor said nothing. Who dared to stand up and be the first bird stupidly? Zhang was beaten down from the position of Zaifu. It was alive and well. The lesson. Xu Aunt Dan Jiangmin enters the hall. The little eunuch was ordered to call, and Tan Jiangmin, who had been waiting outside the Jinliang temple for a long time, hurriedly stepped into the hall and knelt to thank Longjin. All of his old friends clasped their fists to congratulate him, and even the ministers who were usually unhappy with him stepped forward one by one. Go to Fawn. The post of Zaifu is equivalent to the Prime Minister's national affairs, who won't agree with one person and 10,000 people. At present, there is still an official position with real power as the official secretary, and many people are beginning to use their heads again. The Emperor Yi let Tanj survive, and then announced the dissolution of the court. Now, there are more ministers desperately fawning on Tanj. This old stunned head is a new rich man and another big celebrity favored by the emperor. After 3 days of preparation, the special envoy of the Great Zhou Empire, guarded by the 1,000 Yilinwei, took a heavy gift to the kingdom of Yan to welcome his relatives. One of the conditions for the Queen Yan to get married was that Diezu gave some lethal explosive drug packages, but Yi Dietanzi did not agree. Instead, he gave Diezu a promise not to go to war with the country of Yan. Moreover, if the country of Yan loves it being attacked by an enemy country, Diezu had the obligation to send troops to help. With such generous conditions, Empress Yan couldn't find a reason for her refusal, so it was okay to be married. Afterwards, the dressy-up Xinran wept farewell to her mother, only brought her personal maid, 8 guards, and a generous dowry. Under the protection of Great Zhou Yulinwei, she set off for a mighty Dang and Dang. Speaking of the agreement between the two countries, the Emperor Yi Dacian played the Wenzi game. I promised not to fight with you, but if you provoked first, then the contract would automatically expire. This excuse for proactive provocation is actually very easy to create. Chapter 234 Marine Corps Marine Battalion Yan's national power was originally slightly weaker than that of Chu. After another 2.5 years of internal chaos, Chu invaded by chaos. Yan, who turned the tide, calmed the chaos, and repelled Chu's invasion. Although she has the ability, within 10 years, it will be difficult to restore Yan Guo's vitality. 10 years was enough for the Emperor Yi Da, and 2 years later, it was the time for Diezu to use his troops against the kingdom of Jin. He had been secretly making various preparations. If he exerts his best efforts, he can now form another army and use his troops against the kingdom of Jin. But he believes that the time is not ripe. Well prepared to use troops against the kingdom of Jin, one must strike a bolt of thunder, which will greatly damage Jin Guo's vitality. When the time comes, he will chase and fight, and will never let Tazi have a chance to breathe. After all, launching a big war will be very laborious and costly. 10% sure, he will not gamble. The formation of another legion will not only cause huge military expenditures, but also arouse the vigilance of the great empires. Therefore, after Gong Tangfing was ordered to form the Flying Eagle Legion, the next step was to promote the army, that is, to open up wasteland and farm while carrying out the military training camps. Conscripts during wartime, all became soldiers. These soldiers are not soldiers, but farming troops must maintain 15 days of military training every month. Except for the land that is cultivated from wasteland, the remaining part is owned by the soldiers and can be received every month. After receiving a small subsidy, many young people signed up one after another, and within half a month they had raised 400,000 troops. The next step is to expand the navy. The entire Great Zoo Empire has only 2 navies, with a total force of less than 40,000. They are also scattered across the country. Only a 5,000 navy is permanently stationed along the canal, guarding the capital at any time. In ancient times, they were all single arms. The navy soldiers were good at water warfare, while the land warfare was a little weak. Although it could be a World War I, the Emperor Yi was very dissatisfied. The modern navy has a powerful marine corps. Why can't he train an amphibious combat force? Lu Shaixun was the commander of the navy stationed in the canal area. His face was thin and he was a bit tired of books. His slightly squinted eyes occasionally flashed cold and cold light, showing a bit of fortitude, determination, and coldness. At this moment, he was standing solemnly in front of Emperor Yi with his head high and his chest tall, his expression calm. Before summoning Lu Shaixun to Beijing, the Emperor Yi had already read his information very carefully. Lu Shaixun was quite satisfied with him. He was 42 years old, and when he was at the peak of a man, he was also the best commander of the Dezhou Navy. Has a lot of military achievements, is a Confucian general with few defeats. I want to expand the 10 Ying Navy divisions. Do you have the confidence to train them into elite divisions in 2 years? Yi Daishan asked in a deep voice, straight to the point. When I go back to the emperor, the minister has confidence, Lu Shaixun replied. But he was secretly happy. The emperor wants to expand the navy of 10 camps and 50,000 people. That is to say, 2 years later, there will be battles and battles. Naturally, military merits are earned. As a military commander, who doesn't want to make immortal merits and be famous in history? Yi Daishanzi said in a deep voice, the navy I requested can not only be able to fight on the water, but also on land. You can't be ambiguous in field battles. Lu Shaixun's half-squinted eyes flashed with surprise and joy. He bowed again and replied, the minister will not insult the holy life. A navy who can fight both amphibiously and amphibiously is creating a new era in the history of naval forces. Was this method invented by the emperor? Amphibious combat is a bit difficult, but if you miss the opportunity in front of you, I'm afraid that this life will be ineffective, and you will have to complete the holy life even if you are desperate. To be able to fight in the field and be able to fight tough, it seems that the battle in 2 years must be very big. The greater the battle, the higher the military honors he will earn. He is a little impatient. Yi Daishan wanted to discuss some water warfare with him, but it was not the time yet. He asked Lu Shaixun to recruit 50,000 recruits to train first the warship, and then he would recruit skilled craftsmen to build it. Before building the ship, he had to discuss with the group of people in the scientific research department and give them some inspirational hints to improve the warship and weapons. Afterwards, he remembered something again. He picked up a pen and drew a few pictures on the paper. When Lu Shaixun was training the recruits, he cut down trees by the way, and made 200,000 things based on the drawings on the paper. Lu Shaixun didn't know what the emperor wanted to do with so many stuff, but it must be of great use. 200,000 pairs, just the number of a legion. He couldn't figure out the usefulness of these things for a while. Before he was on duty, he had to recruit new soldiers as soon as possible, assemble new navy divisions, and conduct various trainings. After all, he only had 2 years. In half a month, Lu Shaixun was aiming to recruit 10 battalions and 50,000 new recruits in the Jiangnan area to conduct drilling exercises in his original naval battalion, and the first naval battalion in the Great Zhou Empire was established. All 5,000 veterans of the original Navy battalion were disbanded and assigned to each new barracks to serve as lower-level officers. The old and the new were combined, and the old was used to bring the new. In addition to the necessary team routines, physical fitness, fighting and other normal infantry exercises, the soldiers of the Division Marine Battalion had to practice swimming and handling the boat. New types of warships have not yet been built, but ordinary small boats and speedboats can still be built. The wild continent lacks materials, but there are a lot of various natural resources. There are endless primitive forests everywhere, even if the deforestation does not affect the local environment. This kind of wild logging and deforestation, if it were in modern times, would definitely have to be in a classroom and severely smashed by a single shot, but this is a wild continent, with so many natural resources that it can't be exploited, and Yi Daishan is the highest ruler, or, he is the only one who chops other people's heads. Half a month later, Yulinwei, who went to Yan State to welcome her relatives, escorted the 9 princesses of Yan State, Zhenren, and arrived safely in the imperial city. A small accident happened on the way to Beijing. An assassin intended to assassinate the 9 princesses and destroy the political marriage between the 2 countries. The assassin was hidden in the distance and used a strong bow to assassinate remotely. The guards died and 7 wounds. 2 of the 5 assassins escaped, and 3 were chopped into flesh by Habayashi's chaotic knife. When the emperor accepted the new concubine, the entire imperial city was naturally happy again. The Emperor Yi Daishan became a new wolf cock again, and Zhenren was canonized as a concubine Yan and lived in palace. For this new concubine, Queen Jin showed her majesty while also behaving very much, releasing enough kindness and care. Even if concubine Yan is spoiled again, in the harem it is a rootless duckweed, which does not pose the slightest threat to her. She is happy and generous. What's more, she originally contributed to this matter. The purpose is to tie the emperor's heart. Don't let him disregard the royal decency, sneak outside the palace to behave, and hook up with inconsistent women. Chapter 235 Imperial Examination Reform for Newlyweds and Honeymooners. The young couple are naturally tired of being together all day, and the Emperor Yi Daishan did not neglect Empress Jin and other concubines because of this. But he had to hurry up and run from one palace to another, and he was a bit too busy to deal with each other. What he hopes most is to get a super big bed that is extremely large and strong, and then what happened together. However, concubine Yan has just entered the palace and is not used to his absurdity. Therefore, he has to work harder and run around. When I went to rush to the place, I would save much trouble after I trained concubine Yan. The concubines in the harem began to increase. This servant also began to practice the emperor's heart art diligently, striving to break through the 5th realm as soon as possible. However, it is very difficult to break through the 4th realm. This servant is not interested in martial arts, but is interested in this. On the other hand, he is extremely fanatical and paranoid, and he has great perseverance. Taking a break from the busy schedule, it is not easy to get out of the palace during the honeymoon, so Yi Daishan had to write a letter to the confidants outside the palace, saying that he was ordered to go out on business and apologize for not being able to accompany them. It's not that Li Xiangming has never inquired about Sun Yun's office, residence, etc., but he didn't know that his brother Li Jin would help someone conceal it, so he couldn't ask anything, only the deep feeling of longing. Also because of the absurdity in Xiang's boudoir that night, the relationship between her and Gixun became more and more intimate. There is no secret between the two, and they are closer than their sisters. During the honeymoon, Yi Daishanzi took the time to sneak to the scientific research office and took out some of the drafts he drew for the elites of these empires to study. Nowadays, the scientific research department has increased by N departments, and the division of labor is very clear. The office buildings used for office research have been expanded several times, and it can be said that it is full of talents. The drafts that Yi Daishanzi drew are naturally his new warships, pedal-type turbulence warships. Now, after his prompts, Dazuzian smelting technology has taken a revolutionary leap forward and forged. The quality of the steel is many times better than before. The emergence of gears and the advancement of steel stitching technology are themselves an industrial revolution. Coupled with some weird ideas suggested by Yi Daishanzi, the clever craftsmen have opened up a new world of science and technology. Industrial technology is changing with each passing day. You can make a steel keel warship. Yi Daishanzi still wants to get a steam iron armored battleship, but he does not have this time for the time being. The iron-armored battleship is an invincible fleet used to deal with Japanese pirates, and there will be only a few ships in the inland rivers, which are not good at water warfare. Danzi, more than enough. The new style warship in the inland river is actually based on the original design of the old warship. A 3-meter-long iron cone used for collisions is installed at the bottom of the bow. The stone thrower, equipped with a large rotatable crossbow machine, 2 large crossbow machines on the front and rear decks, 4 on the top of the ship building. The crossbow arrows with thick arms shoot farther than the stone thrower. The penetration force is terrifying. It is necessary Shizhang tied the explosive drug package and directly smashed the enemy's battleship. The modified new style warship is not only much faster, but its attackability is even more terrifying. Yi Deshanzi has racked his brains and armed his navy warship to his teeth. Once the elites of the scientific research agency solved the pedal wheel problem, the new warships could be mass-produced and armed with 10 amphibious marine battalions. Yi Deshanzi has pointed out a way to heaven for the elites of these empire scientific researches. How they make things happen depends on their ingenuity. Next, he continued to spend his honeymoon. However, concubine Yun had just passed through personnel and was unable to withstand the conquest. Most of the time, Emperor Yi Da went to the palace. The shadow in Rong Rui's heart had not yet been completely eliminated, and Emperor Yi Da also restrained. Push people down and avenge revenge for the women compatriots. Although Dan Jiangmen is a bit pedantic and stubborn, he is an iron-blooded loyal minister. Since he was promoted to the cabinet's first assistant, the Prime Minister of National Affairs, and after he understood the majestic strategy of Yi Deshanzi, he fully supported him in the court to implement the New Deal. In political affairs, Yi Deshanzi without any resistance, the various New Deals were implemented smoothly. At the beginning of September, thanks to the unremitting efforts of the elites of the Imperial Scientific Research Agency, the first pedal-operated paddleship model was launched for sea trials. After the sea trial was successful, Yi Deshanzi ordered the recruitment of skilled craftsmen on the same day to mass-produce new warships. On September 10, Dan Jiangmen, the chief assistant of the cabinet, advocated the reform of the imperial examination. Before the ministers had reacted, Yi Deshan directly blocked the various objections of the ministers. Everyone could see this. It was a collusion in private. Subsequently, an announcement of the reform of the imperial examination not only caused a sensation in Diezu, but also the entire wild continent. The content of the announcement is roughly as follows. Starting from next year, the government will open high-level universities in various continents, divided into management, farmland, water conservancy, civil engineering, construction, science and music, medicine and other professional disciplines. Politics, astronomy and geography are compulsory courses. The semester is 4 years. Those who have passed the examination after graduation can be dispatched directly by the staff. A military academy for non-commissioned officers is also set up, which is also 4-year period. After passing the examination, they will also be assigned to the army to serve as low-level officers. There is a lot of content. It is impossible to see the benefits and far-reaching significance if you don't read it carefully for a long time and ponder it for a long time. To be admitted to an institution of higher learning, one must first obtain the qualifications of a township member and then be admitted as a scholar before applying for the higher education institution based on the results. The official will then publish the unified teaching materials for the 3 levels of township member, scholar, and higher education institution, so that students all over the world don't have to work hard anymore. Familiar with the philosophical knowledge of hundreds of schools, of course, many majors can only stop at the county magistrate, and those with outstanding achievements can climb to the level of Zufu at most. If you want to climb higher, you have a place above the court, then you have to continue to study by yourself. The university establishes strict disciplines. If the violation occurs, the punishment will be based on the severity of the circumstances, and the severer will be expelled from the institution. Scholarships are set up every semester. The top 5 with excellent grades will receive a certain scholarship, which will be recorded and regarded as the comprehensive result of the assessment after graduation. 1. Another point is that in the last half of the year, all college students must go to the countryside for internships, experience some rural work, understand the local customs, and the suffering of the people. In this regard, they have their own special supervision, appraisal and scoring, and include them in the comprehensive assessment. The admission requirements for non-commissioned officers in military academies are relatively loose and do not require too high cultural knowledge. However, the curriculum requirements are much stricter. Physical fitness, martial arts combat, strategy, military exercises, etc. must be qualified, and it is not possible for ordinary people to do it. Arrived in the era of cold weapons, a strong physique and advanced fighting skills determine your chances of survival on the cruel battlefield. Of course, having a flexible mind and quick responsibility will greatly improve your chances of survival. In short, the reform announcement of this paper imperial examination is unprecedented, such as the Tintin blockbuster, which stirred up tens of thousands of huge waves and shocked the entire wild continent. Chapter 236. The imperial examination is something that has been passed down for hundreds of years. All the ministers worked hard and tried their best to make it out. The emperor first joined them, and the students all over the world supported them. In the minds of all the people, it was already deeply rooted and could not be wiped out. Now suddenly come to a big innovation. You can imagine that there will be as much sensation as it is. If we say that innovation means innovation, doesn't it mean that the first emperor's wise move is wrong? Is the predecessor's idea wrong? Unifying the teaching materials. Where do you put the vast and profound knowledge and theories of all the scholars? Many old scholars with stubborn and conservative thinking have jumped out to criticize. And many aristocratic families have also come forward to criticize. All kinds of criticisms are overwhelming, and the sound of the fainting monarch's scolding is even higher. Regarding all the criticisms, Yi Deshanzi just smiled. The reform of the imperial examination would definitely touch the interests of some people. It was a normal reaction for someone to jump out to oppose it. Several famous schools and colleges in mainland China are all private schools run by aristocratic families, and they are the main channel for talent export. Many ministers in the DPRK bear the stigma of aristocratic families. The power of these powerful clans can even be influenced. The court, influencing the emperor's decision, all generations of emperors were jealous, but they all adopted Wen Wan's method of balance of power, and Yi Deshanzi's methods were too tough and violated the taboo. Those clans are so powerful that even the king is afraid of them. Suppression is necessary. Sooner or later, Yi Deshan will use the imperial examination reform to suppress. But he has discussed with Tan Jiangmin for a long time before he makes a decision to implement this new policy. The resistance must be very high. He is already prepared to use iron and blood to promote the normal implementation of the New Deal when necessary. In fact, the reform of the imperial examination is of great benefit to the vast majority of students. The vast majority of students are poor scholars with poor backgrounds. Some of them have poorer understanding, have no access, cannot worship famous teachers, and cannot enter the world. The private house of the academy was unknown, and basically sentenced to death. Some students were slightly weaker in individual areas, but quite capable in other areas. However, under the old imperial examinations, they were also sentenced to death. The new measures gave them hope. I can't do this, I can specialize and excel. Although he can't enter the DPRK, he is quite content to be a local official, not to mention his own good abilities, outstanding achievements, and still have the opportunity to climb up. Therefore, the new measures of imperial examinations still received the support of the vast majority of students, chanting the emperor's wiseness. There is support, there is opposition, new and old ideas clash, and even turn into scolding, then physical conflict, and then may turn into bloodshed. The Emperor Yi Deshan was even more anxious to make a living, so that the official had an excuse to intervene. and then dealt with it with iron and blood, and severely suppressed those powerful clans. He is a lover. The heads of the three families of Dugu, Shang and Gong have all given vague hints, even warnings, to warn the children of your clan. Don't participate in this kind of thing. Brother has already put the shame on the front. Now, don't blame brother for not reading affection at that time. The next thing is to wait patiently for those guys who do not live or die to hit the gun. The whole area of the Great Zoo is now full of discussions, and the whole world is full of criticism, and the faint monarch's curses are endless. As for the other empires, the officials and students are also discussing this matter. They hold different opinions and have different opinions. Some people laugh and scold the emperor while others are envious. Even those who support innovation, they dare not say it. After all, they oppose it. Pi prevailed. The scholar bureaucrats in the courtroom were even more gleeful. Diezao's faint monarch loved to mess around, and his family was almost tossed out, right? Toss it. Diezao collapsed and the site was divided up. Imperial Palace of the Great Zoo Empire, the Imperial Study Room. Tanj has worked hard. Yi Daisha looked at Tan Jiangmin, whose eyes were bloodshot and his face was haggard, feeling a little sorry. The idea was that he came up with it, but Tan Jiangmin came to the culprit, and in order to carry out the reform of the Imperial examination, Tan Jiangmin struggled with his old life. He was so busy all day long, he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 1 night. Sharing the worries for the emperor is a matter for the minister. Tan Jiangmin sighed. Although he was psychologically prepared, he didn't expect such a big resistance. This is really a headache. Old Prime Minister Tanj can't be too worked on national affairs. He takes care of his body. I still want you to witness that I dominate the world. The Emperor Yi Daishan waved and asked Tan Jiangmin to go home and rest immediately. The old minister retire. Tan Jiangmin resigned, but his heart was warm. With the emperor's words, he really had to take care of his body and witness the emperor's great achievements in dominating the world. Tan Ziyi said to Su Zilun, who was standing next to him, "Old Su, let Dr. Zhao prescribe a few prescriptions for Danjlao, and send guards by the way to ensure Danjlao's safety." The reform of the imperial examination was proposed by Tan Jiangmin in the court. Now, he is a thorn in the eyes of many family members. The ghost knows whether those guys will take excessive behaviors. It is rare to find such a loyal prime minister in national affairs. I don't want any accident to Tan Jiangmin. Earlier, several imperial servants had been sent to protect Tan Jiangmin, but Yi Daishanzi still didn't think it was enough. So Su Zilun, Chief Inspector of Internal Servants, sent more people over. Now, Tan Jiangmin has moved from his old house to a mansion where Liu Zhenwin, the former official minister, was sealed up. The house is spacious and severely understaffed. More people are sent to protect his family's safety. Tan Jiangmin was promoted to the cabinet's chief assistant, and his monthly salary was quite high. The Emperor Yi Daishan would not treat such a powerful loyal minister, and rewarded him with 100 acres of fertile land and a few silver ounces. The life is no longer difficult. Su Zilun led the way, and Wai Wuzi, who was standing by the side, took a few steps forward. The villain has already prepared what the emperor ordered. However, in order to ensure the smooth implementation of this matter, the villain is brave, and wants to ask the Lady of Rongru an autograph letter and some valuable gifts. Rongru's position in the harem is very embarrassing. She was originally the most beloved concubine of the great Khan of the kingdom of King Nerchi. After being captured, Emperor Yi arranged her to live in Fuxiang Palace without any title, but she enjoyed the concubine empress treatment. Wai has no plan to figure out people's minds, not much worse than Su Zilun, and knows the emperor's habits and hobbies better. Rongru is a great beauty at the level of disaster to the country and the people. Although she is a prisoner, he can understand the emperor's mind very tightly, saying Ru in Yang is not the only one. Yi Daishanzi frowned slightly, and looked up at Wai Wuji with a look of anxiety. This guy, in order to discourage him, actually picked up Rongru's idea. I wonder if she is his brother's woman? Seeing the emperor's slightly displeased expression, Wai Wuji was startled and hurriedly explained it cautiously. After listening to this, Yi Daishan couldn't help smiling. This sky is so cloudy. Chapter 237 Rongrui's position in the harem is very embarrassing. As a prisoner, she enjoyed the treatment of a concubine, and even occupied a house exclusively, and the maids and eunuchs who served were also respectful, but she became more anxious. The ending, she had already expected, unless the Emperor of the Great Zhou could please her, otherwise, it would be miserable. If the Emperor of the Great Zhou had no luck, she would become anxious and even fearful. Mani Rongrui, a pretty maid, came in and gave her a polite blessing. Rongrui, who was thinking about chaos, was taken aback, and hurriedly got up to pay his respects. Sister Nishang. This pretty girl seems to be a maidservant, but she often accompanies the Emperor of Zhou. She is very pampered. She has a superb status in the palace. The eunuch chiefs who are not low in status respectfully call her sister in neon clothes. Rongrui could still see this. Xiao's eye is so favored by the Emperor, she will take her everywhere. In the future, she must be a concubine, and calling her sister is not a big deal. Miss Rongrui. This is the case. The Emperor sent a special envoy to Jingo and asked the servants to come over and ask whether their maid would write a letter. Feng Nishang was ordered to come over this time. Rongrui had to write this book if he didn't write it. It's just that her sex son when one is very polite. Home letter. Rongrui's eyes reddened. After being captured, she first thought of her own tragic fate, and secondly, her family, and she missed her home even more intensely. All she thought about was her origin and the home that brought her up, not the home that enjoyed the prosperity and honor but had a bad time, and even worried about the family that walked on thin ice. Not to mention the insidious struggle of the concubines of the harem, a young girl who is married to an old man in her 60s, half of her foot has been inserted into the coffin. What happiness is there? The scenery is infinite, but who knows the misery inside? Having been captured, the elderly parents don't know how worried they are. She shed tears while holding a pen to write. Even though there were thousands of words and thoughts in her heart, she did not dare to write them. She only wrote a few words briefly, saying that she is now in the Great Zhou Palace and cannot be filial piety. No matter what, I can write to my family and tell them that I am still alive for the time being, and I feel a little better in my heart. Feng Nishang got the letter, immediately returned the report, went to the imperial study room, and handed the letter to the Emperor. Yi Daishan took a look. His sword eyebrows raised slightly. He didn't expect Rongrui's handwriting to be so beautiful. The Emperor, please forgive me. Wai Wuji carefully closed the letter, and he was relieved at the same time. With the letter written by Empress Rongrui, he was a little more sure of the divorce. He saluted and retired, approaching the door. A flash of inspiration in his mind, stopped, and whispered, "The Emperor, the little one has something to say." Yi Daishan frowned slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Wai Wuji cautiously said, "The Emperor, Danj first advocated the reform of the imperial examination. It will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of some people and a thorn in the flesh." The younger thinks, does the Emperor need to send more staff to protect the safety of Tanj Cross? Are you nonsense? Didn't Chgang let Suzilunjia send guards to protect Tanj Lao's safety? Wait. Yi Daishanzi understood what Wai Wuji meant. This guy is very shameful. He just used Rongrui's autograph to make a mess. He would want to use Tanj Lao to write an article. Even his own calculations are very shameful. The imperial examination reform has great resistance. If it is to be implemented smoothly, it must be supplemented by iron-blooded means. He is now waiting for the opportunity to make a fortune. Opportunities can also be created. Small retire. Wai Wuji smiled and greeted him, and he exited the imperial study room. The Emperor was the smartest person in the world. Therefore, the Emperor came up with this plan. Thinking of the good excuse for Fabiao, Yi Daishan was in a good mood, and was about to let someone call Suzilun, but Suzilun just happened to be back. The Emperor, the Black Guard is urgent. Suzilun presented the Black Guard's urgent. When Yi Daishan opened it, he couldn't help being amused. He was waiting for an excuse to make a biao. No, the excuse really came. It's hard to laugh. If you want to play, you can play a little bigger, once the sex is settled, saving trouble. Yi Deshanzi and Suzalun whispered for a while. The latter took the order and left. The chief minister of the cabinet, Dan Jiangmin, had just entered the house with his front feet, and his butt had not yet been hot. He rushed to the small yellow gate in the palace, and the emperor announced that he would enter the palace to discuss matters. If it is not an emergency, at this time, the emperor will not announce him to the palace. Tan Jiangmen went to the palace immediately to meet him without saying a word. The 8 guards in the Forbidden Palace are always as nervous as they are facing the enemy. Although Tan Jiangmen feels that it is unnecessary, he still feels that it is the emperor's favor on him, who has this honor. On the streets, there was a constant stream of pedestrians. Along the way, you could hear comments on the reform of the imperial examination and more criticisms. Among them, there are not many rumors spread by people with ulterior motives. The people don't know a big character, and most of them are listening to the excitement. Tan Jiangmen could only shake his head and sigh. He was born in a poor family, studied hard for 10 years, and won the prize of high school. He was only out of his head. He knew how hard the poor students were. The new imperial examinations, but gave the poor students great care and chances of admission. It is so high, many times more than the old imperial examination. This is just the appearance. The significance of the new imperial examinations can be described as significant and far-reaching. People who are not far-sighted can clearly see the great benefits. The emperor, wise and martial artist, is wise and wise, surpassing the monarchs of the past, and the great Zhou will rise again and dominate the world. Suddenly, the scream of Jin Yao cut through the air. Tan Jiangmen only felt a shock in his chest, followed by the boundless pain. He cried out in pain, and fell to his horse. There is an assassin, protect Tanj. The waiter has eyes and hands, and stretches out his hand to hold Tanj, who has fallen from his horse. The waiters didn't react slowly, and they drew their knives, forming a circle, guarding the injured Tanj in the middle, and several others rushed towards the assassin. With a swish, another arrow shot. A pounced housekeeper screamed, covering his chest and falling down. The arrow hit the vital point of his chest, and he died of anger when he fell to the ground. There were 3 assassins who were mixed in the assassins among the passing pedestrians, and they were soon entangled by the servants. And then some ordinary people joined the battle circle and joined forces with the servants to attack the assassins. Those who are dressed in ordinary clothes are all plain clothes of black guards. The entire imperial city, just grab it, and it is estimated that 1 or 2 of the 10 people are black guards. There was an assassination incident on the street, and the pedestrians were so frightened that they fled one after another, and the whole street fluttered and chaotic. A group of patrolling city guards was alarmed and rushed to hear the news. After some tour, 3 assassins were killed and 2 wounded. The wounded were captured alive, 1 inmate was killed and 1 wounded, and the city guards suffered 6 casualties. The assassination of Tanj Laoyu in the downtown area soon spread throughout the imperial city. Chapter 238 Family Crisis. Huayangji is located 30 miles east of the imperial city. It was originally a small market town. Over the years, people have moved in constantly, with a population of more than 50,000, making it a large county-level market town. The imperial city is the center of politics, culture, and economy. It is extremely prosperous and has unlimited business opportunities. Businessmen and many large families have come to settle down. The imperial city is overcrowded. It is also good to live in the villages and market towns near the imperial city. Anyway, can be regarded as a member of the imperial city. What big gossip in the imperial city soon spread to these market towns, the imperial examination reform, and the world was a sensation. Everyone was talking about it, and the people of Huayangji were no exception. The new imperial examination system is a great advantage for students from poor families. These poor scholars naturally support it. But it is a serious impact on the family's elite. Some people support it and some people oppose it. The collision of the two concepts can easily lead to conflicts. With the help of the people, they can even evolve into conflicts and cause bloodshed. The bloodshed occurred in Huangji. The reason is actually very simple. A dozen or so poor students gathered in the tavern to drink and discuss matters, naturally to discuss the various benefits of the new imperial examination system. It just so happened that a few high-ranking children were drinking in the tavern, first arguing, then quarreling, and occasionally there were some physical conflicts. There are a lot of people watching the excitement. Many unfamiliar students rushed to join the unfamiliar side to support the unfamiliar people. Those high school students themselves are dull, with domestic slaves when they go out, and there are a lot of people, when they are entangled, they don't know, whoever used the hand first. The verbal battle turned into a physical conflict, and finally turned into a gang fight. The situation got worse and worse. Most of the scholars were helpless, and how could they be the opponents of the domestic slaves? Many people were injured, and a few were knocked to the ground. Later, someone from both sides joined, and someone was knocked down. Fighting escalated, and weapons changed from fists to chair sticks, and then knives and swords. A good-hearted person reported to the official, but today, the official is uncharacteristically, and it has been slowing down, and there has been no official post for most of the day, until the situation turned into a fight with hundreds of people. The government officials were finally dispatched. To be precise, the heavily armed officers and soldiers dispatched bombs. Some people got red eyes. Even the officers and soldiers dared to kill. The officers and soldiers who dispatched bombs suffered nearly 10 deaths and injuries. However, this turmoil quickly subsided. All those who participated in the fight were arrested and imprisoned. The wounded were also taken to the prison for treatment. The deceased were temporarily held in the corpse, waiting for the upper-level ruling. The imperial capital has as many clan and official clan as the Crucian carp who crosses the river. Even if the clan rules are strict, the tutoring is strict, and the famous teacher is invited. Not all the children are promising, idle, eating, drinking, playing, gambling, and gambling. These dudes or yeomen have the same foul smell. They gang up, eat, drink and play, molested their good family, and family fights are even more commonplace. Yeomen can't provoke them. Most of them open one eye and close one eye, as long as they don't cause death. Of course, even if people were killed and a large sum of money was paid to the suffering master, the matter would go private. Today, there are several high school children who are involved in the trouble. Although their elders hate their children and grandchildren, but they can't bear to watch them suffer in the prison, and gritted their teeth and took out a lot of money to go around. However, the people who were sent soon returned to report with an uneasy expression, and the white flowers they brought could not be sent out. Those government officials who usually see the money opened up even dare not accept it, which shows that the problem is serious. These clans are still very capable, and they quickly inquired out, but all of them were scared and trembling, and there was no one in their faces. The case has been taken over by Haihui. Haihui's notoriety has spread throughout the mainland. It is frightening. 9.5 of the 10 people who were taken in by the Haihui have evaporated from the world and spent a lot of money to rescue them. Half. Not much with dead people. These unfilial children and grandchildren are very fleshy and painful for a while. What makes the patriarchs of these family clans frighten is that they were originally just ordinary gang fights, but now they have been promoted to another level. Riots. Riot chaos. That is the first-class crime of copying and slashing the 9 tribes. Now, the trouble is big. The patriarchs of these aristocratic families were terrified, and they were ignorant of criticizing the new imperial examinations, scolding the stunned monarch, and desperately going about relationships with money. These aristocratic families are inextricably linked, and some are even more interdependent. The doors of the 3 families of Dugu, Shang and Gong are about to be knocked down, but the doors are still tightly closed. I got a lot of words from the door that the owner of the family was ill and didn't see guests. The members of the 3 families of Dugu, Shan, and Gong were all gathered in the secret rooms of their respective residences, each with solemn expressions and worried. After being warned by the emperor, The heads of the three major families strictly ordered the children of the clan. No one was allowed to go out. Danj was assassinated in the downtown area. Huangji made trouble, and Huai took over the trial. They all knew the first time the so-called tree attracts the wind, and the power of the family is so large that it will cause the emperor's scruples. The three major families are well aware of this. Therefore, in the past 100 years, the forces of the three major families have not dared to develop to the limit, and even formed a tacit understanding. Dugu, Shang clan and Gong clan do not marry. The new imperial examination is a kind of suppression on the family and the family, eliminating the influence of the family and the family. They all know it in their hearts, and they are even very dissatisfied, but they dare not make any changes. The emperor is full of wings. Any change will only bring to the family the disaster of extinction. The patriarchs of those implicated families personally came to the house to ask for a meeting, even if it was due to relatives. They did not dare to receive it. This is an extraordinary period. Any change may cause the emperor's suspicion. For the benefit of the family, personal honor and disgrace, and even life can be sacrificed, let alone being a family member. At this time, it is the best policy to protect yourself. The emperor's implementation of the new imperial examinations caused great resistance. The Huangji incident provided the emperor to find an excuse for getting angry. It happened that Danj was assassinated again. This time, I don't know how many people fell on their heads. It doesn't matter how many people die. They are just worried. The new imperial examination is just a means of suppressing the family. There will be various suppression methods in the future until the influence of the family is eliminated to the emperor's belief. The decree just stopped. After discussing for more than a long time, they couldn't reach a good result. The only safest way for them to accept it is to keep a low profile and sting. If the emperor fails to conquer the kingdom of gold, it will hurt his nerves and vitality. Great injury, perhaps, that moment is their chance. But if the emperor wins the battle, then the only way out for the family is to fully support it. Otherwise, it will be equally troublesome. Chapter 239 The Green Hat of Continuous Value. The chief minister of the cabinet, Danj Lao, was assassinated and injured in the street, and was immediately sent to the palace for emergency treatment. The first master of Xinglin, Zhao Ti, performed the operation himself. Fortunately, the arrow was shot in the shoulder, without hurting the bones. You can recover for some time. Recovery. 2 assassins captured alive and the body of 1 assassin were taken away by the Black Guard. Assassinating a court official. That was the death crime of cutting their heads and hacking their homes. When people were panicking, batch after batch of city guards were dispatched. The 3 clans named Li, Jin, and Kui, and Huangji Zheng, Wang, Jiang, and Wu, the family of 7 surnames, was ransacked at the same time. For a time, the entire imperial city was panicked, and no one dared to guarantee that the next one would be their turn. In the early morning of the next day, the officials tremblingly went up to the holy. What happened yesterday? Who wouldn't be trembling? After being interrogated by the Black Guard, the murderer who assassinated the cabinet's chief assistant Danj Lao has confessed that they were the guardians of the prominent family of the imperial family, Li, and they were ordered by the patriarch to assassinate Danj Lao. The reason is simple. Patriarch Li was dissatisfied with the reform of the imperial examination, assassinated Danj Lao, who was the first to advocate reform, to vent his dissatisfaction. The head of the Li family has also confessed, and Jin and Kui are accomplices. In the Huangji incident, Zheng, Wang, Jiang, and Wu made unreasonable criticisms of the government and gathered crowds to rebel. They wanted to rebel. After interrogation, all of them confessed to their crimes. Everyone committed the crime, and all of them were executed. All the ministers couldn't help but shudder. These 7 companies had the strongest response to the implementation of the new imperial examination, and the most critical critics. Even the 7 masters frequently met and linked together, prepared to get a one-man book, and knelt outside the palace. The protest, in the end, came to an end. Fortunately, I didn't participate before, Otherwise, I would end up in the same way. Some ministers couldn't help but wipe the beads of cold sweat on their foreheads secretly. These old oil men who have been in the officialdom for many years understood that the emperor used iron and blood to get rid of those who opposed the strongest. Unfortunately, these 7 people became the first batch of unjust dead ghosts. The emperor's butcher knife has been raised, but I don't know which unlucky ghost is the second batch. Anyway, everyone is in danger, one by one, shivering and silent. After nearly 1,000 people lost their heads, the voices of criticizing and opposing the new imperial examination finally became smaller. At least, no one dared to comment on the new imperial examination. Prairie, the northernmost city of Hanmu. At the general mansion, the martial arts field, with his naked upper body piercing with red eyes, he fiercely waved the scimitar in his hand and cut off the wooden stakes for practicing kung fu to vent his inner dissatisfaction. For most of his military life, he made numerous contributions to the Golden Empire, and even saved his life twice. In the end, the position of commander-in-chief was waived, and he was not sent to this bird. Everyone is angry when the shit is broken. Report to the general. There is an envoy from the Great Zoo outside the city to see you. Some soldiers came in to report. The messenger of the Great Zoo. July stabbed for a moment, and he groaned in his heart, and immediately let his subordinates lead the person into the mansion. The messenger of the Great Zoo dynasty claimed to be Yang, and was ordered to go to Chu State to bring some gifts to the Great Khan of the Kingdom of Jin, and a letter written by Princess Rongrui. The wife of Tulis is the elder sister of Princess Rongrui. Bertai. Tulis showed the letter to his wife Bertai to read. Bertai confirmed that it was Rongrui's handwriting, and couldn't help crying for a while. Among several brothers and sisters, she has the best relationship with this sister. I heard that my sister was captured and cried for several days. Now I heard that she has no sex worries for the time being, and she is happy and sad. Although Tulitsai has a violent temper, he is not a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. The envoy of the Great Zoo asked to see this matter and could not hide it, but this letter must not be spread. The older the sweat, the more suspicious. I might suspect that he was in collusion with Diezu. At the moment, he detained Diezu's messenger and sent someone back to Shenjing. As for how to deal with Die Khan, it was Die Khan's business. Before the cavalry escorting the Great Zoo envoy arrived in Shenjing, Nurchi knew about it, and a cold glow flashed across his muddy old eyes. The messenger of the Great Zoo dynasty really just stopped by? Although the two countries are at war with each other, but the two countries are engaged in wars and do not cut off their troops. This is the rule for thousands of years. Why don't the envoys of the Great Zoo go out from human or Zenyang and go around such a big circle? Nurchi pondered for a long while, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Rongrui must be Rongrui, and Talise is married to Rongrui's older sister Bertai. The relationship between the two sisters is very good. Before Lisa was sent to Hanmu City, Bertai often went to the palace to visit Rongrui. Rongrui is the jewel on the prairie. The emperor of Diezu has always been lustful, so he is naturally reluctant to kill Rongrui. Rongrui must have some oral or letter to bring to Btai, or it is Dulai Thorn. Dulai Tsai fought all his life, made countless achievements for the Deccan Empire, and even saved his life. He was cut off from his military power and sent to Hanmu City to garrison. There must be complaints. Nurchi thought for a long time before he ordered people to come in, whispered instructions, and sent people to closely monitor all the movements of Tulite Sang and Bolinxian. If there is any abnormality, he should report it immediately. He knows that he is old, his body is not as good as before, and he was injured in the recent battles, and he will die soon. For the sake of the great Golden Kingdom, he must appoint the heir to the Khan position as soon as possible. Moreover, he must clear all obstacles. Rather, you can't let go of wrong killing. A few days later, the cavalry escorting the Great Zoo messenger arrived in Shenjing. Nurchi personally met the Great Zoo messenger and asked some questions, but the Great Zoo messenger answered without leaking. This time, the messenger of the Great Zoo brought some valuable gifts, the most valuable being a crown. It is made of pure gold and is inlaid with 18 emeralds the size of a longan, each of which is invaluable. Nurchi laughed. Dazous Tunjan's shot was really generous, and he accepted it very happily. This is a green hat of continuous value. How would he know that Dazous faint lord wanted to piss him off? But it was a pity that Rui had made a mistake. Although he loves Rong Rui very much, and he has been heartbroken for several days when he learned that she was captured. But women are women after all. In the prairie, women are only a tool for childbirth. Gifts from others are not worthy of a body. Strong and fat warriors are valuable, and don't care about the green hat at all. At the moment, he ordered someone to escort Dazous' messenger back, and generously gave back 2 young and beautiful imperial concubines. The messenger took the 2 imperial concubines that Nushi gave back to the palace and returned to the palace. The Emperor Yi Daishan looked at the 2 women and smiled bitterly. I crossed them. Is that okay? This old fellow, Nushi, is really not easy. Even his own woman can send it off. If he is a brother, he will not be pissed to death. I am afraid that he will have to vomit blood for 3 liters. Wai Wuji also smiled bitterly. He was counted as $1,000. Or was he Mr. Little? These darlings, such daring bulls, and his wife could give away so generously. On the side of Qiao Li, Rong Rui looked at the 2 sisters who had been fighting for favor in the harem with a calm expression. He didn't know what she was thinking at this time. Chapter 240 The world is yours. What are you thinking about? On the big bed, Yi Daishan lay lazily on the pile of brocade quilts. Family. Rong Rui hesitated before answering in a low voice. Not honest. Yi Daishanzi smiled wickedly, and squeezed her delicate cheeks. Conquering a woman's body and mind, it made a man feel fulfilled, and a woman who conquered an enemy made her sense of accomplishment even more indescribable. Rong Rui's uncontrollable fascinated drunk expression was definitely not a pretense. He could still see this, otherwise, he would not be so confident and bold to lie on this big bed. I was thinking, how can we serve the emperor well? Rong Rui replied in a low voice. A red cloud of shame floated on the naked jade cheeks. She said that it was true that if she didn't serve the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty and made him happy, the days to come will definitely be sad. I like to listen to these words. Yi Daishan grinned. I always pity Xiangxu, so you can live in the palace with peace of mind. No one dares to bully you. Xi Emperor. Rong Rui quickly got up to thank you. After dawn, Yi Daishanzi was slightly tired, and he didn't bother to go to the early morning. He gave himself a big vacation, got into the palace of concubine Yan, and fell asleep with his arms around her. After waking up, have a meal, and then go to the imperial study room to review the piles of memorials and crosses. The more the memorials are, the more they pile up. It's really terrible. It seems that you have to put some authority on it. In addition, the treasury is becoming more abundant. It is time to pay more for the officials. Although the officials are greedy, there are still a lot of upright officials. The days are too tight. If you want to let people work for you, you have to solve it first. It's only the worries of others. The truth is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He was full of nonsense thinking, and suddenly sighed. Old Su, am I like Cao Cao? Su Zilun, who stood by the side, said in a daze, the emperor, who is Cao Cao? Only then did Yi Daishan remember that this is a barren continent, but a certain dynasty of China. He also felt it for a while and forgot about it. Cao Cao, a great man in ancient times, he said vaguely. He didn't say the following words. Brother Cao, a great man from the 3 kingdoms, loves to snatch people's beautiful wives and super old wolves. Brother seems to also have this bad outlook. This, isn't it? Old Su, I robbed my wife. This ... Will someone poke my backbone in the back? What's wrong with the emperor today? Su Zilun froze for a moment, and said cautiously, the emperor is the 9th 5 god, the whole world. Is it the land of the king, the shore of the land? Is it the king? The emperor is pleased with them. It is their blessing. The translation is that the world belongs to the emperor. You should play a few girls, and that is their blessing. That's okay. Yi Daishan was stunned for a while, then burst into laughter, and patted Su Zilun's shoulder with joy. Old Su, Lao Su, it's better for you to think for me. I'm very happy. The slave servant has always been loyal to the emperor. Suzulan bowed his head and bowed his back. He was slightly taller than the emperor. If he didn't bow, the emperor had to slap his toes for a few happy and satisfying shots. He had to be a good slave. We must know how to observe the color of the face and figure out the emperor's thoughts. I know you are loyal, and I remember it in my heart. Yi Deshanzi smiled happily. Lao Su was indeed very loyal to him. He knew in his heart that he was a bit disgusted with eunuchs before, but now, no, a little disgusted. Old Su, I haven't made a private visit for a long time, and I have learned the sentiments of the people. Speaking of this, the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help feeling guilty. There are confidants outside the palace who left them in the cold, which is quite internal. The so-called private visits by microservices are all grand excuses to understand the sentiments of the people. Dare to be sentimental. The emperor has stayed in the palace for a long time and feels bored again. He wants to slip out and relax. The slave servant is going to prepare now. Suzulan yelled, bowed and exited the imperial study room. Yi Daishan didn't go to Kang Jio's golden house, but slipped to Gus' house. It happened that Li Xiangming was also there. It's summer, and the weather is hot. The two of them are sitting in the pavilion enjoying the coolness and chatting. In the past, Li Xiangming helped his brother Li Jin to take care of the affairs of the house. Now that she has a sister-in-law, she can no longer take care of her affairs. It has been a long time since the little friend went out on business. The two of them were worried about everything. They seemed to be lazy and unable to do anything. They didn't even have the slightest interest in going out. Suddenly, the maidservant rushed to report, and the sun came, and the two of them jumped up from the bed in surprise. They suddenly felt uncomfortable. They looked at each other and their cheeks were red. Sister, let's go. Gixun blinked his eyes meaningfully, feeling very worried. He would hear someone coming, but he was rather coy. She knew that Li Xiangming's face was thin, and she was thinking about sister's affection. She was embarrassed to rob her. In fact, it was impossible for her to dominate her little enemy. Not to mention that the little enemy was born with sex romantic, not pretty. Women, multiple helpers, anyway, are good sisters who say nothing, and there is nothing to argue with. Two dear ladies, do you miss your husband? As soon as Yi Daishanzi came in, his virtue and sex were undoubtedly exposed. Two wolf paws stretched out, one hand on the other. Although Gixun and Li Xiangming were happy in their hearts, their cheeks still couldn't help flying with shame and red clouds. Fortunately, the maidservant and Sumion's guard were very acquainted and quietly exited. There were only 3 of them in the garden. Chapter 241 Whitewashing. Who is your wife? Thick-skinned. Gixun and Li Xiangming were so embarrassed that they rolled their eyes at the same time. The Bti's shy and humiliating demeanor was especially moving. The Emperor Yi Daishan's concentration in this area was already too bad, and he immediately reacted. Gixun and Li Xiangming were both people who came here. How could they not see what was inside the tall tent? They couldn't help but screamed out of shame, stretched out their fingers in unison, and then twisted them. Wow! Yi Daishanzi, who was full of thoughts, would have thought that the two beauties were so violent, and a sudden pain came from his waist, making him howl. You are going to murder your husband. Gixun and Li Xiangming were taken aback by his tragic howl, and then burst into laughter. The two sisters are really in agreement. However, both of them are jade cheeks blushing with spring, winking eyes like silk. They have been apart for so long. If you don't want to say it, it's against your heart. It's just that it's still broad daylight. Don't you be ashamed. Yi Daishanzi, regardless of day and night, held the slender waists of the two of them, and said with a smile, we are talking in the room. He, lonely man and widow, what else would you do in the house? Li Xiangming's jade cheeks were flushed with shame, instinctively stopped. Gixun stretched out a hand, held her little hand, and left. Who is afraid of anyone, anyway? She also wonders, what is so shy? I just want to chant. The love between men and women is justified. The weather is hot and I sweat every time I move. Of course I have to take a bath first. and the two women serve in the bathhouse. Li Xiangming's face is thin, and he replied shyly, while Gixun is generous and natural. What's so embarrassing to take care of her own Xiangong in the shower? There were two beauties serving in the shower, and the Emperor Yi Dai hummed straightforwardly. He suddenly said seriously, "Hey, Sister Xiangming, your left neck is a little dirty." Li Xiangming didn't doubt that he was there, and instinctively stretched out his hand to touch, suddenly felt a tight waist, and in an exclamation, someone had been carried into the big wooden barrel. "It's so boring to wash alone. It's fun to play in the water. Come and let the grandfather help you rub your back." Yi Daishan's two wolf claws moved chaotically, and Li Xiangming's arms were disarmed in a few strokes. Gixun hesitated for a moment, she bit her silver teeth, and crawled into the bucket. She was just a new contemporary girl who dared to be sex. What's so good to pretend? What's more, Sumion's absurdity, she is not experienced. That's right, look, it's so harmonious. Hee. Yi Daishan was so happy that his nose was crooked, and he rubbed left and right diligently, rubbing up and down all the way back and forth, only hating his parents for having fewer births. One hand is not enough at all. Anyway, it's all like this. Someone is ridiculous. And it's not that he hasn't seen it before. Li Xiangming quickly indulged, and the three of them were laughing and joking in the bathhouse, and the spring was boundless. After tossing until it was dark, the Emperor Yi Dai, whose hands and feet were a little soft, slipped back to the palace. In the early morning of the next day, all the officials came to the Jinliuan temple on time, but the emperor did not show up for a long time. Wouldn't it be time to ask for leave and not preside over the government? Soon, the little yellow gate in the palace appeared to read the imperial decree. It was nothing more than that I was uncomfortable, and I was spared it early. However, I have a suggestion. After all the officials have discussed it, they will write a memorandum and submit it. Review. The emperor's suggestion is to raise the salaries of all officials. As for the rate, let's discuss it. I want the lions to open their mouths. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The overjoyed ministers knelt down to the east, chanting, literally and martially, forever, to dominate the world. Workers, the happiest thing is that the boss has given a salary increase. This large group of senior workers who work for the emperor can't help themselves. Of course, the rich ministers at home don't care about the monthly salary at all, and those from poor families. The minister was extremely happy. Only fools would object to such a good thing. It was passed unanimously, and it was quickly written as a memorial and presented to the little yellow gate in the palace, and then slapped one by one out of the palace. At this time, the uncomfortable Yi Daishan was amusing five great beauties in the hidden golden house. "Why don't we go for a picnic outside the city?" Yi Daishan's proposal immediately received unanimous support from Bai Ling, Yunai and other five women, and they all packed up happily. Since the abduction of Yunai and Fei Yan by Li Mingbo, the girls have rarely gone out. First, they are worried about accidents. Secondly, the old concept of abiding by the women is deeply ingrained, and they are worried that the son will be unhappy. Although there are several kinds of chess pieces for entertainment, but staying at home for a long time is still a bit boring. The son proposed to go out for a picnic, and he was very happy. In fact, as long as they could see the sun, they would be very happy in their hearts. Five great beauties, one person and one maid, plus a group of guards from the Emperor Yi Dai, can be said to be dang and dang when they set off. There are 7 or 8 carriages alone. Randomly picked a flat place near the stream outside the city. The guards removed all the stuff they had brought out of the car, and were busy setting up tent, and the girls were busy and happily talking about all kinds of stuff. Yi Daishanzi leaned against a big tree, looking at the happy and busy beauties. But he let out a sigh. Why is the emperor sighing? Why Wuji, who was always thinking about flattering, asked in a low voice. "You are my royal master, think of a way for me." Yi Daishan glared at Wai Wuji, and said the headache. In fact, there was nothing terribly urgent, just the gentle warning from Empress Jin. No matter how ridiculous you can be, the monarch of a country, but you also have to take into account the royal face. You can accept as many concubines as you want. The concubine does not interfere, but at least it must be from a good family, right? What stubborn women are going to the palace? Where is the royal face? Although Yi Daishanzi was domineering, he still took into account the feelings of concubine Jin. He really had a headache for this matter. So the emperor has a headache for this. In fact, this matter couldn't be simpler. As soon as Yuji's eyes rolled, he had already thought of a solution. He patted the soiled clothes and cautiously said, "This little one is a bit dirty. Well, it will be clean after washing." After thinking about it for a while, Yi Daishan immediately understood the meaning of why was he and washed it out. Although Yunayu and the other 5 daughters were ransomed for good, they still had a bad reputation and low status, but after being cleansed, they could enter the palace with integrity. Good way. Yi Daishan patted Yuji's shoulder and praised, "I am ashamed of my queen master. It is for the emperor to share the worries and solve the confusion. It is a matter of villain." Yuji nodded and bowed, flattering wildly, just before kneeling and shouting that the emperor had inherited martial virtues, and he would dominate the universe forever. Yi Daishan immediately summoned an attendant and gave a whisper, asking him to inform the black-clothed Y's first eldest sister, Daifengfu, to arrange this. The headache was finally resolved, and he felt unspeakable in his heart. Chapter 242 Balance. People are in good spirits at happy events, and Yi Daishan is in a very good mood today. He gnawed a large piece of chicken wings, and then poems are thriving. 5 steps into a poem, chanting a masterpiece, which drew the eyes of the 5 girls and filled the sky with red hearts. The mind is rippling. If you don't come up with a masterpiece, you will definitely not be able to make a difference. Fortunately, this is in the wild continent. There are a lot of plagiarism of Tang poetry and song poetry, and there are many masterpieces of Ming and Qing dynasties. At the bottom of the box, the unparalleled talent. Yi Daishan didn't have to worry about Yi Lang's talent is exhausted. After hesitating for a while, the Emperor Yi Daishan still told the whitewashing matter, still concealing his identity, but he was a little worried about the woman's reaction. The son, Bai Ling, Yunayu and other women were moved to tears. Although they have been redeemed, they are still born in the dust, and their status are worse than that of a village girl who is too poor to eat 3 meals a day. After being whitewashed, this status are quite different. At least marrying into the Yi family is also fair. The son is for their sake, so why not let them burst into tears? No one had any objections, and Yi Daishan sighed in relief. He was afraid that the 5 girls would be scared. He just gave a general idea so that they could be psychologically prepared. The specific exercise hasn't started yet. If they knew that after some time, the patriarch of a well-known family clan in Jiangnan, the prefect who is currently guarding the Fangzi mansion, came to meet them in the imperial city, they would definitely be shocked. The 5 daughters have the identity of this good family. If you want to come, Queen Jin won't object anymore, right? The girls are both moved and happy. At the moment, Bai Ling is sitting with Fei Yan, and the piano and flute are combined to rehearse the long-time Shui Tiao song to rhyme. Qi Yan and Sapphire are singing and dancing. Let Yi Daishan enjoy beautifully. For a while enjoying it, a black-clothed wife Fakey rushed over and followed Suzalun to say a few words in a low voice. Suzalun approached and whispered, "My son, I am anxious at home." When Yi Daishanzi opened it, his brows frowned. Chu suddenly fought against Yan, occupying more than 10 counties of Pingbo and Qingping, and was attacking the important town of Jiangyin. Jiangyin belonged to Chu state. Once the gateway to the west is lost and the door opens, the imperial city will be threatened. I crossed. The stick is really dumb. Yi Daishanzi cursed in his heart. When Chu state moved, the Han Empire was also ready to move, gathering 300,000 troops in the east, posing a posture of feeling the fish in the muddy waters. It is estimated that Bangtsai has gained some benefits from the state of Chu, and only then will it exert pressure on the state of Chu at this time, dragging Chu state's hind legs. This is the case between empires. Separation and combination, Long-term separation must be divided, long-term separation must be combined. Interests determine all this. Emperor Yi Daishan did not forget his promise to the Yan Empress. He sent troops to threaten Chu state and relieve the pressure on Yan state. I believe that within a few days, the Yan Empress will also send an envoy to urge him to fulfill his promise. Although he made a promise to Empress Yan, my brother would not immediately send troops to attack Chu state in a foolish manner. Everything is for the purpose of benefit. The most appropriate and shameless way is to use drag skills and wait for the two countries to fight. You die. You will send troops after some losses and take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. However, it is impossible to bring a military map when you are traveling. This matter has to be discussed after going back. He asked the waiter to go back to summon the ministers of civil and military affairs. Let them discuss first, and accompany the beauties to continue chanting the moon. Back to the Jinliuan temple, waiting for a long time for the long-awaited salutes from the civil and military ministers, the emperor. Plain. What are the good strategies of the officials? Yi Daishanzi sat down on the dragon chair, and his inquiring glances swept across the faces of the ministers. When the ministers of civil and military affairs were summoned for discussion, they had already explained the current situation clearly and sent troops to fight. Chu is sure. But how to fight? This is for you to discuss. The result of the deliberations is nothing more than war or no war. However, this time the main battle faction prevailed and the peace seekers were directly ignored because the Great Zhou Empire had previously made promises to the kingdom of Yan, and the Great Zhou even claimed to be orthodox. How can it be said that there is no word for a great country, a country of civilized courtesy and righteousness? Fighting. That is the matter of the generals. The result of the discussions among the generals is nothing more than an attack from Kanyuan city, a surprise attack and capture the Yulin Pass of Chu Kingdom, and then marching south, attacking Bolang and other cities, and invading the 250,000 in Yan Kingdom. The Chu army had to withdraw for fear that its logistics would be cut off. A more radical strategy is to attack and occupy Yulin Pass, directly marching eastward, threatening the capital of Chu, and also forcing the 250,000 Chu army that invaded Yan to withdraw and rescue them. After that, Zhu Yan formed a coalition army to take advantage of the momentum, destroy the kingdom of Chu and divide the territory of the kingdom of Chu. I crossed, one by one, was even more combative than my brother. Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Great Zhou was still in the period of recuperation. He made meticulous preparations for the extermination of the Golden State. It is not suitable for extra branches. If it hadn't been for the promise to the Empress Yan, he would definitely not step in and let Yan Chu fight. You die and live. So, what is the alliance between the two countries? Forming a coalition, sitting on the ground and dividing the dirt. The vegan god Ma Fu Ian, the queen swallow, is shrewd. Don't look at the two countries Chu and Yan are fighting right now, but they really want to destroy the Chu country, right? Yan state is even more disadvantaged. How could Queen Yan sit back and watch Decisive become stronger? At that time, the alliance is just a dead letter, and the country of Yan will most likely drag Decisive's hind legs. Even Han, Yanri, and Jin will deploy troops to suppress the border and drag Decisive's hind legs drastically. This is the balance of power. Other empires will not allow one of them to be big. They must attack in groups, so as to maintain the current balance pattern. 2 years later, when Decisive's army conquered the Kingdom of Gold, Yi Daishanzi believed that the great empires of Chu, Yan, Han, and Yanri must also be suppressed by the army, which violently dragged him back. This situation is very similar to the parallel pattern of the 7 heroes of the ancient China, the Spring and Autumn and the Warring States. Although the Great Qin dynasty is very powerful, it is not easy to annex one of the small countries. It was not easy until the wise and martial King Qin Shi Huang swept Liu and successfully unified China. Therefore, he will not occupy even an inch of Chu state. At least, he will not occupy it at the moment. The grand strategy of first attacking the Golden State will not change. and the diplomatic strategy of distant and close attacks must continue to be implemented. The strength of the kingdom of Jin is unprecedentedly strong and poses a great threat to the Great Zhou. If it weren't for the two dangerous passes of Zenyang and Human to keep the Jin army out of the pass, I am afraid that the Jin cavalry would have ravaged the central plains and endangered the Great Zhou Empire. Although the national powers of Chu and Yan were stronger than those of the kingdom of Jin, their combat power was still slightly weaker and did not pose a serious threat to the Great Zhou Empire. Therefore, it was the Great Zhou Empire that first wiped out the fierce wolf of the kingdom of Jin. The top priority. The Emperor Yi Daishan immediately ordered that the Huai General Su Yi was in charge, and an army of 100,000 gathered in Kainiyuan city, waiting for the opportunity. And the great general of the state of Zhu Tongliuo led the 200,000 and gathered at Pingtung Pass. Regarding this order, most ministers were stunned. Chapter 243 Pinyong Pass is located at the southeast junction of the Great Zhou Empire. On the opposite side is the Kang city of the Kingdom of Yan. Wouldn't the emperor be rebellious and want to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Chu and divide the Kingdom of Yan? If this is the case, Decisive doesn't have a trace of righteousness, and he has to be a perfidious and rebellious villain. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said to Tan Jiangmin, the chief assistant of the cabinet who had hurt the upper court, "It's up to Tanj to explain." When he sent someone to inform the officials to enter the palace to discuss matters, he also ordered people to bring a map and by the way notify Tan Jiangmin to come and discuss matters first. After reading the military map carefully, and then discussing with Wei Wuxiu, the Emperor Yi has already made up his mind. Zhu and Yan have reached an agreement. Chu state must be wary of Decisive when attacking the state of Yan. Yuan Pass must have heavy troops deployed to prevent it. Unexpectedly, it is very difficult to attack Yuan Pass. In case the attack on the city fails, the Great Zhou army can only launch a strong attack on Yulin Pass. The loss is incalculable. Once the stalemate fails, it will be even more headache. He is currently taking a rest and preparing for the Kingdom of Jin. He does not want to fight the War of Attrition with the Chu Kingdom at all. It was his real goal to garrison Kangyuan to put a certain amount of pressure on the Chu army, attack from Pinyong Pass, and win a battle. The state of Chu fought against the state of Yan without declaring it, and captured more than a dozen cities in the state of Chu. Kang City became a solitary city. There were less than 10,000 defenders in the city, and there were not enough defenders, let alone counterattack. The Chu army only besieged Kang City without attacking it, leaving 30,000 soldiers to contain Kang and defend the city. The main force bypassed Kang City and advanced towards the hinterland of Yan Kingdom. If the Great Zhou army can attack from Kang and defeat the 30,000 Chu army besieged, the commander of the Chu army will be afraid of being cut off and dare not retreat. The danger of Yan will be solved. Of course, Daz's army wanted to enter the national borders of Yan Kingdom from Pinyong Pass, and had to borrow the way to pray for Yang City, and Kang City's guards were willing to borrow it. This depends on the courage of the Yan Empress. Anyway, this matter depends on the decision of the Queen Yan. The messenger makes 2 round trips. Even if it is a non-stop speeding, it will take at least half a month. Although the Chu army has the momentum of a big victory, it is impossible to destroy the Yan country in a short time. And the Emperor Yi Da was also happy to watch the battle between the two countries, and there was damage to each other. Da's army also took advantage of this time to gather and make various preparations. As soon as Tan Jiangmin, the chief minister of the cabinet, explained, all the ministers understood and called the emperor wisely and martially. On that day, General Yu Tongliuo of the state of Zhu and General Su Yi of Huai left Beijing and went to Kainiyuan and Pinyongguan respectively to gather their troops to prepare for the expedition, while the Emperor Yi Daishan waited for the arrival of the envoy of the state of Yan. 10 days later, Yan Guo's special envoy arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty with a heavy gift, and Yi Daishanzi personally met him in the imperial study room. The special envoy sent by the Queen of Yan this time was Guan Mingkai, the general of the State Council of Yan, a veteran general who had experienced many battles, and his reputation was no less than that of Yu Tongliuo. After Guan Mingkai submitted the letter written by Empress Yan, He stepped aside and said nothing, just staring at the expression of Emperor Yi Daishanzi's eyes. The words in the letter of the Queen Yan are extremely polite, but it is a bit like the mother-in-law's care for her son-in-law and the daughter who is married away, and only then vaguely mentions the agreement between the two countries. The Emperor Yi touched the bridge of his nose, and forwarded the letter written by Empress Yan to Wei Wuji, who was on his side. This mother-in-law, I dare not look down upon it. After reading the letter, Wei Wuji glanced over Guan Minka's face and nodded slightly to Yi Dan. As they had previously estimated, this Swallow Queen is not easy. Yi Daishanzi smiled and motioned to the eunuch to put up a military map. Since Yan Empress sent a veteran who can fight well, he doesn't need to hide it. He pointed to the Yuan and Yulin passes at the border between Zhou and Chu, and said straightforwardly, if my great Zhou army attacked from here, what would the old General Guan think? Guan Minkai strode closer, staring at the place he was pointing, frowning, but making no sound, obviously waiting for the following. Yi Daishan said calmly, 50,000, which is quite 60%. Guan Minkai nodded. The Emperor of the Great Zhou meant that he knew very well that if the Great Zhou army attacked from Yuan, it would be impossible to attack the Yulin Pass of the state of Chu. The Chu army not only strengthened the defense of Yulin Pass, but also dispatched a team of 50,000 people. The troops stationed in East to guard against the troops of the Great Zhou Empire. The Zhou army wanted to launch an attack by surprise. It was impossible. There was only a force attack. Although the Zhou army had new weapons with terrifying lethality, it was not a problem for the Chu army to defend for some time with its solid city. After that, reinforcements were made. The continuous arrival of the two sides will definitely enter a stalemate. Such a situation is very detrimental to the country of Yan. Furthermore, even though there was an agreement between Yanzhou and Zhou, is Zhou really willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers for this paper agreement and desperately launch a storm? The answer is obvious. Therefore, Zhejian's attack from Yuan city could not help Yan state at all. It caused a lot of pressure on Chu state. It was indeed the next policy. Yi Daishanzi was also observing the expression on Guan Minka's face, and seeing that although his face appeared calm, the expression in his eyes was a little more anxious, and he couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Yan Go, there are also capable people. His mother-in-law, Yan Empress, is not easy. Just looking at the anxious look in Guan Minkai's eyes, he knew that the Yan Guochao Tang had carefully discussed before Guan Minkai went out. Empress Yan would have withstood the pressure of many ministers. This courage alone was enough to make people admire. Yi Daishanzi's index finger moved down a little and stopped somewhere on the map. It was the place of Pinyong and Kang at the junction of Zhou and Yan. He half joked, the general is not afraid of being let go. Up. Guan Minkai smiled freely, if this is the case, then I can only blame me for waiting for the wrong person. The Emperor Yi Darking laughed. He didn't expect Guan Minkai to be so funny. It's really rare. If he attacked Yan Kingdom in the future, this old guy would be a difficult opponent. Presumably, if General Guan came this time, he must carry the decree of the Queen Yan. Everyone is a smart person, and there is no need to circumscribe the corners. It is more refreshing to open the skylight and speak brightly. Yi Daishan went directly to the key issue. The old minister does have the sacred decree of the Queen Swallow. Guan Minkai admitted frankly, but he was surprised, saying that the Emperor of the Great Zhou was faint and incompetent. Don't have too much ambition, otherwise the country of Yan will be in danger. With the imperial decree of the Yan Empress, the most critical problem of borrowing can be easily solved. Next, it depends on how the Zhou army is deployed and mobilized. While marveling at the power of the Yan Empress in his heart, the Emperor Yi Dai ordered a team of Yulin to escort Guan Minkai to Pinyong city. Guan Minkai kept on horseback along the way, rushing day and night, and replaced several horses. 7 days later, he finally rushed to Pinyong city. The army of Zhuguo's General Yu Tongliuo was almost assembled, and the fox whistle cloud rate was 15,000 tigers and leopards. Arrived a few days first, the soldiers were fully rested, full of energy, and high morale. Next, It is time for the army to attack. Chapter 244. It's not easy to be a faint king. Yu Tongleuo led 100,000 frontier troops to quietly leave the city in the middle of the night, cross the border and enter Kang City in Yan Kingdom. Seeing a group of Dazu soldiers under the command of the officer, without making much movement, entering the makeshift simple military camp in an orderly manner, Guan Mingkai was both happy and worried. He has spent half his life in the army and has gone through countless battles. How can he not see that the 100,000 strong neighboring army has a very strict military discipline? With such a strict military discipline, it goes without saying that the fighting strength is self-defeating. Tomorrow noon we'll fight to defeat the Chu army outside the city and invade Dian. The Chu army had to retreat, and the danger of the Big Swallow was resolved. What worries about is the military strength of the Great Zhou Empire. Even if the frontier forces are so powerful, wouldn't the most elite Black Wolf and Flying Eagle legions be even more powerful? Well, there is also a tiger and leopard cavalry that is shivering even with the golden cavalry of the mainland, who is known to be a field war. Who can match it? I only hope that the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire does not have the ambition to unify the mainland, otherwise, the trouble will be big. At noon, the east gate of Kang City opened wide, and the 100,000 surrounding troops in the Great Zhou dynasty gushed out like tide water, and quickly assembled in the open area outside the city, posing a decisive battle. The commander-in-chief of the Chu army, who was in charge of besieging Kang City, looked at the neatly arranged squares in front of him, the battle flags flying like a sea, the steel knives shining like snow, the spears of the forest. The military capacity was prosperous, and the fighting spirit was like a rainbow. Zhu Jun's face suddenly turned pale. The commander-in-chief of the Fang Fang was not a nameless man, but he was counted. But he didn't know that Yan Ge dared to borrow Zhu Jun to attack from Kang City. This time, the trouble was big. The enemy is few and we are very small, and the strength of the troops is very different. The commander of the Chu army did not dare to attack rashly, and ordered the whole army to defend according to the camp. The commander-in-chief of the Chu army made a very wise and decisive decision. However, he did not expect the power of the new weapons of the Great Zhou army to be so terrifying. The 3-round bombardment of the Thunder Chariot immediately turned the camp into a sea of flames. The soldiers trembled and their morale was low. The cavalry charged. The defense line immediately collapsed, and the soldiers rushed for their lives. After defeating the 30,000 Chu army under Kang City, Yu Tongleuo took advantage of the momentum to recover Yingxian, Huang, Ningluo and other counties, and the 300,000 Chu army that was advancing deep into the country of Yan was so scared that they didn't even need to carry on their luggage. After retreating, the Yan army took advantage of the momentum to pursue, defeating a Chu army behind, and seized a large amount of military materials such as grain. Yu Tongleuo did not intercept the main force of the retreating Chu army. He only picked soft persimmons. He defeated 2 Chu army of less than 30,000 people and recovered several cities. After that, he stationed at Yangguan dangerous place and gave the retreating Chu army the main force. Great pressure. The army of the Yan state regained all the lost ground by winning and pursuing it. The Chu army retreated to the border, and the war between the two countries was quickly put out. After the war, in order to avoid the chaos of the war, the poor people who had left their hometowns began to return to their homes for generations. Many people's houses were burned or looted, their fields were destroyed, their relatives or neighbors died in grief and anger. Cries shook the sky. Wherever the war went, there were crippled walls and heavy losses. No matter how powerful the Queen Yan was, she was also powerless at this time. She could only strictly order the soldiers not to harass the people and help them rebuild their homes as much as possible. The funds that can be allocated are pitiful. After all, the consumption of a war is very alarming. The consumption of food, weapons and equipment, and the payment of death and disabled soldiers' pensions are terribly high, not counting some war-damaged cities, repair costs and so on. The two countries sent special envoys to each other, busy signing the armistice agreement, exchanging prisoners and other matters. Yu Tongleuo has led the army back to the country for recuperation, and he feels very upset. He thinks that this time leading the army is the worst he has fought. The cities are conquered by soldiers with blood and life. But could he be happy in his heart to hand it back to Yango for no reason? Fortunately, a lot of spoils were seized, some of which were the possessions of the people of the kingdom of Yan by the Chu army, and Yu Tongliu was all confiscated, and the right should be a small compensation for this expedition. The war between Yan and Chu was over, and the Emperor Yi Daishan was in pain again. He has now delegated some powers to the cabinet chief Dan Jiangmen and Liu Bu Shangxiu. Some minor matters do not need to be reported to him for approval. Only an extra file is required. Just wait for him to check the information. In mid-August, Dan Zi ordered the recruitment of 200,000 young and Zhuang migrant workers to dig the river to connect the canal, Jianghuai, and Nuxugan rivers. Once these rivers are connected, they will become an important link between the north and the south. Needless to say, there are so many benefits. Another important point is that the navy of Dazu can go up along the river and land from the Nuxugan River, hinterland of the country. Of course, such a huge project is definitely a waste of people and talents. Many ministers in the DPRK and China opposed it and screamed at him for being innocent. Yi Daishan had long been immune to Hunjin's scolding, and he even expressed his feelings in front of Empress Jin and several concubines. In fact, it is not easy to be a Hunjun. First of all, you must have the qualifications to be an emperor. Only after you have the prerequisites that are more difficult than landing on the moon, can you have the opportunity to be a faint prince. Faint prince, of course, is the beauty of the Harimkian, the meat forest in the wine pond, and the open conference. That's it. However, there are so many beauties in the harem, and there is only one emperor. The final result is not to be squeezed into a mummified or short-lived. Therefore, to be a faint emperor, not only must the capital be sufficient, but the combat power must be terrifying. Fortunately, the emperor's heart art is solved. The problem in this regard, brother is always in charge of everything, and he is so busy all day long, and he has been practicing so hard. Isn't it for the sake of the sex of the concubines? Also, there are too many women, and it is inevitable to be jealous of fighting for the wind. Therefore, in order to harmonize the harem, you have to be coquettish, silly, thick-skinned. Gangsters have to be able to play tricks, and if necessary, you have to have the courage to bow. This is not the case. Most people can learn it. All day spent spending time and drinking, and squandering, Jinshan Yinshan will be defeated. Therefore, you have to earn money desperately, and you have to make a lot of money. This skill of earning money is not something ordinary people can learn. The most important issue is that if you want to enjoy forever, you have to consolidate your throne. Any threatening enemy, family, or enemy country must be killed. You have to worry about the people having food, clothing to prevent them from rebelling, and you have to look. There are so many listed above. Which one is made by humans? So, being a faint king is actually not easy. The feeling from the heart of Yi Daishanzi made Queen Jin and the concubines angry and funny. They all rolled their eyes and looked. Who is the dignified king of the country? It's simply a big gangster who is indiscriminate. Thanks to them all admiring him so much, they like him so much, and they don't even need life. Alas. Chapter 245 Kidnapping of the Princess. The first day of the 6th month of the lunar calendar. Chu Kingdom, Fengdu. On the 1st and 15th day of each month, devout pilgrims will go to famous temples or Taoist temples to offer incense and ask for the blessings of the Bodhisattva. Most of the girls in the boudoir who are waiting for marriage go to seek marriage. Some young sons or brothers may be accompanied to join in the fun, or go to soak the beauty and eat tofu. In short, the temples or Taoist temples where the incense is full of people come and go, which is quite lively. The Fu'u Temple on Fu'u Mountain is the most famous temple in Fengdu, and the incense is naturally the most prosperous. Devout pilgrims go up and down the mountain, and they are constantly coming and going. On a meadow by the side of the mountain path, a young couple in plain clothes sat on the sidelines, thinking that they were tired from walking up the mountain and resting on the side. The young couple looked at the passing pilgrims curiously, talking in a low voice. with a very affectionate demeanor. They looked like they had just been married, and the young couple was enthusiastic. "My true sister, the right idea hasn't appeared. Is it our intelligence is wrong?" "There shouldn't be anything wrong. Wait and see." The true sister's face has a simple and honest smile that is unique to the country people. She is definitely a genuine country girl woman, but the content of the conversation between the two is not bad. It makes people send hairy. "Lebo, if your sexuality doesn't change, you will at most climb to the level of group leader in this life." Lebo scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Sister Zen was indeed right. He was really anxious. If he didn't change it, he wouldn't dare to entrust him with a heavy responsibility. "Sister, look, the fifth young lady of the Zheng family," the sharp-eyed Lebo whispered. Among the pilgrims who went up the mountain one after another, there was a girl with bright eyes and cool teeth. The true sister screamed, and her slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a cold and terrifying cold light. "I have business to do today. If you are going to screw it up, what will happen? You should understand in your heart." She knew very well what thoughts were moving in Lebo's heart. If it weren't for something important this time, she might have acquiesced. If it succeeded, it would be a great achievement. The blackguard is not only aimed at domestic and foreign spy agencies, but it is not visible in itself, but also has a darker mission, which is to help the emperor detect and search for beauties. This unwritten rule was passed down when Mu Chunfing took charge of the blackguard. However, in a short period of time, the blackguards had changed three, and Feng Fu took over the blackguard, but did not know that such an unwritten rule. The blackguard is about ability and meritorious promotion. If he wants to climb faster, he can only go the wrong way. If he can get a beauty of the emperor's level of disaster to the country and the people, he will immediately make progress. The fifth young lady of the Zheng family is indeed the top little beauty in the eyes of the emperor. Moreover, she has been appointed by the king of Chu as the future prince and will be married in 2 months. The Zheng family is busy preparing for the dowry. Benefits and risks coexist. The greater the benefits, the higher the risks. Lebo wants to climb up as soon as possible. No matter how big the risk is, it is worth a gamble. Life is a gamble. Lebo certainly understands that it is easy to kidnap Miss Zhengwu, but the hard part is how to smuggle people back to the country and run them for thousands of miles. God knows how troublesome it is, and the danger is even more difficult to estimate. If the people of Chu discover that the future princess is missing, all the cavalry must be exhausted, and people must be found by digging 3 feet in the ground. Furthermore, the business must be done first before Miss Zhengwu can be kidnapped, otherwise, there will be no good fruit. Lebo reluctantly watched Miss Zhengwu go down the mountain surrounded by the generals at home. In the eyes of this servant, Miss Zhengwu was his eldest treasure who was promoted and made a fortune, and she was indifferent to Miss Zhengwu's unparalleled beauty. It didn't take long before Lebo finally saw the target appear, and couldn't help but get excited. "My true sister, here comes." His reaction drew his real sister's eyes, and the warning was stronger. Fortunately, it was the other people who were responsible for the action. They were too impulsive and most likely to mess up the matter. Today, their target is Luo Chongxin, a cabinet scholar. He is a well-known celebrity in Chu State. He is extremely talented and the best candidate for the future aspect. He is a potential big threat to Decisive. He ordered him to get rid of it at any cost. Luo Chongxin came to Fengdu for business on business, and was not in a hurry to return to the palace after the matter was settled, and accompanied a few old friends to visit the scenic spots and historical sites of Fengdu. It took a lot of thought for the black-clothed secret spy lurking in the territory of Chu to find out that Luo Chongxin was going to visit Fu Temple today, so he made careful arrangements in advance. There is only one old servant beside Luo Chongxin, but 2 of his friends are burly. Kongwu is powerful, and he knows that he is Lian Jiazi at first glance, which is a bit troublesome. Sister Zen and Lebo followed Luo Chongxin and his party, supported each other, and slowly moved up the mountain. The Zheng family is a famous family in Fengdu, and Zheng Yinghong is the 5th daughter of the father of Zheng Tongxing. She looks like the first beauty in Fengdu, dignified, noble, knowledgeable, and talented, so she will be seen by the king of Chu. On the top, appointed as the crown princess, the black-clothed guards selected the beauties, naturally based on the emperor's preference standards, and were not the top beauties at the level of harming the country and the people. At this meeting, Zheng Yinhong was putting her hands together, kneeling on the futon religiously. The maid Xiaoqiu offered incense for her, and several domestic servants who accompanied her were waiting outside the hall. A young monk came in to give a salute. Zheng, the benefactor, the abbot would like to ask. The Zheng family is a super pilgrim at Fu Temple, enjoying various privileges in the temple. It is not surprising that the abbot will meet him. Zheng Yinhong's master servant is now following the monk in, and several domestic servants are still waiting outside the temple. Zheng Yinhong's master servant followed the leading monk into a meditation room, and was immediately restrained by Li Bo in the invisible room. The cloth bag filled the people, and when they were picked up, the young monk dragged the maid Xiaoqiu to its corner, and then swaggered out. It seems that at the same time, Luo Chongxin, who was sightseeing in the temple, was attacked by two pilgrims passing by, and the sharp blade of the poisonous liquid plunged into his chest and died on the spot. Luo Chongxin's friends did not respond slowly, and the monks guarding the temple came out of the temple. The two assassins could not get out, and were seriously injured. Suddenly a life case occurred, and the pilgrims screamed and fled in fright. The entire Fu temple was chaotic, and the black-clothed secret spy lurking in it escaped down the mountain in chaos. Sister Zen and Li Bo carried Zheng Yinhong, who was unconscious, and drove off the trail in the back mountain. The kidnapping of Zheng Yinhong was only a temporary decision. There was no preparation. Fortunately, the servants of the Zheng family hadn't noticed that the young lady was kidnapped. Look in the temple. It was already an hour later for the officials to arrive at Fu Temple. The scholar of Luo was assassinated in the temple. It was already a very serious matter. Then I heard that the fifth lady of the Zheng family was missing, and the prefect of Fengdu City wanted to suicide. It's all there. Chapter 246. It's not good to be a captive. The soldiers like wolves and tigers almost demolished the Fu temple in New Oda, and even Fu mountain was almost flattened, and all monks in the temple were detained. Some villagers working under the back mountain told me that not long ago, two young people, a man and a woman, came down from the back mountain in a hurry. The man carried a long cloth bag on his shoulder and headed towards Xilong village. The officer and army intensively investigated all the way and learned that the two suspects had bought a broken car and an old horse in the village, and hurriedly drove towards Jingxian with a long cloth bag. This team chased to Jingxian County and intercepted the carriage. It was already 2 hours later. It was a local gangster who drove the carriage. The gang found the ownerless carriage in the woods, and got into trouble. Hart, who thought it got into big trouble. Regardless of whether what you are saying is true or not, the chasing officers and soldiers should take the people down first, and even if they can't be chased down, they will have a relationship when they go back. The poor little gangster was carried back to the place where the broken wagon happened. The officers who led the team were quite sophisticated. After inspection, the soldiers were divided into 4 groups. One team searched the woods, and the other team went back. For the search, the other 2 teams searched along the upper and lower reaches of the Chengwu River, and at the same time sent people back to report the letter. Checkpoints were set up in various cities and rivers to conduct strict investigations. This matter soon spread to the imperial capital, and the entire court was shocked, and all kinds of criticisms were flying in the sky. The 2 cases occurred at the same place and at the same time. It seems that there is no connection, but if you analyze it in depth, it will be a bit interesting. Generally speaking, the murderer who assassinated Luo Chongxin's scholar has several possibilities. One is the enemy's country, the other is the enemy, and the third is a bit intriguing. What is the purpose of kidnapping Zheng Yinhong? The Zheng family is the most prominent family in Fengdu. How can ordinary people dare to provoke them because of their power? What's more, Zheng Yinhong is still the future prince concubine appointed by the saint, and even the bold desperadoes dare not provoke them. Among them, It is unclear and the way is unknown, and it is equally intriguing. All the ministers invariably thought of the power struggle of the royal family. The prince and the prince were polite on the surface, but secretly formed gangs and fought very fiercely, and there was no open fire. Luo Chongxin belongs to the prince's family. He is heavily relied on by the prince. Killing him is tantamount to cutting off the prince's arm and kidnapping the future prince. However, it is a serious blow to the prince's face. After careful analysis, it seems that this may be the case, but in the end only he knew whether the prince's staff did it. In short, this matter is very complicated, and it is extremely dangerous. If one is not good, it will end up all over the place and punish the 9 races. The ministers of the prince line demanded that the murderer be traced to the end, and the murderer was severely punished, while the prince's people scolded someone for planting the blame. Maybe the prince deliberately sacrificed Luo Chongxin and Zheng Yinghong to frame the prince, asking the emperor to be clear, while the centrists kept silent. Continue to maintain neutrality, so as not to cause trouble to the upper body. The entire Jinliang temple shouted repeatedly, and the saliva spurted wildly. Even if the king of Chu was so angry that he wanted to find out the real murderer and severely punished him, he immediately felt a headache and was difficult to make a decision. Li Bo intentionally kidnapped Zheng Yinghong just to please the emperor. The sexuality is somewhat similar to the general kidnapping and extortion, but he did not expect to rise to the complexity of the royal power struggle. At this moment, he was transformed into a Li Yuan Li Dashan from a certain village in Jingxian County, and his true sister also became Yuan Y's wife. Zheng Yinghong was secretly imprisoned in the farm. In addition to losing his personal freedom, 3 meals a day were good wine and good food. Did not suffer any inhuman abuse. At present, the wind is too tight, and the checkpoints are strictly checked. It is difficult to bring a big living person out of the level, and it is still a beautiful beauty. The road is too bumpy, and the real sister and Li Bo together think that they are taking the waterway. It is most suitable, but you have to wait for the wind to pass before you can act. Now it is temporarily hidden in the farm. This is a secret stronghold of the Black Guard, which is still safe and reliable in theory. Since Yi Deshanzi has delegated some powers, he has more free time. In addition to the early morning, reading memorials, and practicing the emperor's hot art, most of the time he does not slip out of the palace to steal incense and jade, or to indulge in love in the palace. The desolation of the lewdness is overwhelming. At this time, Junyi Daeyun was sitting comfortably on the Hu bed, humming and enjoying their kneading massage by the 2 beautiful palace ladies. In the center of the hall, Rongru is performing a dance. She wears only a light pink veil that is as thin as a cicada's wings. The vacuum is inside, and the beautiful curves that fascinate crime are revealed. Undoubtedly, the dance is beautiful and sultry, adding a few more. The coquettish magic that separates people's souls. In order to win the emperor's favor, Rongru did his best to welcome him. On this hot day, after a few sultry dances, my body was naturally dripping with sweat, and even the transparent pink veil was stuck to the skin, and there was no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. Yi Daeyun was very caring and considerate and took her to the shower, playing with mandarin ducks in the water, eliminating fatigue. This bath lasted for several hours, only to wash Rongru's cheeks pale, and his whole body became weak, and then stopped after repeated begging for mercy. The 2 court ladies who were serving also had blushing cheeks and watery eyes, and their whole body was soft and weak. It's a pity that the emperor has never been lucky, and people are better than people. Sometimes he is really angry, and he can only lament that his life is not good. Rongru Qiang wanted the emperor to oil and push her chest. These ridiculous and cheap technical tasks were also taught by the emperor. In theory, she knew it, but she hadn't practiced it yet. To please the emperor, she did her best. Although the emperor was prostitious, he was still very good to her and all the concubines. From the perspective of a pure woman, the emperor was indeed a good man who was very considerate and attentive. Thinking that I was outside the Great Wall before, on the surface, it was the pampering of the Great Khan, but the insidious battle of the harem for dominance. Every night, I have to serve a bad old man who has already stepped into the coffin. How happy is it? Although she was a prisoner, she had a comfortable life in Diezu's harem. The Emperor of Diezu was not only talented, but also young and handsome. He knew how to be caring and considerate. Every time she was indulged, she made her time and time again climb to the top and live to death. In a society where men are inferior to women, women are by nature men's accessories. Their biggest dream in this life is nothing more than a good husband who loves and cares about themselves, a warm and happy home. Although it is not enough to say that she is in love, she is basically the same. At least, in other aspects, she feels very satisfied. Sometimes, she even sighs that she was really in vain before, and she was emptied of youth and the feeling of being a woman. Actually, it's also very good. The feeling in her heart now became very strange, and she was even a little grateful that she, this prisoner, was doing well. Rongru, let's take a break. Don't be tired. I will feel heartache. Yi Dae-yun knows how to pity Xiangxu. Seeing that she is so tired, she still needs to serve herself. His heart is so refreshing that it is hard to describe in words. Slap. As soon as Rongru made a sound, he slapped a heavy palm on Feng's butt. The sound of the palm of the flesh was very loud, and the Snow White Feng's butt even printed red palm prints. My concubine knows my fault. Please punish the emperor. Although Rongru's eyes were so scorching, he was filled with joy and happiness, and a bit of fear. Chapter 247 Love and Afraid. Rongru knew very well in his heart that although he was enjoying the treatment of the imperial concubine, he was ultimately the imperial concubine of the kingdom of Jin who was captured. In the harem of Diezu, his status were very embarrassing, even very unfavorable. To put it bluntly, I am afraid that there will be even one. The little maid is not as good as it is. She claims to be a slave, which is also helpless. Of course, she was also playing tricks to test her own position in the heart of the Emperor of the Great Zoo. It was not bad. In the heart of the Emperor of the Great Zoo, she had a little bit of status. Yi Duanjun was a little unhappy about this, and corrected it several times, but Rongru made mistakes many times, and naturally he was punished. Needless to say, Yi Duanjun's family law, every concubine who has been punished knows how evil and absurd they are. They love and fear one by one. Rongru has also received several punishments and was tossed to death. Impressions. Profound, naturally also love and fear. I'll write it down first, and then do the family law when I have time. Yi Dae-yun-jun's smile was full of incomparable evil. Some reluctantly stood up, and there will be things later. This account will be recorded first. Rongru hurriedly stood up and served him dressing. Yi Dae-yun took a few handfuls in her fleshy place, told her to rest, and then left contentedly. Surrounded by the dragon and tiger guards, Yi Tan came to the so-called Golden House. Tomorrow, Chu Qingfeng, the patriarch of the Chu family of Jingnan, will arrive in the imperial city. He will recognize Bai Ling, Yunayu and other women as goddaughters, and take them to live temporarily for some time. Wait until the time is right to come back. In this way, the status of the 5 women who have been cleansed is improved. At least they can be regarded as good children, and are qualified to enter the palace. In this way, Queen Jin can no longer be faulty. Bai Ling and the other 5 girls got the news early, and they packed their bags, just waiting for the godfather's arrival. Of course, they hoped that they could see their sweethearts at the moment of parting. The arrival of Yi Tan made them very happy, and the 5 women took turns to cook, each cooking one dish, so that their sweethearts could appreciate their cooking skills. Since the last time the son did not hesitate to demean himself, he personally cooks for them. The 5 girls are moved. Anyway, they are idle. The 5 girls have followed a hired chef to learn the cooking skills. After several months of learning and practice, the art has made great progress. Until it is confirmed that he can get it, he will officially start cooking and let the son pay him. Today is like a farewell feast for the family. The dishes are very rich, with 17 dishes and 1 soup. And the women who have always been relatively frugal have also been extremely extravagant this time. Only after studying with the chef for a few months, I can barely get it. but it doesn't suit my son's taste. The 5 girls are not sure, and all of them look nervously at someone who is holding food, the people in the hall. The atmosphere suddenly seemed a bit depressed and dull. It's not so exaggerated, right? Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly, put down his chopsticks, held Fei Yan's little hand sitting on the left, and said with a reproachful expression, "Look, this hand is too thick to make my husband feel distressed." In fact, Fei Yan's little hands are soft and smooth, but this man is selfish, and he doesn't want his wives to cook and make their hands thick. It feels uncomfortable to touch them. How can the dignified future imperial concubine cook? He looked at the women with a serious expression, and slowly said, "I am honored to have received the favor of the 5 people, and I am honored to live up to the 5 people in the rest of my life. Let you have a happy life. Cook and cook, etc. If there are cooks and servants, you just need to feel at ease and enjoy the blessings." As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the 5 women were warm, their eyes were moist, and the little stars flashed in the sky. The sun loved them, and he didn't want them to do rough work. They were so caring and considerate, which moved people to a mess. However, the sun did not hesitate to condescend and lower the honor, and he personally cooks for them, which has moved them to a mess. They have been cooking for 100 years, and they will not be worth the sun's next cooking. Only this time, let's not take it as an example. Yi Daishanzi put on a vicious look, threatening viciously, "Otherwise, family law will take care of you." The smooth and jade cheeks of all the girls were all red, and they used to be in love with the sun, but the last line of defense still did not break through. However, they vaguely understood a certain aspect. The family law in the sun's mouth must be very evil, and may even be ridiculous. Thinking about it makes people blush and heartbeat, but, however, there is some expectation of the sun's punishment in his heart. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Daishan grinned, with an evil smile on his face. "My son," but he remembers very clearly. "You have violated the rules 5 times, and you remember all of them. After you pass the door, you will have to make up for the penalty." Hey, this sun always rewards and penalizes clearly. Never favor one or the other. While he was talking, the right paw placed under the table sneaked up on Fei Yan's thigh. Already accustomed to the bad behavior of the sun stealing incense and jade, Fei Yan has an air of self-confidence. But the 5 punishments the sun said still shocked her, and stammered, "The story of the sun. Remember so clearly?" Beiling and Yunai both covered their mouths and laughed. "The sun is scaring Sister Fei Yan. Sister Fei Yan has a simple and kind heart, but she is actually quite cute. How can the sun embarrass her?" The depressed and tense atmosphere just now eased, but Yi Daishanzi was really serious. He stared at Yunai and chuckled. "Don't laugh. You have violated family rules. You have committed 3 crimes. Now, they will be punished at that time. Yunai's face was thin, and her entire jade cheeks instantly turned red, ashamed of shame. It is conceivable that the sun's family method must be evil, even absurd, but if he is punished with Fei Yan, this is too shameful, right? Beiling's heart jumped when she heard it, and her smooth jade cheeks rose to red. 5 good sisters work together, which is a bit embarrassing. Is it possible that the sun will still be sleeping together? Yi Daishan gave a light cough, and said solemnly, "Eating and eating, the dishes are not tasty when they are cold." The 5 women are only holding bowls and chopsticks, but all of them are coy and daring, and the 6 pairs of shoes on the floor are not a joke in the crooked poems written by the sun. Isn't it right? The sun is the only perfect man in the world. How can it be so absurd? In the eyes of the 5 women, the sun is perfect. How can he be so absurd and evil? "I think I am suspicious," misinterpreted the meaning of the sun, ashamed. During the banquet, Mr. Yi graciously served the women with food, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy. The feeling of respect made the women feel happier and happier. The meal was eaten very slowly, but sometimes when it was full, the banquet was taken down, and the maid brought fruit, tea, and the like. 6 people sat in the hall and talked happily. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and several palace lanterns had been lit in the hall, and Bailing reminded him softly, "My son, the sky is dark." In the past, the son would accompany them to dinner, and after chatting, he would bid farewell and go home. This time it was an exception for the son, which made her feel both touched and happy. However, they have not yet passed the door, so the son must also go home to serve the parents. Yi Daishan grinned. "Tonight, my son is not leaving." Chapter 248. Young master wants to stay. Bailing and other 5 women have a sudden heartbeat. "Son, want to stay overnight?" "That way. Good." "Still, bad." All the women were nervous and uneasy for a while, and they were pretty coy. In fact, they had been privately appointed for life. Sooner or later, those who were sons would only need one ceremony. Besides, usually with the son, it is inevitable that there are some intimate little actions, which inevitably make their minds swing. They half push and half, even worrying that the son will go further. Unfortunately, at a critical juncture, the son is either in a hurry or a gentleman, and he has never crossed the last gap. This makes them a little disappointed and respects him. Son, true gentleman. However, sometimes, there are some things that are not so good for being a gentleman, which can disappoint people. Although everyone is psychologically prepared, it is inevitable to be a little nervous when facing it. This is also a normal reaction. Well, since the son wants to stay overnight, he should be a good waiter. Anyway, he is also a son of a late arrival. Yunayu, Feiyan and other 4 women all visited Bailing by appointment. The meaning is self-evident. Bailing is the eldest sister, so let her come first. There should always be a long preface for everything. Bailing's cheeks rose red. How could she not understand the thoughts of the 4 younger sisters? However, when you are a sister, you should take care of your sister. You can't compete with your sister, you have to let her sister. Therefore, she shook her head firmly and said that she couldn't. Facing Bailing's implicit and profound gaze, Fei Yan's heart jumped and her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly shook her head and said number. She was the youngest of the sisters, and the other 3 sisters should be the first to arrive at her. Seeing Bailing's eyes cast, Yunayu, Qian, and Kinu also shook their heads firmly. They were all in the middle. They were even more embarrassed to argue with Bailing or Feiyan. This matter, no, or you, or Sister Feiyan. The 5 girls had been in love with their sisters, and they got along for a long time, and they became more and more tacitly in agreement. At this time, their eyes were silently communicating, deciding who would serve the son tonight. The atmosphere in the room was rather weird, with a hint of indescribable. The ambiguous, "What's the matter with you?" Yi Daishan asked curiously, dazzling in front of his brother. 80% of them are there. The 5 girls had a guilty conscience, but when he suddenly asked them, they were all startled. Each of them blushed with blushing, and their hearts jumped wildly. Bailing has a headache. It's not a way to let him come and go like this, but in the presence of the son, it is hard to tell. What can I do? She, who is always quick and wise, is helpless in the face of such things. Seeing that the sky is getting darker and darker, her heart becomes more and more anxious. It is not a way to drag it on like this. The 4 girls all looked at her eagerly, and Bailing really couldn't think of a good way to do it, so she drooped her eyelids and said, "I can't help it." Feeling left out, Yi Daishanzi is a little depressed. What the hell is he doing? So mysterious. The 5 daughters are a bit abnormal today. "My son, we haven't played hexagon for a long time." Yunayu blinked her big watery eyes as she said to the son, but several sisters understood the deep meaning. "So let's decide with hexagon." People accompany the son. Yi Daishan readily agreed that tomorrow, the ladies will leave the imperial city and live in Jingnan for a few days. Therefore, he wants to accompany them as much as possible to make them happy. It is also a compensation for being busy in the front line and neglecting them. Although he felt that the women were a little weird, he didn't expect that they would be courteous to each other because of the question of who would serve tonight. In the end, they could only use the hexagonal chess theory to win or lose and choose the person to accompany. At the beginning of the chess game, the 5 women are 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, and fighting fiercely than before. Even if they are willing to accompany them, They are somewhat embarrassed for the first time, so all of them desperately wanted win. As for the inventor of hexagonal chess, every game must be lost. Every girl knows that the sun is deliberately losing chess to make them happy. Now it is a critical juncture and can be completely ignored. Hey! Fian looked at her backward, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious, sweat oozing out of her smooth forehead, and she couldn't even wipe it off. Don't make trouble. Hey! There was Zhang's would by Sipa handing over. Fian was anxious, and without seeing who it was, she raised her hand and baited it away, and found that it was the sun. The pretty face couldn't help but become red. I'm sorry. Well, let's wipe the sweat. Yi Daishanzi didn't mean to blame at all, but he felt very strange in his heart. Usually the five sisters play hexagonal chess. It doesn't matter if they win or lose. They are just for entertainment. Why are you so nervous today? Okay. Like a bet. The more anxious Feiyan was, the more he made mistakes and made stinky moves, and eventually lost to the four sisters. Beiling said with a smile, Yin and Yin, Sister Feiyan, see you are so nervous that you are sweating? Go and Washington. Yu and the other women also smiled and nodded. What do you mean? Of course Feiyan understands. Go and wash for nothing, and she will have to serve the sun later. Feiyan, whose cheeks were red, got up and went out helplessly. Beiling got up and went out, whispering to the maid before returning. The first time for a woman is very important. Although she hasn't left the door, she can't be sloppy. Therefore, she ordered all the maids to make temporary arrangements in Feiyan's room, and replace the bedding and sheets with new ones. And if you want a bright red color, you have to light a red candle to make it more festive. When it was almost done, Beiling came back and blinked at Yunai and the others. Yunai and the other females understood. All of them pretended to be yawning, showing a look of sleepiness. People are sleepy, so naturally they have to rest. Yi Daishan wanted to accompany them to talk about Tong Xiao, but when they saw their faces showing tiredness, he had to give up. When she was wondering whether to return to the palace, Feiyan came out of the inner hall, and her personal maid Xiaolan greeted her and said in shame, the slave servant Xiaolan takes the shower for the sun. The Emperor Yi Daishan was startled, and seeing Feiyan's expression of replied shyly, he understood the reason at once. Dare to love, the five girls had all misunderstood, but, after the bath, the flying smoke is only covered with a thin veil that is as thin as a cicada's wings, and the exquisite curves are undoubtedly exposed. Under the soft light, it is particularly charming and attractive. Yi Daishan's restraint ability in a certain aspect was close to zero, and it became hot all of a sudden. If you misunderstand it, you will misunderstand it. Brother will make mistakes. Anyway, it's all brother's dishes. It was the first time Xiaolan served a man. She was so embarrassed that her neck was red, her body was tight, her movements were stiff, and her eyes were almost closed. Danzi had young and beautiful ladies serving in the palace every day, and sometimes it was ridiculous to accompany the two concubines in the bath, and the mandarin ducks playing in the water had long been accustomed to nature. He could see that Xiaolan was serving for the first time, so the reaction was normal. He just smiled. Everything has a beginning, just get used to it. Change to another master. I'm afraid that I will be reprimanded early. Those who have a bad temper may be punished. Imagining the petite and lovely Feiyan groaning under her own mighty wind, unknowingly, the peerless magical soldier showed hideous and murderous spirit. Xiaolan will either close her eyes, or turn her head sideways to serve. Be careful that her head jumps wildly, her cheeks are burning like fire, her hand touches. Chapter 249 Young Master killed Miss. The Emperor Yi Daishan resisted the evil desire to rectify Xiaolan on the spot, and hurriedly jumped out of the big bathtub. Xiaolan served, dried her body, and put on her clothes. The new clothes fit well, and Yi Daishan was taken aback for a moment, patted his forehead mockingly, and scolded himself for being a fool. Don't guess. This new clothes must have been sewn by the 5 women secretly for him, in case of any urgent need. It is easy to say that the 5 women sew this man's clothes. Why do they stay in the mansion? I want to know that I use my toes to prevent him from staying overnight and change it in the shower. In other words, he can stay overnight at any time and do whatever he wants. The 5 girls have not yet passed the door. For the sake of face, they are mostly semi-pushing and semi-sexy, but he stupidly neglects them. How can he be a foolish word? Okay. In the incense room, Fian, who was nervous, didn't know how many circles he had made, and had some intimate little movements with the sun. Even then, the sun wanted her body. She didn't feel so nervous. Today, this scene is a bit more formal. Can she not be nervous? After temporary decoration, her room was made like a bridal chamber, quite festive. Silly girl, don't turn, my sister made you dizzy. Beiling was angry and funny. Sooner or later, the woman was going to leave. Even if she was nervous the first time, she wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Sister Beiling, Fian, who was dressed like a bride, pulled the silk scarf in her hand with tension. Okay, so sooner or later, what's the difference between sooner or later? Beiling took her little hand and comforted her softly. The waiter is, the sun is such a perfect and good person, would you not be able to eat you? She also wanted to comfort a few more words, to eliminate the tension in Fei Yan's heart. A maidservant rushed in and told that the sun had finished showering, and Xilan was leading him over. Don't be nervous, just follow your usual sex. Sister is gone, don't forget to put a white cloth. Beiling reminded again, and hurriedly left with the maidservant. Later, Xilan led Yi Deshanzi to Fei Yan's room, then quit with interest and gently closed the door. She was a family member of a criminal official. Because she was still young, she was not regarded as an official prostitute. Hu Yozong extorted the mansion from the official secretary Liu Wenwin on behalf of the emperor, and bought a few female slaves as maids in the population market. Maid, Xiaolan became Fei Yan's maid-servant. She is Fei Yan's personal maid, and naturally she has to serve Fei Yan. Her bed is set outside Fei Yan's bedroom. Fei Yan serves her son. She must wait to get ready to go in and serve her. Of course, her ears must be erected, waiting for the call of the lady at any time. The son and the young lady were talking in low voices in the room. She couldn't hear clearly, and she could vaguely hear the song chanting poems. Afterwards, she vaguely heard the weird sound made by her own lady, which seemed to be a bit painful, but in her ears, it seemed that it was not like that, as if it seemed to be very useful. Anyway, the sound was weird, making people listen, some blushing and heartbeat. Even the body felt weird, so soft that there was no trace of strength. The weird sound has been constant, seeming to be quite rhythmic. Although Xilan was curious, she did not dare to take a peek. She just sat on the edge of the bed. I don't know why, she felt her cheeks burning like fire. Xilan. The sudden chaos in my heart kept beating. The slave. Dead. The young lady's hissing scream suddenly came from the inside, which shocked Xilan. The sun. The sun killed the young lady. She was stunned for a long while before she reacted. She was so frightened that she hurriedly jumped out of the bed and rushed out of the house, but slammed her head into a soft bosom. Xilan, do you die? Beiling was the one who was hit. She and Yunayu, Kinu, and Qian were all eavesdropping outside the house, but Xilan suddenly rushed out and knocked her into a knot. She was strong and shocked the 4 women, but the 4 of them had a guilty conscience and their cheeks were all red. Listening to the corner, usually when the newcomers' bridal chambers are in flowery nights, and when they are in the bridal chamber, it's really unkind to eavesdrop on the son and sister Fei Yan today. The terrified Xiaolan didn't care about being scolded, and stammered nervously, miss no it's not good, son he gave the lady. Beiling and other women all blushed and rolled their eyes at the same time. This was originally arranged. How about you? No. Xiaolan desperately shook her head. The more nervous she became, the more she stammered. The sun. The sun really did. There. Miss Bailing said with no good air. I see. The sun naturally gave Sister Fayen ... What's the matter? The love of men and women, the love of fish and water, the relationship is big, it's normal. Xiao's eye is still young. Of course I don't understand this kind of thing. It's not. It was the sun who killed the young lady. Xiaolan, who was stuttering and blushing, almost exhausted all her efforts to eat milk before she said what she wanted to say. Bailing and the other 4 women couldn't help but stay in a daze. When Xiaolan made it clear, the 4 women couldn't help but their cheeks were red, and their expressions became more and more embarrassed. Alas, this little girl, making a fuss, shocked people. Although, they have not been personnel, but they are born in a brothel, and they know more about men and women than ordinary women. Sister Fayen is ... That is to enjoy the beauty of it, and she can't help but talk nonsense. Gibberish. Bailing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiaolan, too young. She looked at the 3 women next to her and whispered, Xiaolan is still too young, I think. Let you go in and serve. Yunayu, Kinu, and Qian all nodded. Jia is Sister Bailing's personal maid, who is also in charge of the house. She is 3 years older than Xiaolan and more sensible than Xiaolan. Miss Jia looked aggrieved and looked at her young lady pitifully. Miss doesn't want Jia anymore. Bailing smiled and scolded. What you said, the sun is the head of the family, you have served the sun well. If you are beautiful, don't get cheap and sell well. Yunayu also said softly, Jia, serving the sun, it will be a matter of time. Let's go. Xiaolan is too young to be sensible. Seeing Jia entering, the women smiled bitterly at each other. Fortunately, they were curious for a while and ran to listen to the movement, so that they would not make a joke. Then, the cheeks of the 4 women were all red again, and they looked coy and eavesdropped on Sister Fayen. The corner is really unkind. Early the next morning, the women gathered in the hall again, waiting to have a meal. When the smoke came, their cheeks were flushed, their expressions coy, and the pace of walking was somewhat unnatural. All the girls knew what was going on. To avoid embarrassment for Sister Fayen, all of them pretended to be nonchalant and urged the cook to make breakfast as soon as possible. The poor cook has always been conscientious and loyal to his duties, but today he is urged by a series of young ladies, not to mention how wronged he is. Chapter 250 Royal Military Academy. Fayen replied shyly, just like the little daughter-in-law wife who just passed the door. The Emperor Yi Dacian's gaze was flying, and the eyes of all the girls looked at him, a little bit different from the past, a little shame, and a little sad. The last layer of thin paper was finally pierced. From now on, it doesn't need to be said. Anyway, sooner or later it's a young man, and there's nothing to be shy about. It's just that I don't know when I will be able to do it today. Together, the woman's eyes were a little moist, although it was only a brief parting, but they were always a little flustered in their hearts. The short parting is for long-term reunion. Yi Daishanzi smiled and hugged Bailing, softly comforting, I will write to you. This time, Bailing no longer replied shyly. Instead, she stretched out her arm generously and hugged the son's bare waist tightly, fully expressing her inner emotional world. Tanzi hugged one by one. The girls did not show the slightest tenderness, each of them expressed their affection for the son. When is it all? There is no need to pretend. Not long after, Chu Qingfeng, the head of the Chu family, a wealthy family in Jingnan, arrived with a group of children and respectfully saluted the Emperor Yi Da. He had been notified by the Blackguard before, and Chu Qingfeng was stunned for a long time. The first reaction when he came back to his soul was to pinch his thigh, which hurts, not a dream. Needless to say, what kind of great benefits this matter has for him and the Chu clan. This secret is only known to him and a few elders in the clan. All the children and disciples of the clan are severely warned. 5. If a woman loses one hair, she will be subject to the strictest family rules. Why did the emperor hide his identity from the 5 future concubines? Although he was terribly curious in his heart, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. And he called the sun when he bowed. The 5 girls only know that the sun has a lot of friends in the DPRK, and they have great energy, so there is no doubt that everything the sun has arranged is for them. How dare they doubt the sun? There is no ceremony, and the 5 women greet Chu King Fing Fu to respect the tea, which is considered okay. After that, he left the imperial city with his godfather and embarked on the long journey to Jingnan. Chu Qingfing came this time, but he exhausted most of his family's strength to ensure the absolute safety of the 5 future imperial concubines. In fact, he also knew that the emperor would definitely guard him with soldiers. Just please the emperor's favor. Not only did Yi Daishanzi send a team of 500 rided Yulinwai to escort him, but also a black-clothed spy who accompanied him in secret to ensure the absolute safety of the 5 women. Parting is always sad, and the Emperor Yi Da sent 10 miles to stop, waved goodbye to the women, and watched the convoy go away before turning back to the city. After a while, Yi Daishan was in a good mood, but he was a little busy in the following days. It took 2 months for the Royal Military Academy to finally be built. The site is located at the foot of Kanyan Mountain 30 miles west of the imperial city. It is surrounded by dense green woods. It is quiet and the scenery is good. There is a river that goes around the mountain and it is very convenient for bathing. The Royal Military Academy occupies a large area. Except for a dozen rows of neatly organized school buildings, 2/3 of the area is used as a training ground. 800 students have been enrolled, half of which are low-level officers from the garrisons of various continents. The majority are the Black Wolf, Flying Eagle, and 3rd Reserve Corps. After graduation, they will return to the original army to serve as the backbone. The other half are real new students. Some are from the families of the world, some are from the poor, and there are disciples of the Jianghu school who are interested in joining the army and want to serve the country and establish meritorious services. They are only admitted after strict assessment. These new cadets have studied for 3 years and will be assigned to various units to serve as low-level officers after graduation, depending on the military's functional capabilities. Some veteran generals who have gone through countless battles and have rich experience and have retired at home are hired to serve as lecturers and teach students. Some are also battle tested, but disabled retired officers are also hired to serve as instructors. Everything is ready, and just a few days later, the college will be grandly opened. The Royal College of Higher Education is still under construction. The site is not far from the military academy. The reason why it was built later was to compile a unified teaching material, which contained too much content. Unlike military academies, the most basic astronomy, geography, the strategy of war, the analysis of war history cases, and the training of military exercises are so easy, and the teaching materials are extremely difficult, so the start of school is postponed. Between the 2 colleges, there is a small college, which is also the newly established Royal Medical College, which specializes in training field medics. Speaking of this battlefield medical school, it has caused a great sensation. There are many criticisms. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Anyway, the medical school is still opened according to the will of Yi Daishanzi. In the wars of this year, there were doctors who accompanied the army to bandage the wounded soldiers, but the efficiency of the treatment was very low. Many soldiers lost blood and died or were disabled because they did not receive timely medical treatment. Yi Daishanzi moved the modern military field hospital to form field medics and nurses, and let them learn the most basic knowledge of first aid. If you want to perform an operation, a doctor with good medical skills will perform the operation. The recruitment of this nurse staff not only recruits male soldiers, but also recruits female soldiers for equal work. It is difficult not to cause a sensation. Female bodyguards are not uncommon in the savage continent. They are generally confined to guard duties such as the guards of the inner house or the harem. They rarely show up. Female medical soldiers are different. They are truly exposed face, and being close to the battlefield. This has a big impact on the deep-rooted millennium secular concepts. There were 300 students in the first phase of the School of Medical and Nursing. There were only 20 female medical soldiers. The family was so poor that there was no alternative. The parents couldn't bear to sell their own flesh and blood, so they had no choice but to let them go. They went to the college to have a meal and let their daughters support themselves, and the family also lost a burden. Yi Deshanzi knows that wanting to change this deep-rooted old thinking and old concepts will not take a day's work. As long as there are female students signing up, it is already a big victory. As long as these 24 female students at the national treasure level get something out of it. Mingtong, I believe there will be more female sex enrolling in the medical college. Because of the establishment of the School of Medical Nursing, Tanzi has invented some shocking new things, such as soft stretchers, alcohol, disinfection, bandages, simple marching backpacks, etc. Fortunately, he does not understand medical skills. Otherwise, what were the flattering hats of Chuo Alive and Genius doctors are about to be added. Medical soldiers are not very demanding, but general Q drills and physical fitness training are all basic courses that must be learned. Soldiers, military discipline is the first, and carrying the wounded requires a certain amount of physical strength, which is also indispensable. Yes, of course, there are some basic self-defense fighting skills. Royal Physician, Xinglan's first Master Zhao Ti became the first honorary consultant of the Royal College of Medical Nursing, and some of the doctors of medical masters also transformed into lecturers, professors or medical officers. That is a serious medical officer with good rank and salary. The court officials who are serious and decent will be beheaded and ransack their homes if they are offended.